What is up, my ninjas? I'm Strident, and welcome to our Off Our Brains special, where we say Eff Yoo to 2020. And we are in the first week of 2021, or the second week of 2021, right? Yeah, second week. You can tell time's flying. And what better way to, start off the new year than to be like, fuck you to the old year. Because that last year was, ugh. And it's not like everything is just magically going to be fixed, but, I figure it's always fun to, talk about some things we dealt with in that year that fall into the geek realm, game stuff, video game stuff, action figure stuff, the usual movie stuff, just, kind of like a smorgasbord of all those things. So what I did was, my schedule was terrible. I had a lot of freelance towards the end of the year, so I only had a few opportunities to talk to a few folks. And, once they hit me up, I was like, hey, shit, let's finish recording this, and we recorded a nice bunch of convos that made up this end of year special. So there are still some people that I want to sit down with and geek out with, and I'm going to make them the first Off Our Brains for 2021. Like the first true Off Our Brains for 2021. So expect to see those in the coming months, weeks and months. But yeah, here we are going to, we got together to talk, to kind of get our shit off of our chest and say goodbye to 2020 and hello to 2021. So I want you guys to sit back and relax. It's a decent sized episode. So, get something to eat, something to drink. You know the drill by now. You know the drill. And just sit back, draw, clean the house, do whatever while you listen to us rant and rave and joke about all kinds of stuff. And I hope you guys enjoy. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. He's already dead.
Stop hitting him. He's already dead.
All right. Okay. So
I remember that line from the movie because I remember it in the trailer, and
yeah.
lacked some emphasis.
Old.
He said, "I'm not." He asked you nicely.
Well, I can definitely start with being surprised to find a NECA product that has to do with Ninja Turtles out in the wild, because I didn't know they even made those anymore. I never find NECA shit in the wild. Every time I go out to look for NECA stuff, it's a shit show. So I'm surprised to find this, and it wasn't $50. He was like 30. I'm like, are you serious?
That's really good.
And it's a big ass. I mean, he's an oversized figure, so, good on you for a change, NECA. I don't have to bitch about your terrible business practices.
I know, going on to their, eBay or Amazon, store, and they're overselling all their products.
Yeah, I told you they were the scalpers. I was suspecting that about Hasbro for a long time, but I know now that that's the case, because we seen it, man. We seen it.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because, like I said, I bought that Punisher on the bike figure and ended up having to go to the HasLab to get it for regular price because everywhere else, everyone's overselling it. Even on Walmart,
yeah,
it's oversold.
It's like racketeering.
Yeah, basically.
It's like racketeering. They're like, we're gonna upcharge you everywhere else, so you got to come to us to get the product for the right price.
Yeah.
It's like
McFarlane's doing it too because I wanted that Mortal Kombat spawn.
Oh yeah,
the one with the sword because I
yeah.
guess it's a variant or whatever, and they were overselling it on Amazon on McFarlane's page or whatever. And of course, everybody on eBay is overselling it. I found one guy who was asking for $29 for it. I said I gave him a price of $20, and he went with it. So
oh wow, you go
getting it for that because everywhere else was selling it for way more.
I mean, that's the retail. So you may as well pay the retail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't get what's the point of MSRP If everybody could just make their own price.
So price, yeah.
Like, when did the free... What's up?
The S is suggested. It's like, I mean, you could charge this. But I mean, if you want to charge something else, that's cool.
I know, right? I'm not going to stop you. You know, you can do whatever you want. I just like doing shit like that. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You charge so much.
I don't know.
You would like that.
It's ridiculous, man. Like,
No, it wasn't me. It was the scalpers. The
yeah, it doesn't make sense, man. And it's like, there's no oversight. Nobody tries to police them. Nobody tries to correct this. Well, few people do. Like the other day, what did I get? I got, the McFarlane Deathstroke. I found him online for 20 something. It was like 25. After looking through, like, I don't know, like a shit ton of posts or auctions or whatever, where they were selling them for 50 and 80 and 60. I'm like, it's still a $20 figure. Like the material count or materials quality, the parts count, all of that shit is $20. So why is it everything has to become fucking, you know what I mean? Like, let's sell it for a premium. It's dumb. It's become really just out of whack. And people are going to come up with all kinds of stupid reasons to justify it. And it's like, yeah, none of it makes sense. So, nah.
A thing is worth whatever you can sell it for.
Apparently, in America. Yeah. In America. In the rest of the world, like,
find somebody to buy it, you can sell it.
yeah.
You can sell it for whatever price you want.
Yeah, but that's still, it doesn't change the fact that it shouldn't be, that's not the way it should be for everything, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the folks selling it and making that profit have nothing to do with the existence of the particular product. And then they just are like, hey, guess what? I'm selling it, so you got to pay me a premium. Like, there were people selling the Yellow Ranger figure for like $100, and I was like, why? What? Like, no, I mean, like I said, like at first I was thinking maybe it's signed, but then I'm like, wait a second, she passed in like what, late 90s, something like that. There's no way she could have signed it. Yeah, so it's like there's no way she could have signed it. Is her family signed it? Nah. He just felt like selling it for, like, being an asshole and selling it for well above the price. I don't know. It's garbage. It's all garbage.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, you're right. It's not like she was the only ever Yellow Ranger in America or Japan or anywhere. Like,
why anybody does it other than everybody's just trying to kick off of action figures.
Because everybody does it.
It's so weird. And then you have like the people that do love to pay that amount of money and then lord it over people's heads. And I'm just like,
they just got used to it.
Like, hold on, guys. Like, save some pussy for the rest of us. You paying all that money and balling off of action figures. Like that's not gonna get you anything other than an empty wallet.
They see your collection, they're like, ooh, I'm gonna suck you guys' dicks off. Ooh. Like, get out of here. That's not how it works. It's funny because I made that joke before, and some dude was like, actually, I'm like, man, get out of here with that shit. I said, you got lucky. That's not 95% of the world.
If it's even true.
Yeah. He's like, that's how I met my girlfriend. I'm like, okay, you are you're one of the anomalies in this situation, and your girl is one of the anomalies. Don't try to, well, actually me, like that's the common occurrence. Get the fuck out of here. Well, actually, she sucked the hell out of my dick when she saw my Diaclone collection. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
I know, all 50 seconds.
I was like, come on, man. Like, sometimes I'm like, the things that folks say, I'm just like, you're missing the point, But that is our action figure collecting brethren, so to speak. So, whatever. So,
just like when we were kids.
I know, right? Pretty much, it never stops. Nah, I mean, this has been it's a long time since we've done a off our brains. So, How is everybody generally doing?
I'm all right. Corona.
I know, right? You dodged the Rona.
Yeah, man. I don't know how, considering like I was with someone that did have it. Actually on a couple occasions.
Damn.
I was next to people that had it, and then one of my sisters got it.
Contact with it. If it doesn't mess you up, it could mess up someone you care about.
Exactly.
So just beware and be aware. That's PSA number one for this episode.
The
All of our
more
friends, there will be
you
many
know. Yeah, it's true though. It's very true. Yeah. What about you, sir, Mr. Clarion? It's been a minute.
Just working from home mostly or partially because they apparently figured that's the best way to do it in these troubled times. So, yeah, I'm just trying to like make it through the year and keep family safe as I can from catching it. Trying not to catch it myself, and
Yes, sir.
that's pretty much it. Like had a couple scares at my building and then at other schools connected to me. So it's like, I mean, it's real. I had two coworkers that had it, and thankfully neither of them really suffered serious side effects. But it was even in our building.
Jesus.
So like I said, they're good now, thankfully. But and they were careful too. It's not like they caught it, but they were. I'm really surprised at one person that caught it because they're very careful here, and and I imagine other places they're don't take just as many precautions.
Yeah.
But no, it's still found a way.
Jesus.
To get to them. So I'm just trying real hard not to be the next one.
We'll find a way.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, same here. Me and my Lil Stratton are at risk because he's got asthma. I still have asthma. I haven't had an attack in 30 years or something. It's been forever, but
still there.
it's
waiting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we've been doing our best to periodically go out, and then for the most part stay in and stay away from anything that even looks like the damn Rona. So it's there's no way you're not getting me. But yeah,
a whole bunch of cases of it because everybody thought that you can get it from the beer, so I got some of that. That was fine. I will take advantage of people's stupidity.
I know, right? Did you see those places where folks were taste testing beers and shit like that, in the middle of it's Corona season, so let's taste test these Coronas. Makes no damn sense.
Only come in one flavor?
Yeah, no, I'm being sarcastic, but
oh no, I thought I was like, oh okay.
No, it was
the Fast and Furious edition.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. I was like, wow, this is getting stupid, man. Yeah, I saw a post on where was it? I saw it on some news outlet, and then I saw it pop up somewhere else again. And then I saw a video on Instagram of the same place, and this girl was going. It was a bunch of cups laid out on the bar. You could see the signage for the bar and everything, and he was literally the bartender was having her taste the different flavors. I was like, God, stupid. Why does stupid know no bounds? It's ridiculous.
Stupid is quite proud of itself too. That's the real sad part. It's
exactly.
Not only do they want to do what they want to do, it's you try to inform them as to a better way. It's no, how dare you?
I know, right?
How dare you tell me how to live my life? Never in this country has that been a thing that we've done.
I know, right? Who you think you
is that right?
Well, actually.
It's yeah, I'll actually your ass on that.
Oh man. Well, shit. Let's I guess jump into some of this stuff. Actually, before we jump into any of the stuff to chat about, how was you guys Christmas?
I worked, so
yeah, you
I
always
did a
work.
Zoom call with family, and that was about it.
Yeah. Did you and your wife do anything for Christmas? You guys exchange gifts or something?
No.
What?
I mean,
She's not Christmassy?
We buy stuff we want all year. So I'm like, what are you gonna get me? She wanted some of those like liquid IV packets, so I just bought her that. I just bought it for
Liquid
her. And that was
IV
even before
packets?
Christmas.
That's so random.
Yeah, I know. Because one day I came home with a bunch of packets that I got from work. Because
Why?
It was like,
Why?
it was when the pandemic first started, and so when everybody was on the "Hey, nurses are heroes" kick, and people were donating like just mad stuff, and then after a while, it like,
actually needed
goes away
Yeah.
in popularity, and then people stop caring. So
I know, right? That's not Merca. Are you talking about the same Merca?
The enemy of people.
Yeah, I know, right?
You're always.
So I came home with some packets because somebody brought like a box just full of it. So I just grabbed a bunch, and then I guess she drank a couple one day, and she was like, "Yeah, I like this flavor," and so I was like, "All right, I'll just get you some more." And that's all she wanted for Christmas. So
Wow.
I didn't even ask her to get me anything because I've been buying whatever I wanted,
all year,
so.
Yeah. Cool.
I know Christmas means nothing to me now.
You have no hold over me.
You don't control me anymore.
I do what I want. What about?
You hear that, fat man?
I know, right? I do what I want. I'm grown.
Get off my roof.
I know if I see you, you're dead. You and your reindeer. I was about to say dolphins for some reason. What the fuck?
I don't like Mel Gibson.
I know, right? Yeah, I want to see it too. I actually was getting ready to watch it a couple nights ago, and then I was just like, you know what? Sleep is nice, and I don't really like Mel Gibson, so I was just like, man.
I need to convince myself it's actually a movie and not just like them just following him around for a couple days.
I know, right?
Yeah, you just put on a red coat, let his freaking hair go wild, and somebody called him Santa one time, and we just figured this could be good.
I know, right?
Just go with it.
That's what it seems like. So what about you, sir? How was your Christmas?
I was just quiet. Bought my mom a couple things. Like she bought me a couple things. I didn't really see anybody either because,
Yeah,
everything.
the Rona.
Because of the everything.
Yep.
And what was it? And I'm almost like you. Like I just bought stuff for myself and other people.
Yeah.
Like up to Christmas, so I'm like, okay, what do I want? Like this. I'm like, okay, I'll get this. I'll get this. I'll get this. Some for you, like one for you, one for me, sort of thing. But I mean, at least it wasn't all for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like I picked up a couple games and stuff for myself and bought myself a PS5. Ha! Just kidding.
I was about to say, for real? You took the plunge.
I was not ready to pay the blood price.
I know, right?
I paid it.
Oh my god.
I mean, like, and I said before, like, look, at some point, it's going to be like, it'll be fine. I just want there to be something out there that like I want to play besides whatever the fuck Ubisoft is making now. Hey, it's a nothing sandbox game. It's
right.
Fun.
I know, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, they used to be, but just like again, close to home. Didn't see too many people. Like talked to a couple people on the phone, and like I said, just bought myself and people I care about something nice.
Yeah,
so that was me.
Yeah, same.
Enjoying this break from work too.
I know. Good God. Yeah, same here. I was so happy to be off of work, and I got a early start on it too. I finally used some PTO and actually managed to like get the day. When did I start my Christmas break? Yeah, it was like in the middle of the week. So I was off the day before Christmas Eve. Then I had Christmas Eve, Christmas, Saturday, Sunday. Man, coming back to work this week was so hard. But then I also gave myself today off. Or tomorrow off, I'm sorry. So, because, it's me and the missus's anniversary. So yeah, it was like, yeah, I need this time away because good God. Stupid knows no bounds. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. I mean, stupid knows no bounds.
When there's money involved, of course, stupid knows no bounds.
It's just weird how, like, people don't read things, but then they're quick to attack you as if it's your fault they don't read things, especially when it's necessary for your life. You know what I mean? Like, shit that's important to me, I make sure I read about it so that I don't end up in a fucked up situation. But
unless it's a EULA, no one reads the
apparently EULA. no one reads the EULAs. Yeah.
Nobody does.
Yeah. It's weird.
It's like, okay, if I say no, I can't have this thing. Well, then I guess I gotta say yes. Then you kind of got me over.
Yeah. But yeah, time off was awesome. I did the same thing, similar to you, Prime. I got stuff for everybody else in the house, and it was weird because we had a Zoom call too. And this year I got like a lot of stuff that I actually wanted. I was like, because you know how you get those obligatory, whatchamacallit, you get those obligatory sweaters and those obligatory socks and the typical Christmas man shit. There's like tools. Someone's going to give you like a box of tools. And I got so many boxes of tools. I'm like, and I only can keep one at a time in my car because they're pretty big boxes. So, yeah, I was expecting that this year. And this year, I actually got stuff I was looking for. So I was pretty happy about that. Lil Strident, he freaking made out like a fat rat. He got like all the Fortnite figures he could possibly want. So if he ever complains, I'm going to throw a brick at him. He's like, shut up. But he...
You just like torture them all. It's like, just rolling in order. It's like, which one? Which one don't you want anymore?
I know, right? But no, he's over the moon with them because he's getting that whole G.I. Joe experience. But these are better made than some of the old G.I. Joes, So they're more consistently well made than the Joes were. Even up to Pursuit of Cobra. Like, you don't have Duke hands. Nobody has Duke hands. You remember the freaking 25th anniversary Duke hands? It's so bad. But yeah, everybody was pretty happy. My older son got, he likes Vitruvian hacks because he's all into like medieval stuff. So I got him a couple of those, and yeah, everybody was happy. It was just nice to not be working. God, that was the best part. Just not working and getting to actually not stress, because so much of this year, as everybody, I don't know, it doesn't seem like a lot of people get how stressful this shit's been, but it's been stressful. So having time away from that has been freaking awesome. But cool. So what controversial something or other do we jump into first?
We were already talking about like scalpers and like high prices and stuff, so we can just go right into the other thing that like somebody decided to, and several somebodies decided to ruin for the holiday season.
I know you're talking about the PS5.
Yeah,
all that scalping and shit.
Which I guess was a problem that affected the PS5 more than the Xbox Rex.
I know, right?
The dehumidifier.
Yes. They just straight up made. First off, like the Xbox One looked like a freaking like DVD player. It looked like a home entertainment thing. Like it would go right into your cabinet, and you wouldn't even know what it was.
Yeah, you'd never touch it ever again.
And now they just made something that looked like a computer. And I'm like, you guys, I mean, you really don't want to make consoles, do you? Like, you don't put any thought into like what this thing looks like, and people want to make fun of the PS5, putting like little Sauron thing on there. I'm like, I wish they designed the damn thing.
Yeah, they designed something.
Yeah, I agree.
But like again, I was making fun of it at first, but again, after looking at the Xbox Series, I'm like, y'all did not even try. Like, one of them straight up looks like a dehumidifier, and the other one looks like a freaking like. Remember the pull-out radios?
Yeah, I was about to say it looks like a freaking 10-disc CD changer. Like, yeah. You remember when they used to sell them separate? It looks just like that. You'd have that big tower in the middle of your entertainment center with with the CD, the 10-disc changer in the middle. Yeah, man. They look like some shit you see at the cookout. Like when you have a cookout with your family and, you have that one uncle that he loves his records or his CDs. When CDs came out,
That's his thing.
that's his shit. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But
And so for this to be and what did bother me, like on some real shit, was there was like some representative from Sony that was like, oh well, this is one of the best launches for us. Like we've actually sold like every single like unit that we've manufactured. I'm like, at this point, you already know about the scalping issue.
Yeah.
So like that's not something you should really take a whole lot of pride in.
Yeah.
Like,
But we live in that era of like, I mean, it's always been a thing, but this is like the worst time for that whole feel good everything, feel good spin on everything. Like they take any shit situation and try to spin it so it sounds, wonderful. And these days, I mean, you have people who believe that shit, like they believe that philosophy, and they apply it to everything. If I say it like this, it's wonderful. But I don't know. It doesn't surprise me. They would try to take it and try to turn it into a plus, and it's all fucked up. It's like, come on, guys, what's going on. Come on,
turn it into a positive.
Plus, it could be them, talking to their shareholders and whatnot. Like, look how much money we're making for you guys. Like,
oh yeah, ultimately they don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, the scalper situation doesn't affect them because they sold all their units.
Yeah, exactly.
It's everyone. It's the consumers that have to deal with the fallout from all that.
And the consumers are too stupid to actually pay attention to it, though, because the consumers are like, gotta have it. I'm gonna pay $1,200 for a $400 system. Like, gotta have it because it's never gonna be anywhere else to buy.
Yeah, people paid like $400 or $500 for it. Like, why do you think it's worth $2,000?
Yeah, like get the fuck out of here. Use some common sense. Like, I understand common sense is not so common, but use some. Try it. Borrow it from some of your friends. Ask around. Does this sound like a good idea? And maybe someone will be able to give you some logic and break it down so that you don't make that mistake. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like people have a lot of logical friends. Because every year we go through, every couple years, every console generation, we go through this artificial scarcity bullshit. I remember way back when I was working at GameStop. Actually, it wasn't even GameStop. It was Electronics Boutique. Back when the Dreamcast came out, and it was actually scarce because they didn't make enough systems. And I remember it actually sold out. Like it really sold out in pre-order. Because I remember seeing manufacturing updates and all that shit because no one had them. There was like a set that was sent well in advance, and that was it. We had one pallet in the store. And nowadays, everything is being pre-ordered, and they still, like, they sell out. And it's like...
Yeah, I think the only reason this one, it might be true, though, is because Corona has just impacted so many factories.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely say that.
People were having trouble getting just computer parts.
Yeah,
not even pertaining to the PlayStation or the Xbox. So, like, I could see why this time the shortage is actually for real and not like manufactured. Like
oh no, and I get that part because of Corona. But what I mean is like, how long will that last? Like, is it gonna be like sold out forever and then no more ever?
Oh yeah, no.
No.
So, you can't even get like for some reason there's you can buy controllers for it. But like the charging station that they sell, the headset, and I think even their cameras, like you can't find anywhere.
Jesus.
It's just been since launch. It's just been sold out. Like if you didn't get it in one of those packs where they sold like the PlayStation with the game and the controller and the charging station and the headset and all that, then you can't find it now. Like
But what is anybody using that shit for right now? There's nothing to use it for. So what's the problem?
Well, I guess VR, for the camera.
Man, don't ever say that's a sin to. It's a sin to talk about VR. Don't you go stand in the corner. He said VR. That is you never mention those words in this sanctum. The VR? Are you serious? I thought that was last console generations, like Jesus.
Like, you mean motion.
That Half-Life Alyx was VR, and that got a lot of good reviews, and giving its praises. I don't know about the Iron Man one, but people said that was pretty good. Spider-Man was pretty good. I I don't know. I didn't play them. I can't say.
That's
But
what
I'm just saying, it's people are you.
because that was my thing with this one too. It's like literally seems like the big hook this time around was like, ooh, this console. So if you get it on like a 4K TV, I'm like,
Yeah.
timeout slick.
Yeah.
So you're telling me like get the best possible use out of this. Like I need to get a TV that as of right now literally costs the same thing as the Toyota.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Like
nah.
a brand new Toyota, not a certified pre-owned one, like a right off the top.
I know, right?
I'm like, no,
No. Yeah.
no.
Yeah. I agree completely. It's too much. It's too much.
But
I mean,
eventually it's going to be worth it. But right now, like literally, you have what the newest Call of Duty. You have, what I don't even know, Fortnite. I guess if you want to move that over to the next system, because I'm sure it works on that.
yeah. Yeah, but
and,
the things that they're trying to tout as big differences are those differences that like people who still argue, which system's better, like they're blind to what's been going on over the last 20 years. Like actually every generation since probably the Dreamcast, they're not really, or maybe even the GameCube. The games systems don't really do very much to separate themselves from one another unless we're talking Nintendo versus everyone else. Nintendo's stuck in they're in their lane. Everybody else is doing the same shit.
Because Nintendo is still at heart like a toy company.
Yeah.
And then everybody else is like an electronics company.
Exactly.
So, everybody's focused on like again pushing hardware, pushing tech, like that's what Sony and Microsoft want to do.
Yeah.
And Nintendo is actually coming up with like, somewhat fun and like creative hooks to the game or the system itself.
Yeah.
Again, freaking like people want to say like 2 generations ago, I guess now 3 generations ago, it was a competition between 2. I'm sorry.
2. Yeah.
Competition between the 360 and like the friggin' PS3. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was because the Wii shot past both of them so fast that they forgot that Nintendo was still in the race.
Yep. Which was weird, but it's the way it works. I don't know. I honestly don't. The folks who are saying that there's this ginormous difference right now between. I mean, obviously 4K. There's like more clarity. Don't get me wrong. That's a thing. The clarity is there, but I mean, like, how much clarity do you fucking need to play photorealistic looking games? Like, okay, can we have fun in those photorealistic looking games? Like actual fun, not you playing a game that came out, on the last 3 generations, similar everything. It's just now it's a little clearer than the last one. Like, oh, and there's ray tracing. Like, can we stop? Like, they sell us these buzzwords and they sell us the fucking effects like it's the game. I don't give a shit about all these special fancy whatever. I want fun games that make me want to not put the controller down. So if they're still selling me tech demos for, shit that's like, I mean, it's like, okay, it's pretty. Now where's the rest of the game? You know what I mean? Like, come on.
You
Like,
just have to buy the season pass and,
I know, right?
Therein lies the big problem.
It's like, we don't have to do that anymore because they're charging $10 more off the top. So therefore, like, all the money issues go away, right?
Yeah.
No more season passes, no more DLC, no more, like, it's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's fixing it all. It's like when they said we're gonna move to when they made games $60, and they said they were gonna move to digital, and digital was gonna bring down the price, and then now you got digital versions that cost twice as much or 3 times as much as the physical version.
The digital deluxe version.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all bull, and it sucks that the gamers nowadays, since so many of them are young, they don't know how good we used to have it and how things should be.
Yeah.
So that they've already conformed to these new standard business practices, and that's why they're okay with shelling out all that money to get the full game, it turns older gamers like us away from it, because it's like, well, we used to get all of that with just paying the flat rate, and you got a full game, and it didn't come out with full of glitches
and we didn't need patches, and we didn't need DLC.
Yeah, you didn't need first day patches, or you didn't have to pay for DLC. You got all the characters that are supposed to be in the game. Like it was all inclusive, and it didn't cost the companies that much. If if those companies are having problems making those games, then maybe they need to change their direction on how they create these games,
Or
because
fire
they're
their
not spending
fucking
so much damn
fire
money.
fire those fucking Bobby Koticks of all the
Yeah.
different companies. Like, he's making way too much money and the company themselves is struggling to get the basics done. You know, like, they have to have a better plan. They have to allocate the funds better. They have to, because you can make an awesome game with a small team. Every team doesn't have to have 500 people, you know? And when you look at the end result, it's like, what? There's 2 games that I can remember that were done by like one Chinese guy in their spare time that looked just as good, if not better. I mean, maybe there's things lacking in the polish department with like systems, but it's one guy and it's nearly as good, if not better, than these, you know, Ubisoft constant, you know, game of the year versions of everything they do, like their annual Assassin's Creed, their annual Watch Dogs something, their annual whatever dick in your mouth game. Like, it just gets frustrating. It's not, I don't know, it's not different enough. It's not, you're not seeing enough of a reason for all of that money being poured into that IP. Other than expensive commercials, they do spend a shit ton on commercials sometimes.
And that's the other thing that kind of annoys me, because I feel like that stuff should be seen as obsolete when it comes to like advertising, because you can like I look at Monster Hunter, which, you know, that was one of Capcom's best-selling games ever, and I've only seen 1, maybe 2 commercials ever in the entire 2 years that game was been out. All they did was do these developer diaries where they would show people who are interested in the game what's coming up, what you're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
And they would just basically let the game speak for themselves.
Exactly.
So you always saw actual gameplay, or you saw like in-game stuff that you would eventually see once you play the full game.
Exactly.
And so that, to me, that's way better than any kind of live action advertising or showing me camera angles that I'm never going to see when I'm playing the game, because the game's like a first person shooter or something like that. Like, to me, that sold me more than anything that they could have ever done, throwing all this like extra shit, you know, to cover up the fact that their game doesn't do all these things that they're making it out to do.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
So again, will some of these trends continue? Unfortunately, yeah, because they make money. That's the other thing too about, like, you know, they say, well, like, raise prices. I agree with our friend on YouTube, Sterling, too. It's like, any writer who says that, fuck them.
Yeah.
It's like literally, do not go to bat for corporations because they don't care.
Yeah.
And any extra profit that they make is strictly going to, like, you know, executives and shareholders. It's not going to developers.
Yep.
Every single time a game gets made, they're still going to lay off developers.
Yep.
Like, it's still going to happen, and then they're going to bring in, like, you know, younger, like, another set for, like, pay them less and then work them just as hard, and then the cycle will repeat itself.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my problem with the gaming community in general, because they did what they did with game developers that the rest of America did during the George Floyd incident. They cried, and they put out a little Twitter feed about showing their support, but then they did nothing after that. Like, you heard about all these bad things that happened to developers, like you said, getting laid off, getting sexually harassed, going through mad hours of crunch and not getting paid for it. And everybody sits there and says, "Oh, I feel so bad for them. Oh, they shouldn't do that. Fuck those companies." But then they turn around and be like, "Oh, but I still got to get Cyberpunk 2077.
Gotta pre-order that
Still
shit.
got to get all these games." So it's like, you're not helping the issue. You're enabling it by buying all the games.
Yep.
So you're just as bad. To me, you're just as bad.
It's the
Because
truth.
people want to try to separate, like, the art from, like, not even the artist, like the art from the producer. I'm like, no,
From the
like,
corporation.
yeah, like the art from the corporation that brings you the art. Like, literally, if you support this, if you feed money into this, you
You're
reward
part of the
them for
problem.
all of the fucked up shit that they do.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. There's no other way to slice this. Like, not like, well, but the game's really fun. Well, I mean, but come on, all the developers work really hard at it. No, they're not going to see any of it. Whether that game sells, like, you know, first off, that game is never going to sell as many copies as they want it to.
Yep.
Like, and that means any game, because nobody in this freaking industry can, like, accurately predict what the hell, like, they think a game's going to do. Oh, like, Cyberpunk should have done, like, I can't even tell you what the projections were, but I guarantee you they missed.
Yeah, they probably overshot. They probably overshot because they always
Yeah.
overshoot.
But yeah, because it was because again the game that game was clearly supposed to be a next gen, now current gen game.
Yeah,
It was supposed to work on higher performing PCs. It was supposed to work on PS, and it worked a little bit worse on PS5 and Xbox Series.
yep.
It wasn't supposed to work on PS4 and Xbox One, and it doesn't.
But
So
who you
That's
want to?
their fault for even saying it was supposed to.
But who do you
But-
want
So
to
they
bet?
never guaranteed that if they knew they couldn't deliver.
Exactly. But who do you want to bet made that call? I guarantee you it wasn't them. I guarantee you that's shareholders, that's management, that's your Bobby Kotick's because they want to make all the fucking money. You know what I mean?
because
Like,
yeah, because you're looking at selling a game at launch,
yeah,
and you're talking about, again, with everything going on with the pandemic and with like all the production issues, you're talking about a relatively small install base for the Xbox Series and for PS5, or
Yeah.
you could try to sell it to everybody who has a PS4 and an Xbox One.
exactly.
Yeah, don't leave those people behind. They could buy this game too.
Yep.
And if you just market it like it's going to work the same, like all across the board, across all 5 SKUs, which doesn't happen.
Look at you using that retail speak. Look at you.
Exactly. See, I know what I'm talking about.
Believe
Like,
this man.
I've been in the trenches. Shoot,
I know.
I worked freaking Christmas Eve.
I know, right? Shit. I
Like,
remember those days.
I'm bringing up people Christmas Eve, but yeah. So you try to like say that, oh, it's going to work across all these systems. I'm like, it's not.
Yeah.
Like there's no way.
Yep.
It was maybe if you had literally like had 5 more years to work on it, you could have got it to work on everything.
Or if they
It would've
scaled
been
it down
that.
like they used to do back in the day, you know,
That's
when
what
they
you have to
had
do.
each different system would have its own version of the game, with the operative
Yes.
word being a version. They wouldn't try to
Yes.
get the exact same game, everything 100% to work on every system, because every system had different strengths and weaknesses. But as
Yeah.
I stated earlier, there's no differences. There's not enough. Every system tries to do the same shit. So they're all kind of like in line each generation. You know what I mean? Like with the exception of your Nintendo systems. So like, yeah, of course the Xbox. What was the last one? The X Bone. It couldn't. The X Bone.
and the PS4, yes.
they were similar and they couldn't run that fucking game. And then the new 2 systems definitely can run the game. I mean, obviously they need their patches, but you know, there was going to be a definite difference. I don't know. I just don't get why people still fall for this shit. Like, every gamer probably has an older gamer around them or in their circle or that they know. Didn't those motherfuckers go through this shit with the last generation and the one before that and the one before that? And then don't those guys remember back, like you guys pointed out, when we used to get all of everything complete day one without all this running around, without the extra money? They're constantly digging in our pockets these days. And we get less, and we got to go through more hoops. Some games are always online. What if I don't want to put my system online all the time? They're fucking recording your conversations when you speak on your chats. What the fuck? What? I didn't do anything. Why are you recording my... You know who did something wrong. Go after those motherfuckers. Don't put everybody in the same boat, but this is what we got. And it's just weird. It's just
Like,
weird.
but you hit it before. Like everybody now the issue is this: if you look at guys who are whatever gamers, guys, girls, whoever, who are like 18, 19, 20, 21 right now, who've been gaming all their life.
Yeah.
So you're talking like what, maybe 15 years.
Yep.
How far does that go back? You're talking PS2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, so PS2 was like the last system that really wasn't heavily like, worked online. It wasn't like a whole, there were games where you could play online, but there weren't a lot of them.
Yeah.
And then Xbox, the same thing, original Xbox, the same thing. But then PS3 is when that started.
Yeah.
Like little monetization, little games coming out broken. Oh, we'll release a patch. Oh, hey, you want to buy this extra bit? Oh, hey, you want to just buy a game online, period? Yeah, you could do that on PS3.
Yeah.
PS4,
well, and 360.
Yeah, again, the 360. PS4, Xbox One went full bore into that. So if, like you said, it's the experience. We look like the friggin' dinosaurs who were crabbing about, like who were talking about the people who remember gaming in arcades only. Before like it came home.
Yeah.
And then saying like, what do y'all know about games? I'm like, I know I can play it on my couch. Like that's what I know.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's there's a piece of that you're gonna have just because of advancements in in each generation. But the problem is just the fact that the model never had to change. It only changed because they saw opportunities from a few choice games that were able to do that, because it was kind of part of that game's world. You know what I mean? Like, they saw monetization from mobile games. And mobile gaming is what they said, oh, if they can do it, we can do it. No, because it's not the same thing. These games people play on the go. These games have smaller risk and reward. These games aren't really as, involved as the old games were.
Most of them are free to like $5 to $10 to buy in.
Exactly. So like, there's more, and a lot of them you don't exactly have to buy anything, and that's the part that all these companies forget. But apparently it's too late. They're too deep, man. They can't stop. They can't stop.
Yeah, I mean, they make so much. I wish there was some kind of law or rule where these companies would have to disclose how much they make from microtransactions, because it's got to be astronomical. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep. If it was a business model that didn't work, they would stop doing it. Yeah. So they must be having levels of success to keep trying to push these practices, to keep trying to push games as a service, because hey, it worked for Destiny. Well, it eventually worked for Destiny. It worked for some of the other games out there. So it worked for GTA, and since that's like the standard everybody's holding it to, that's why they keep trying to make it work, because if it works, it's going to pay off in spades, and it's worth the risk because of how much money they stand to gain in the long run if they have another GTA 5.
Yeah, it's true. God, we sound like a gaming podcast. Wow. Like, I just realized like how deep we jumped into this, and all of us, like, we kind of like, we play, but we're not like hardcore into it like we used to be. I mean, you guys play a lot more new stuff than I do. I've gone full regression. I went right back into freaking, I told you guys, I'm all emulation all the time. That's it. I don't give a shit about this new shit, because I can get whatever fucking game I want to play from those days, and I get the whole thing arcade perfect, no bullshit, and I can play it however the fuck I want to play it. There's no restrictions. Whereas these new systems, and like, we have fun, and I get the rest of the family in on it, and it's fun. But like, these new systems, you have so many restrictions. You got to do this. You want to play? Oh, there's an update to the freaking network, so you got to get your network updated first, your PSN network, updated first. Then you can jump on and log in, and it's like, really? I got to do all this? Oh, I want to start a chat. Oh no, you got to update the freaking PSN. Then you can jump on to have a chat. Like, motherfucker, like, really? I already paid for this shit, and I pay you on a monthly basis. Like, or no, I'm not doing the monthly.
Which we had to do in order for this to work properly.
Exactly.
We had the option last time.
Yeah.
You could pay for PS Plus, or you don't have to.
Exactly.
You get a little extra. Now it's like, yeah, now you got it.
You have to. And we still go through this dumb shit. And I'm like, I get it. We really want to connect and play with our teams and our groups and our friends. But like, that's a lot of constant hoops that we got to jump through in order to get that experience that's fairly mediocre. Like, it's not fun where you can't forget it in many cases. I'm not saying there aren't fun games out there, but like, most of them aren't that fun. They're not the kind of fun where you go to bed thinking about it at night. Like, I know you're into Monster Hunter hardcore, and I've watched people play Monster Hunter, and it's like, the shit's dope. I get why people are so obsessed, I can understand if you go to sleep dreaming about running from fucking Rathalos or some shit. Like, I get it, because it's well done, you know what I mean? But that's not even most games, you know what I mean? Like, every system has that handful of games that are like game changers for the generation, and that's it. And those seem to be the ones that they get talked about when they come out, and then after a couple months, nothing. Everybody forgets those games existed, and then they move on to whatever the new shit is. It's just like with figures. See, I brought it back around. No, it's just like with figures. There's so many good ones that have come out, and people ignore them because now the game is who can get it first, who can put up the video on them first, and once it's done, and no one talks about them anymore. And that's what separates the like enthusiasts from the YouTube opportunists who want to just capitalize on, cake off on the new shit because they know that's what works. I don't know. I can't treat. They do it with movies too. It's new. You only talk about it when it first came out. You forget that it ever came out. And then when you talk about other movies, you don't even bring up the movies that are similar, or movies that did the same, attempted the same things and did it maybe better or worse in some cases. You notice that if you look at a lot of movie reviewers online, that's kind of how it works. If it didn't come out in the last like 2 seasons, they don't really talk about it anymore. It's dead. It doesn't exist.
And that's the saddest part. I mean, like, I guess the only exception to that is like Marvel, but all of those movies are connected anyway, so you have to you take in totality, like what happened in this movie because you get the reference what came before. But yeah, like you said, movies with like similar actors, similar like with the same actors, similar characters, similar story beats, like nope, they never existed.
Yeah, if it didn't come out at the same time, they don't even talk about it, and it's weird. It's like you say you're a fan, you say you appreciate this stuff. And then you only talk about the flavor of the month. You only chase trends. Like essentially, that's what it is.
That makes you a consumer.
I know, right? Like, it's weird. It's weird because this is what it is now, and it's like there's not enough folks out there that can preach both sides. Like, yeah, I have a PS4, but I also still have my Genesis and my Saturn and my my Genesis, my Sega CD. I still have my Saturn, I still got my Dreamcast, and I still play all these things. And I can keep going. I got my PS1. Lil Strident's playing the PS1 right now. I was like, what? Because the PS2, he killed the PS2. He played that shit till it died, finally. And I was like, hey, I mean, it got usage, And then he broke out the PS1. He went back to like Bloody Roar and stuff. And I was like, okay, I see you digging in the crates. That's the way you got to do it, man. Like, appreciate what came first. And then move your way up, or from time to time, jump back, and then jump forward. And just, get a little bit of everything. Don't just jump on the new shit. I mean, you're spending all that money anyway. You may as well appreciate all of it. But the appreciation is the thing that's lacking. And that's why people are killing themselves to get whatever the new shit is. And it's just kind of, I don't know, it's whack. Like, I haven't seen anything to impress me enough to be going through the hoops that so many people are going through to get one of these new generation consoles or current generation consoles.
Yeah, I mean, they really shouldn't be jumping through hoops because I got the PS5 and really they should have waited at least another year before they brought these systems out because neither of these consoles really have a lot of, I mean, Xbox has no games for it. They're pushing their online streaming, so you can have access to all their current games and the ones that came before it. Yeah, their Game Pass, and PS5 has some. They have some stuff, but most of their exclusive stuff is still in the works. So they should have waited until most of that stuff was closer to being done before they dropped the system.
But you can't tell people that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that.
They made it. They put it out. Like, therefore, it's gonna be good.
It's gonna change. It's gonna change the world. It's gonna change the world.
And that's what killed me when they like announced like in one of a new game in one of our favorite series. It's like, oh, they're gonna be making a new Saints Row, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Oh crap! It's gonna be for PS5.
For the new system. I know. I was mad too. I was like, man, are you serious?
I didn't even know they announced that.
Yeah, the team is they're supposed to be working on it. And again, working could be concept stuff. It could be programming. It could be anything. I don't expect to see anything from it until maybe this time next year.
Yeah.
But if they do, that'd be cool. But truth be told, like from like how shaky in a good way, how shaky the programming is in these games, they probably could work all the way back to PS3.
Yeah.
Like whatever the new game is, I'm like, because if you look at like Saints Row 4, like looks good, but I'm like, this could have worked on PS3.
Exactly. It's just the resolution, of the resolution of everything was just a little more crisp. That's it. And then you had I want to say bigger
like animations look good.
Yeah.
But I'm like, yeah.
You have more memory.
But yeah, so that's supposed to be on the way. Like at some point, like that I'm super excited about. Like I said, when I see bits of that may be one of the things that gets me to like move a little closer to like maybe picking one up. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like, dude, like when they showed, apparently Microsoft or Bungie or 343 or whoever it was so proud of like Halo, the new Halo, when they showed it. Like they showed it, and then people like just like went, and it was like, I
They
mean, they
went in
went
on it.
in on
They went in on it. Yeah. What's he called? They called that orc Gary or some shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember that
Gary,
with the goofy
like,
smile? Oh,
Yeah.
it was like, now
I didn't even
again,
think it looked that bad. I was just like, oh, it just looks like the same Halo they've been playing all this time.
yeah.
I think
That was
people
my
were
only
expecting,
gripe with it. I didn't think it looked terrible.
I think people were expecting like they're speaking as if like there's gonna be like these all these like facial animations with these things. So basically, it was just lacking in detail. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, it's early in the build, like or unless they
Yeah.
were telling me, oh, it's gonna be out like next month. It's like, is it?
I know
Like that,
this exactly is what you gonna get, and I'm
I'm
like,
like,
that's not what they said. They're just saying it says this is what they say pre-alpha footage or
pre-alpha,
something.
which means like again, you go pre-alpha, alpha, beta, like, and
Yeah.
after beta, you go gold.
Yeah.
It's like more inside knowledge for you.
But
But like
it's strange that they treated it like it was the final. Like they said, this is what you are going to get. No questions
Yeah, like,
asked. Final product.
pre-orders next week. I'm like, no, that wasn't what happened. But again, since the reaction was so bad, it's like, which is also funny
Mm-hmm.
that CD Projekt Red saw the reaction that Halo got, a game built for the Xbox Series,
Yeah.
and it looked like that and ran pretty goddamn well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like everything moved smooth. It was like they just had to like improve the detail. I'm like, all right, well, do that. And they looked at like Cyberpunk on PS4 and Xbox One are like, yeah, this is fine.
Ship them all.
I think they had so much problems with the development because I mean they pushed it back a bunch,
They
and
did.
I think they just couldn't get a grip on fixing all their issues, and they ran out of time and just had to
Dude,
put it out because
from experience
the
as
developer or the investors are cracking that whip because they're like, you got to get out and get this money,
Yeah.
put that bitch out on the street.
make that money for Dandy.
Yeah.
No,
But the
I think
last like pushback was like what, 3 weeks or something? Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
yeah. Like I think it always falls back to the same thing. All freelancers, anyone who's ever worked for hire, how this shit goes. The job will take X amount of time, but the producer, the person who wants commissioned the job, wants it in half the time.
Yeah.
And then they don't understand that if you do this, and there's pictures, people have put up memes, there's all kinds of proof that, yeah, if you want the level of quality that we bring to the table, in half the time, you're going to get subpar work because we can't make that quality in half the time. The time is what allows us to create the polish, the level of polish. If you don't give ample time, you're going to get what you paid for. And these cats just don't get it. And I don't understand why the companies don't fight. Like CD Projekt Red could have won that fight. They could have been like, look, this is what we can do when we have enough time. If you really think this is good enough to, sell to the masses, we don't. We're not going to continue. I mean, they obviously want to get paid, but, put the ball in your own court, hold it against them. Like, keep them, force them to see the point. Because at the end of the day, they want to make money. They want this company to make the game that they paid for, you know what I mean? Or that they're paying for.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you want this level of polish that they bring to the table, give them time to work. I mean, we keep seeing this shit happen time and time again. They don't make the kind of games that typically need to be patched 50 billion times. At least they didn't make those types of games. Yeah. Not until now, So I don't know. It's a management thing, and it always goes back to a management type of thing. The guys who make the most money and do the least amount of work call the shots. They call them wrong. They fuck up the whole transaction, and then the company's name is all over it. It's kind of like when a bad movie comes out and the fan base doesn't bother. They didn't like the movie. It may not even be bad, but it's not what they wanted, and they don't even pay attention to the fact that the director didn't write this film. And they blame the director. So the director has this bad mark on his name, even though all he did was bring the visuals to life. I mean, he managed the project, don't get me wrong, but the writer wrote all the beats that the director had to make, bring to life or help bring to life with the help of his visual team. And the director's going to take that L. And it's like, fuck, that's not fair. That's not the way it should work, especially not with all the knowledge at our fingertips these days. You can easily research that shit. But I don't know. It
I don't
sucks.
know. I still blame a director for like ruining my favorite Toy series
Your
movies.
your
So
series of movies?
like movies based on my favorite toys.
What? Oh,
Like
G.I. Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Transformers.
Or
I still blame the
Transformers.
director for that.
Yeah, yeah. True. But he was involved in so much. And they revealed a little too. I say that the information is there, but man, they revealed so much. And it's like, woo, that ship was destined to fail. But then they won because they made billions.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's so backwards. But
I mean, they those movies. The first, what was it? The first one made a ton, and then the second one made more, and then everyone after that like went down.
they made
and,
less. Yeah, progressively. Yeah.
Well, I'm like, it still made money. It's not like they ever like didn't cross 9 figures. So
Yeah.
it's like
They made bands. They made racks on racks on racks. They made stupid money. Like it didn't even make sense. And I'm like, they're nowhere near that good. You're telling me that many people went multiple times to watch this garbage. But that's the way it works.
so. But yeah, so I mean, how I see no how like because I'm trying to think like so what so where does this leave? Like I mean, console gaming will be fine. Obviously, PC gaming is like way fine because they have the most stable version of Cyberpunk, but
Yeah.
not a good version either. Not when your save files get corrupted if you craft too much shit.
Yeah.
I'm like,
You literally.
how do you
How do you do too much of what the game was designed to do?
exactly?
It
It's
was
like, okay,
made to do this. It's like,
there's
no, you do too
there's no
much.
limit to the thing. There's no limit to the things you can make. Well, apparently the game says there is a limit to
No,
the
no,
things you
too
can
much, too much, too much, too much. It's fucked
Like,
up.
no, I can't. No, I can't. Nope, that's too many. That and we're done.
Yep.
And we're done. Like, wait, but what about my save file? We're done. You are done.
I know, right? Stop. Um, did
And
you?
your save file disappeared.
Yep.
It's a
Yep.
Neil Breen style, just done. Later.
Neil Breen, I totally forgot about that. You are done. Oh my god. But I'm American. I love this country. My country.
But so yeah, man, definitely remember what game before, like even it's even stretched to like fighting games, man. Well, like you're paying
Oh my
for
God.
characters, you're
I'm
paying
not
for
even-
outfits, you're paying for
Yeah.
stage.
Yo, my
Like,
I got into an argument online with a dude
my
about that.
my rage
And-
with the fighting game community. I don't even want to start this conversation because it makes me so mad. Like if you want to talk about stupid, a
Yeah.
fighting game. It's built on its cast of characters, and you telling me you're gonna pay fucking dollars, American fucking dollars. I'm not even gonna go with the rest of the
for the
world.
characters you've been getting.
It's the fifth or fourth in a series that's been around for eons. They practically started this shit, and you want to pay for all the goddamn characters except for you'll start with 4 or 5 of them, and then you want to pay for everyone else that were
Yeah.
free in all the previous ones, and you find an argument for it. You want to argue. Essentially, they eat up anything as long as their characters are represented in the game or offered. And I can't get into it with them. You don't love it like you're supposed to. That's the way I see it. If you really love this shit, you wouldn't have let this happen. Because
they just drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make
They're
sense.
okay with spending that money. It may not even be their money. I don't know. I can't imagine people who, if you work for a living and you engage in these hobbies, that you can sit there and be justifiably okay with the way they're finding ways to take more money out of your pocket.
They're
And that's
literally
just another one of those ways.
it's running your favorite shit through a chop shop and then selling it back to you, and you're like, yup, this works. Yup, I want more.
This is the way I always bought this.
I know,
Like,
right?
no.
Give me more. This is
No.
wonderful.
You paid the full price. You got a car. You didn't pay the full price, and they handed you a steering wheel, and then said, "All right, fine. Now you're gonna buy.
You
the
got
rest
to pay
of
for
the
the
stuff."
rest.
Yeah, we've made this.
That was my little art. That was my literal example with the dude online.
That's
on a
every
Jim
logic.
Shirley video.
Everybody
And-
with logic. That's the
Yeah.
argument, and they all
Yeah.
find a way to justify that shit. And I can't argue with that level of insanity, that level of like being completely what's the word, disconnected from reality, because that doesn't make sense. You know, you paid for a full product, and then they say, oh wait, you know those things that make the product what it is, oh, you got to pay me more for that shit. If I did that to you in the
And if
street,
you've heard us talk about this before, it's because one, it's still a problem.
yeah,
And two, it still pisses us off.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you guys know me. I've been into fighting games my whole life. That was my shit growing up. And like seeing where it's going, it's like, and you call yourself a community and you don't even support logical thinking. You literally are on that dumb, you know, flavor of the month shit. It's new, so you got to buy it no matter how it's given, no matter how it's sold. You got to buy it so you could be on that shit that everybody's talking about. I can't deal with followers. That's just yeah. I can't do it.
And I mean, even like the whole like, oh, we're gonna change the way that we like present the product now by just giving you like one character in the beginning and giving you the option to buy other characters later. The fuck you gonna give me one character? What if I hate that one character? Then I hate your game and I'm not gonna play. It's like, even if it's like, oh, it's only gonna cost like a little bit in the beginning, then why don't you just make it cost like what it's supposed to and give me everything?
Give us everything. Why don't you just hold off on releasing it right now? But the problem, once again, it lies with those flavor of the month motherfuckers that buy everything day one and don't think about it, you know, spending whatever money.
Or the FGC themselves and all the other people that want to be part of the FGC, they'll pay for the season pass to get all the characters. And even if there is a in-grind method to get the
flavor
characters,
of the month, it's that flavor of the month shit. Because if they didn't,
they always give you away.
Yeah, it's that fear of being left out type individual that they prey on. The folks with, you know, issues with addiction, the folks that don't have enough willpower to be like, nah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. They can't say that. They can never say that. They can never, because it's new. I gotta get it now. And they know they're preying on those people. And it's just, I just can't. It's like, shit makes me so angry.
Like, if you're selling, like, there should be two versions of the game that you sell. Like, one is literally like the game,
and then one for dumbasses. Give them the dumbass edition, and then the regular game.
Yeah, one is the collector's edition. The base game should have every piece of digital content that a game offers: every character, every skin, every weapon, every level, everything.
Yeah.
Included in the game.
Yeah.
The other collector's edition is the one with all the plastic crap.
Yeah.
Like the friggin' the map, the soundtrack, the art book, the friggin' body pillow, whatever the fuck. Like the one with all of that stuff.
Yep.
Like two versions, that's it. Like, not like, again, oh God. Oh,
your PTSD set in.
Like no, because I got off of their bandwagon a while ago. Like, I got off of Ubisoft a while ago. Last game I bought was the one we all played.
Yeah.
But like,
well, I did buy Phoenix Rising. It's actually pretty good.
Of course you bought that, because you bought a PS5 day
one.
Well,
yeah, and it was on sale, so it was like I bought it for like $30. So I was like, I can't pass that up.
God,
I'll give it a try.
You're fucking up our argument, man.
That's not bad.
It's not bad though.
They actually put together a decent game.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. I've seen some stuff. I was surprised. It looks better now.
And, you know, Ubisoft almost resisted their darker impulses to like just give you a map and just like vomit but like they still did, because old habits fucking die hard.
I know, right? Yeah, man.
Even the shit where, like, you know, the game on, like, you know, like Sterling's like shittiest games list, I'm like, yeah, I have a special hate in my heart for that game too.
Yeah.
Like the friggin' like Tom Clancy Elite Squad or whatever.
Squad, yeah. Oh fuck.
I'm like, no, man, no. This just for all the reasons, no. Like, and then it just like keeps saying like, oh, well, we didn't know this was political. We didn't know that this meant that. You didn't know? Did you literally just, your ass better call somebody?
Well, I mean, if you looked at the staff photo, it's like, okay, I can kind of see why you didn't know, because there's a whole lot of sameness in that photo, and most of those people must not be in touch with what goes on with other people in the rest of the world. Yeah. So that part kind of doesn't surprise me, and it's sad that that's the way it is.
The problem,
like every federation needs to have somebody on hand that can be like, "Yo, don't do that. That's offensive. Don't do that."
Well, the
That's
bullshit.
racist."
The part that's bullshit about all of this is that, like, if you're in the design team, like concept and design, research is a big part of the process. How the fuck did you research symbols of these specific types of organizations and miss Black Power? How did you miss like Black Panthers? How did you miss what the fucking raised fist even meant? How the fuck do you research and miss literally the information that you were researching? Like,
and if they want to argue that, well, other people used it before, but it's like, yeah, that was before. What's it being used to represent now?
or no, what has it been for the most time?
Over a decade.
Yeah,
because even if you just look up like symbols of resistance groups, I'm like, you would also then look at what the resistance group was.
Exactly. Like, do you remember even the game Resistance had the star with the fist in it?
Yep.
And so it's always been the resistance like symbol. You know, it just, the black fist became resistance to the oppression in that situation. So I don't know. It's bullshit. It's short-sightedness, and it's just not a good argument. Like, for them to say, "Oh, we just didn't know." The fuck.
I think they got caught trying to push some.
The way they feel. Yeah, the way they truly feel.
They had to walk it back, even though they've also done other political moves, and they've made other political statements in other games like The Division and shit, and then back down from that as well. I think they just do this shit to drum up controversy so they can sell a game.
Yeah, because any press is good press.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, worst part is most of their games aren't even, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Like there's some type of open world, some type of collectathon, some type of go here, do this, open up the rest of the map sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, and that worked for a while. I'm going to circle back to another point I wanted to say before. You talk like, if game companies, especially with another generation upon us now, if anybody else is trying to look at GTA 5 and figure out how can we do that, this generation of, well, actually for a lot of reasons potentially, this will be the last console generation. Period. If people are looking and trying to figure out, again, between Fortnite and GTA 5, like if game companies are literally just getting in this, trying to hit on $1 billion idea. Right? Crap, at this point, a near $1 trillion idea. I'm like, no, because that path is lined with a whole lot of games that tried and failed miserably.
Yeah, there's a lot you'd have to do to get to that point. Yeah, and they're not.
A lot of people tried to be Overwatch and they missed. Yeah. A lot of people tried to be Fortnite and they missed.
Overwatch is trying to be Overwatch. They're
Overwatch is like, oh, we're gonna come up with a sequel. I'm like, you're starting to realize you're losing steam a little bit. Like that kind of sucks. I'm telling you, because again, they were like the hero, like that. They were the prototypical hero shooter.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the game. I'm way more interested in the lore than I am in the game.
I was about to say, me and Lil Strident, we discovered that the game would make a better movie than a game, because what you see in all those cutscenes and stuff, that's not what you're getting in the game. You're getting.
Yeah, I heard the second game is supposed to capitalize more on the story, but who knows how they're going to do that?
Yeah,
because I think they're starting to see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It would be cool because they whoever did that, they wrote their asses off. Doing that, building that mythos, like that stuff technically behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Because it's not even like, oh well, like you can't have, the whatever, the Overwatch people team with the villain or something. Like, no, you totally can.
Yeah.
You can have the heroes fight the heroes and the villains fight the villains. I'm like, well, this doesn't make any sense then.
Yeah.
Like, why would the good characters fight the good characters if like they're clearly supposed to be good and bad?
Because deathmatch. That's why. Because ranked deathmatch, man. Ranked deathmatch. Now that that's the logic.
Yeah, 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me.
Totally is.
It's like, I've been watching, like, I'm gonna spend a couple days watching freaking Wooly on on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I'm getting like all jazzed up about like, fighting games again. I'm like, man, I wish I bought. There was a time when like, I think maybe around Black Friday or maybe like the week after, like Grand Blue Fantasy Versus was like,
I was just about to mention
30. It was like $30 or something. I'm like, I should get this. but I'm picking up other stuff, and I'm like, I can't get everything.
Yeah, yeah.
So I said no on that, and I'm like, damn it, I wish I'd gotten that because he was playing it, and I'm like, dude, this game looks like so much fun.
It
Like
looks, yeah, it looks
it,
like what Street Fighter should have evolved into, you know,
that's what I was gonna say.
with the visual style and everything. And they just still, to me, can't. They're still in the dark ages as far as their art direction and everything. And it sucks because it's Capcom, man. Like they're the ones who change the way games look. Like you see a Capcom game and you'd see a SNK game, and the SNK game looked like fucking Fisher Price type shit, you know, compared to the Capcom game back in those days. And I'm not saying it was bad, like the game itself was bad, because a lot of those SNK games are fun as fuck. You know, I still play a lot of them, but like there was a certain stylistic difference that just put Capcom shit way above. Now you look at Capcom games compared to everybody else, and it's like, it looks like fan art. Like that's the best way to put it. It feels like they finally gotten to a point where now they are imitating a different Capcom, and it doesn't. They're not, to me. They're not doing a great job, but you know, obviously to the ones who are obsessed, they don't see a difference. I mean, those are the ones who argue with us when we're reviewing the figures, and they try to tell us, you know, why this version is better than this version, and it's like you don't even have the slightest clue what you're talking about. Like the guy who was arguing with you about the Sagat, the Storm collectibles and stuff. I was like, you get what you
that
like.
was the thing. Like the whole point of that video was just to argue, not even to argue, just to show like, okay, there's good things about this version, there's good things about this other version. Neither one is completely perfect, but one has one had something more going for it than the other.
Yeah,
that's all that really was.
Yeah. But you know,
No,
YouTube.
You pick the side.
Yeah, so I was about to say, like YouTube. This is the problem with those kind of videos in general, and it's why I don't do them very much. I do a straight up like, this fundamentally works and this fundamentally does not. Because YouTube is full of the sunshine and rainbows, and it's happy all the time, and we can't say mean things, and we have to use soft speech, and we have to be personable to every asshole who says some bullshit in the comments, and we have to, like, you know, make sure we give shout outs to every single person who's ever floated by our channel. And you know, no line is terrible. No line is terrible, even if their business practices during a pandemic are complete shit, you know, showing that they have no regard for their audience at all, the consumers that literally put them in the place that they're in. So when you come out and you try to say, you know, X is okay, but, you know, these are areas where it's not so okay, in the comment section, you always have that immediate side A versus side B. And it's complete deathmatch, you know, you suck, you're gonna die, this is this way, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so you don't want me to tell you the honest to goodness truth, but you want me to pick a side. And it's even worse when it's the same character. Because literally you're saying, hey, if these things don't bother you, these are all your choices. And these guys are like, no, it can only be this. There can be only one.
Like just start calling it like the Highlander principle or something.
I know, right?
Like you picked. How dare you say that both are okay?
Yeah.
No, one is clearly superior.
There can be only one. Oh my God! You must challenge him in Mortal Kombat. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. But it's true. I mean, that's literally how it is, and it's frustrating because, like, you know me, I'm pretty black and white about a lot of things, but I can definitely say, like, there are a lot of figures that are good at a bunch of stuff and not good at other stuff. I watched a couple reviews. I'm glad we moved from Street Fighter the game to like the figures. I was watching reviews on like the SH Figure Arts and the Storm Collectibles figures, and there's this level of delusion that's running through a lot of those videos, especially when it's a comparison video between the Figure Arts and the Storm Collectibles. They'll spend so much time on how much it looks like Street Fighter V. And it's like, okay, good, but that's considering that most of the world doesn't give a shit about the look of Street Fighter V. Most of the world has dealt with Street Fighter where they looked like Akiman or Bengis or Nishimura's artwork, you know, or Ideon or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a very specific look that all of us that love Street Fighter, especially artists that like work, they there's a look that they like. You know what I mean? There's a look that made us all pay attention, and 4 and 5 don't have it. They've strayed so like everyone's Guile in 4 and 5, and then they have
everybody's got big hands and
like
big feet,
and like there's no nuance to it. Like in the past, the way Bengis and them did it, everyone had oversized parts, but they were oversized in proportion to the overall character's shape and frame. So like Chun-Li's hands weren't the same size as like Ryu's hands. Like they were big, but she still was feminine looking. Now when you look at them, even when people do those weird mods in the game where they're like wearing bikinis
weird.
and shit, they look deformed. Their feet and their heads and their hands are all the same size. Their legs are ginormous, arms ginormous, and they have these tiny torsos like everybody does.
He's got man hands.
Exactly. And then everybody argues the same thing, and they try to say, oh, that's dope. This looks good. This is the way it should look. And it's like, so you forgot the 20 plus years prior to these games, and then you bring that into the argument when you have a toy that's representing a specific era and specific design cues versus another toy that's representing another era and specific design cues, and you're going to say one is just completely, it just automatically is the best one because it's, of course, it's the newest one, which is always the case. You know what I mean?
That's how you can tell it's the best.
Exactly. You didn't know? You love that shit. But
I think a lot of people just go off of looks, you know. Like,
what I mean, you can go off of looks, but like when you have something so like Street Fighter has very distinct looks for each era of their games, right? Like you can definitely tell Street Fighter 3 Ryu from Street Fighter Alpha Ryu.
Oh yeah.
So like if I got a figure of Ryu and he's a little slender but he's muscular and he's got the spiky kind of hair but he's not roided out, I probably know that that's from the Street Fighter 3 that era, that time period, versus the short, stocky, kind of elfish looking versions of them from Alpha. You know what I mean? So like if you're just telling me one design is better than the other just because, then you're missing the point, I guess is what I'm getting at, because we love Street Fighter and almost all the designs represent a time period that most of us love, except for 4 and 5. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's a certain, I don't know, there's a certain look to it. It's kind of like the argument that you hear about a lot of Marvel characters and their representations in figure form. You have reviewers that will say this one doesn't look right. And I'm like, to who and what are you basing that on? Because if the figure is based on Ed McGuinness's artwork and you like Jim Lee's artwork and most of your collection looks like Jim Lee's artwork, then you're saying it doesn't fit with your collection, your chosen aesthetic, right? Like when people say Cyclops' yellow is off, which yellow? Animation, video games, Jim Lee's comics, like which design team are we talking? Jim Lee and Williams? Are you talking about fucking like pre-image or are you talking post-image? You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of different variations and different artists who have covered the same information and they all have a little different spin on it and they're all relevant. So if a figure represents one of those times or takes a little bit from all those things, it's not inherently wrong. It's representing more than what I guess the reviewer is aware of. But a lot of people don't even go into that detail because it's a flavor of the month thing. And that's the proof right there. How many times have you heard someone say, I got all the X-Men, but this guy doesn't match? But it's like, did you not play X-Men versus Street Fighter? Clearly the people who made this figure did, because they're using the color palette from the game. Or, you know, did you watch the animated series? These are the colors that these characters had in the animated series. It only applies to these reviewers when they finally get the line that's dubbed the animated series. You get where I'm going with this? Like, it has to be laid out for them first before they get it. And then it's the flavor of the month, so it's great. All right, and now for a taste of something a little bit different. We're going to jump from Columbus, Ohio and Roselle, New Jersey, all the way over to Trinidad and Tobago, where we're going to talk to my homeboys, Zorpox and Grim. We're going to chat a little bit about some other subjects, including Gundam something I almost never talk about. So yeah, let's jump into that.
They're starting to get overpowered. Like for instance, Gundam Unicorn.
Yeah,
He's the most OP Gundam ever. If you know
yeah,
what I mean.
yeah.
He could actually even bend time, apparently. So, it's like I understand what you're saying. Like it's starting to get a little bit like ridiculous with OP Gundams and stuff like that, and it's into basically super robots.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. But yeah,
like
I get it.
it was cool when they had this like the zero drive, and like Epion had the same thing where they could kind of see a couple steps into the future, so they could figure out what it just gave them an edge. I can dig that. I can understand that, putting stress on the pilot so that the pilot can be a little bit faster and deal with multiple attackers at the same time and things like that. But I miss when it was like it felt like it was a machine, and it didn't feel so just like hand wavy. Like yeah, we can do whatever we want. It's anime. You're gonna love it anyway. You're gonna buy the kits anyway. We can do whatever we want. So
no,
yeah.
but the thing is, Gundam is actually like I would say product, or they take the same storyline of basically Star Wars.
Yeah.
For instance, in the beginning, Amuro Ray, he was known as an ace pilot or whatever. There's a pilot who's very skillful, but eventually what happened is that he became something called a new type.
Yeah.
And like each Gundam series has basically their Jedi.
Yeah.
Of like, things. So it gives the suit more of a enhanced or super robot feel, if you know.
Exactly, like a pilot that can bring out all of the abilities of that Gundam. Yeah.
Yes, that's why I guess it feels like a super robot kind of thing or whatever.
Yeah, it's true. But nah, I'm glad you're on here. I'm glad we get a chance to all geek out. So no problem. Of course, I've been wanting to do this forever because like I had this idea. The problem was lining it up so that we all could jump on and it doesn't get too crowded. Because initially, what I was just gonna do is have like 10 of us on one call and just go at it. And then I was like, man, that's gonna be a mess because somebody's gonna get lost in the sauce. So I was like, let me try and split it up a little bit so that we can all have our conversations. And I know you guys like. I know Zorpox is like a lot of he runs the gamut with his collection, and then I know you are Gundam and robot focused. You know what I mean? So we can talk a little bit of each. But I know like as far as like buying habits and like dealing with different collections and the things that collectors go through, you guys both you're dealing with it from different sides. You know what I'm saying? Like with some of the kits that are like easy to find, or some of the kits that at one point nobody wanted, now they're stupid expensive because Gundam as a franchise is now considered, it's like held in higher regard. So all the kits are coming out with more, you're spending more money, even if you just want like upgrade kits, like little details, because there's a hobby shop that I go to stuff and just any modeling anything, and I'm seeing the prices there and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like I don't remember anybody liking the Falk, or like like, do you like Full Metal Panic? Have you ever watched that?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Full Metal Panic, yeah.
Yeah, so
I actually like wanted to start to get into that, but that's a whole different other rabbit hole.
Oh yeah. I like, see, for me, I watched the series. I watched the first episode years ago. Then I bought the Revoltech of the Leviathan. And I liked it, and I was like, I want to go back and find the robot spirits of the Leviathan because I know it'll be easier to like pose because the articulation is a little simpler. It's not all sachet and shante like all the Revoltechs are. They got their hips all swaying and shit, and like it's not it's not like that. I want to supply the dynamics. I don't want it to come with all the dynamics already there. But yeah, when I got that Revoltech, they weren't that expensive at all. Like it didn't seem like people were buying the robot spirits of Full Metal Panic. Then I look back like, and I did that review like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I look back recently, all of that shit is up there now, and I'm like, what happened in just 5 years? Nobody, I don't remember a resurgence of this stuff popping up all of a sudden and now everybody's into it. Like, I think because it's a mech and these are what's offered and it's popular, they just, they put the price up, So,
Yep. Now, because I could tell you there's one kit I always wanted to get, and it was the RX-78 1-year war, and you can't find that kit anywhere.
Really?
Anywhere. And if you do find it, it's like maybe like 80, 90, and so forth like that.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money to spend on that kit. From my
Yeah.
point of view.
You know what, Strident? I think you should give him this time to rant a bit. Although Paz is still going to have a Gundam rant soon.
Sure.
But Grim, you go, boy. You just let loose.
No,
About kind of.
the thing is, it's like Bandai, like they don't reprint too often, so
Yeah.
it's like okay. And if you do get a reprint, usually what happens is that it's not the same as like the first set that came out.
Yeah, they make
Usually
changes.
what happens is like, there's like bad mold lines and stuff like that, and if you're not into like customizing and painting and stuff like that,
Yeah.
it just looks like a cheap plastic toy that you'd probably find basically in a dollar store, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Well, why just be a little bit more honest and just say looking like some of those Marvel Legends?
Well, that's a different story. I don't want to anger the Marvel Legends collectors out there.
Hey, I mean, they'll be angry and still buy the product. So, because if you've been seeing how they do, they complain, they bitch, they moan, and then they buy everything and then scalp everything. So like, it really let them get mad. Let them get mad.
Yeah. Yep.
No, but the thing is, you get those kind of people in all different communities. Like you get them too as well in Gundam as well.
Of course.
Like for instance, you get people that this kid came out again. Oh, we get another Wing Zero, but then when it comes out, they get it. Oh, they have nothing but good things to say about it and stuff like that. But weren't you the one who made a video probably about whenever it was announced saying that we get an next Wing Zero? Why do we spend the time with the next Wing Zero? But now you have it.
Yeah.
I mean, you get those kind of people and stuff like that. Like for instance, when they announced that there was a new Wing Zero coming out, I was ecstatic because the thing was I have the Wing Zero, the current one that was but to me it wasn't that great, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Even though I painted it up and stuff like that, it looks good. But I mean, it's not. It doesn't do. That signature Wing Zero pose, that final pose that he does when he busts open the bucket. He can't do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now you have a kit that came out that could actually pull off those poses. It could actually store the weapons because if you're not careful, you could lose the weapons on the older one, right?
Yeah.
So I'm happy about that. I mean, it's like, okay, give me another Wing Zero, cool.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, Bandai does, recycle kits left, right, and center. We have like a million OP, Gundams like the Unicorn. We have a lot of Wing Zeros. Yes, we'd like to see new kits and stuff like that. Yes, do new stuff, but also and like of the older like kits and stuff like that. Like create some 2.0s, some 3.0s or whatever. But at the same time, come on, put out some like new stuff, if you know what I mean. Like for instance, there's like different Gundam series that people that actually wanted. Like for instance, in past assault, I mentioned that Bandai did a poll, right? And it's like the kit that everybody wanted was selected as the kit to be made. Okay. And all of a sudden you're not hearing about it, right? And that's crazy. That's the G-Self. I don't know if you're ever familiar with a Gundam series called Gundam GF Finished or something like this sort. But it's actually a really decent Gundam. You know what I mean? And you're not putting it out. You're not listening to like the people that buy your stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that's the biggest problem I have with Bandai.
They have a habit of that. They have a habit of that because they do that with us with Kamen Rider. I'm a huge Kamen Rider Fies fan, and then they'll release like important characters as a freaking Tamashii Web exclusive, and then they don't really let people know outside of Japan. So you really got to be on top of everything to find out that they made these characters. I mean, like I have they have. I don't know if you're familiar with the way they do Kamen Riders and such, but there's like the Sochak Henshin. They're like the cheapo. They're not really cheapo, but design-wise, they're cheapo because you can put the armor on them. Like their heads will look real small and deformed, but when you put the helmet on, everything is the right, proportions and everything. So for Phys, there's Phys, Kaiza, Delta, and Orga, and then there's Saiga. Saiga has a jetpack and he's purple and white. Delta is black and white and he uses a gun. And then Orga is gold and black and he has like a red visor. He looks like the king. I mean, that's essentially what his gear is, the king gear. And they released a figure arts version of him years ago, but they did it on the sly at some event and it was a Tamashii Web exclusive. Meanwhile, they did the same thing with Delta they did the same thing with Saiga. So like only 2 of the 5 or 3 of the 5 were regular releases. The others, if you weren't reading every publication, looking for every post, keeping on top of Bandai, you'd miss it, you know what I mean? And then one day I was on what was that, Toku Nation, and they had a picture of it and I was like, are you serious? And then also at this same place they showed a prototype for the Kamen Rider 1 out of his costume, what the heck is the dude's name? The actor that plays him, so you get to see his face and his bell bottoms and all that stuff, and he still got the belt on with the drive on it. I'm like, I need this because freaking Ichigo is like the man. He's the guy who started it. You gotta have him. You gotta have him in the collection, and plus he even played his role in his 70s. Like he played it in 66 all the way through. Then he stopped and he popped up for like cameos, but then they made a movie a year or 2 ago and he came back and he did the whole thing again and they updated his suit. So I was like, yeah, I gotta have him out of his costume and stuff. But for a long time we didn't know where to buy it. We didn't know if they made it because it showed up at a convention, but they didn't give us any information about whether or not we were ever going to get this thing as a release. So yeah, I know Bandai, they play games with their people outside of Japan. Like, you know what I mean? It seems like they're not really committed. I mean, they did the same thing with Justice League. They showed that awesome picture of the whole team, but they only made Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash. They never did Cyborg. They never did Aquaman. And you'd think with the success of Aquaman, that would have been a given. They didn't even go back and finish those guys. And then with the fact that the Snyder Cut is about to happen, you'd think they'd still go back and give us those looks. Because say what you will about the movies, the designs always look good.
Yeah, that's one thing I have to say. That what's funny is that like Japanese companies are actually doing a really, really good job at those figures and stuff like that for movies.
Yeah.
Like for instance the Figma, what's the other one?
Mafex.
Mafex, they even they do really, really good jobs. I mean, and it's crazy to think that it came from Japan, and that's why I always support Japanese figures and stuff like that.
Yeah, same here. Well, for those of you who don't know, I'm talking to Grim and Zorpox. I've mentioned them on other videos and such. I've been wanting to have them on. I figure I can't do this end of year thing and not talk to these guys too. So I'll have links in the bottom so you guys can check out their channel as well. It's quality stuff. It's not the same run-of-the-mill BS that you get from YouTube. It's like, it feels more like for regular collectors, regular people who collect stuff and enjoy stuff, is by those people for those people. So, you got to check them out. But it's I got a couple things I want to ask. What are you guys? I guess I can start off with. What are some things you were looking forward to this year, maybe figure wise, that didn't quite come out the way you were expecting? I guess we could start with Zorpox because I know we've been going on about Japanese stuff, so we gotta let you get in there too.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't mind. You guys could go. I'll just stay in the back seat. But figure wise, I'm sorry about that, Strident, but can you pass it on to Grim? I had to think about that, man.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. We can do that. We'll start with Grim.
Yeah, let the Gundam guy do his stuff.
All right,
Nice
Grim.
one.
All right, Grim. What you got? What stuff has come out that didn't quite live up to the expectation?
Well, right now, I can't say that there's anything that's not coming out that. No, I mean, I can tell you that what's coming out, but to say that it's not living up to my expectations.
From 2020. From 2020.
2020.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. One thing that didn't. To be honest with you, I can't because, like I said, I'm into Gundam. I only collect like the ones that I actually like.
Okay, gotcha.
And the funny thing is that Bandai hasn't really put out much master grades like last year. Like for instance, we got maybe the Barbatos, and we also got like the Dynamus, which were actually like really really good. So I can't really say I'm not a high grade collector.
Okay.
Because to me, I find it's a little too small. It lacks a little bit of detail.
Yeah.
I haven't yet gotten into like fully customization, like scribing and stuff like that yet.
Yeah.
So I tend to stay away like from high grades. I mainly just paint the master grades and stuff like that.
Okay.
And do like customizations and stuff like that. So
cool.
In the master grade department, I have no complaints.
That's good. That's damn good. Wow. What was the name of the mech that you said the Gundam kit that you were waiting for? The one you said it was a RX-78 something or other, right?
Oh, that's the 1 Year War version.
1 Year War version. I gotta look it up because I got one that I'm looking at. I've been looking at in on Amazon for a minute. It's the Robot Spirits version though. It's the RX-78-2. It says hardpoint spec from Mobile Suit Gundam. It's got the big staff. It's got the ball and chain. It's got the bazooka, and then it's got the rifle on the shoulder as well, or the rifle on the arm.
The 1 Year War version comes with all that and stuff like that because if you get the 3.2, the Origins, or like maybe because like I said, there's a lot of RX-78. I know that's still like the first ever Gundam or whatever, but there's so much.
Yeah.
I mean, different versions and stuff like that. It's hard to actually keep up with them. But right now I have the 3.2. I just actually finished it.
Okay.
So it's I gotta say I kind of liked it. I mean,
it looks great.
It's pretty cool.
It looks great,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it.
No, I'm not in these. I just do video, but I can see it. I can see it.
Okay. Yeah. So I actually just finished getting it ready for like a review. Well, I have another kit that I'm also will probably do before it because it. I mean, these things take actually time to actually like build and paint and stuff like that, and then actually try to put out a video for them. So
yeah,
that's the heck. But yeah, it's those kits. Well, I mean, there's a lot of RX-78s out there, and to find one, the right one, like for instance, this one, the 3.2 was the only one I wanted if I can get the 1 Year War version.
Gotcha.
So that's why I picked it up. I mean.
And what grade is it? What kind of model kit?
Master grade.
Master grade, okay.
Yeah. The thing is, I only collect like master grades. I have over 40 something master grades.
Okay.
Currently.
Cool. You're a veteran.
Yeah. You know what? You could just turn around and count them for us right there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a veteran. That's cool. Cool. So what about you, man? What you figures that if the things you picked up last year, or this past year, because I know this half is after New Year's, things you picked up and you were geeked for that didn't quite hit the expectation. Did anything?
Actually, I have a couple to talk about here, and probably to go on a little rant myself.
Sure.
But I'll start with NECA, the TMNT Turtles in Time foot soldier. If you watch that video, you'll realize that it had a couple of QC issues on that.
Oh.
Right, and concerning NECA and the collectors,
man.
I was tuning into a fellow collector. They have their channel, and I wouldn't call any names or anything like that. But it seems to me that NECA give doing their figures with sometimes real plastic. I know you know what I'm talking about, Strident. And Grim will know also because he was there when I showed him the movie TMNT Turtles and certain things at the time, dude, I have to taking pictures or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that what really grinds my gears is that this it's supposed to be a community, and this is why we can't have nice things, because some people feeling the effects of certain things, and once others don't feel those effects, it's okay.
Yeah, we talked about this at length, man. Yeah, me and Agent O and Clarion, we were just talking about some of this too. Yeah, it's all good until it happens to you, essentially.
Exactly, and I would always say, Michael from Retroblasting did the rightest thing when he put NECA on blast with what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So my NECA, I had some QC issues. Another thing I have to talk about too is Mattel and their wrestling figures. Come on, guys. Let's get some double jointed elbows on these guys and proper articulation.
You gotta pay extra for that. They want you to pay extra.
Yeah. You definitely have to pay extra for that, and that's not cool.
Yeah, it should be standard.
They have this elite line going on for all these years.
Yeah,
and I think it's time they update the articulation, give us some extra heads, some more accessories and stuff like that.
And didn't they start a line not too long ago? I think they had Ronda Rousey and Ultimate Warrior.
That's it. That's the Ultimate. Collection.
What happened to that? Did they slow down with it or something? Because I haven't been seeing it.
Strident, apparently they did, because I'm a huge Bret Hart fan, and the Bret Hart going for some ridiculous prices these days.
Man,
I wasn't able to pick one up.
Wow.
Right. Another thing, and we spoke about this in the last All for Brains when I spoke about the third paying nigh $100 for. And these things don't plug in properly when you're transforming it. Sometimes you're afraid to transform it because the plastic it's kind of brittle, and I mean it's a mess sometimes. But
I think
we're doing this because we love it.
Yeah.
What you're saying, Grim?
No, I think the reason is that there's no quality control with a lot of companies.
Yeah, not anymore.
It probably does, but they're doing such a half-assed job.
Yeah.
They don't care because, they're printing money with some of these franchises.
Oh, yeah.
They're printing money, so they don't care.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Bandai, definitely.
Yeah.
I can say that for Bandai.
Yep. It's weird.
Because, do you know about what P Bandai?
No. What's that?
P Bandai is basically it's like the elite of kits. Like there's certain kits that you could get in certain stores, or in every store you get which is regular Bandai products, like for instance your regular Gundams and stuff like that. But what they do is P Bandai is their special releases. So for instance, you could only get it in a place that sells P Bandai. So for instance, American can't order directly from P Bandai. You have to use a proxy server.
Oh crap! Really?
Yeah, and that's the only way you could actually get a P Bandai kit or a P Bandai thing, because Tamashii Nations, right, is also kind of like P Bandai.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask, if it's the same thing, similar thing to that.
Yeah, because they don't normally only do it with Gundam kits. They do it also with Tamashii Nation kits and stuff or figures and stuff like that. So
wow,
that's a big deal. That a lot of people who collect Gundam and stuff like that, they experience as well.
See, the exclusivity thing needs to stop. I get it that like you can have classes, and this is one of the things that I used to love about Bandai in general, is that they used to make things for every pocket. You could, if you don't have tons of money to drop on your figures, they had standard, like robot spirits. Like that used to be a similar thing to like the Gundam Universe line, where you just go and you buy the figure you want. You know what I mean? You had like whatever their domestic standard Power Ranger kit or Super Sentai figures were, you could get those. If you wanted it to be fancier and have more accessories and effect parts and all that, you go to SH Figuarts, you know? If you don't even want that thing to move and you just want that level of detail, you had all their the Zero, Figuarts Zero, statues and stuff, you know? So you could, and there's other brands in between because they make so many versions of all of these things so that everybody can get in where they fit in. The problem is that now on the secondary, everybody scalps everything, so everything costs the same price, which is too much. And it's like you've just killed the point of the market. The point of all these different choices is so that everybody could get in, and we're not getting that anymore. And then back to what Zorpox was saying, when you have QC issues like that on some of these lines as well, and they're still selling for top dollar on the secondary, why would they ever change? You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't need to change because, like you said, they're printing money, so the quality doesn't need to go up, and then eventually they up the price, like retail prices, and so everything is expensive, and it's whack. I mean, they really need to fix that because not everything is up to that standard. Like, I was big on SIC, the SIC figures, Super Imaginative Chokogen figures. They used to have like metal soles or metal fists and belts and things like that. And there was a point in time where in the US, no one was buying those things. Like, if you go on YouTube right now, there's a handful of videos about SIC in general, and I'm one of those few people who's put up reviews. I've done the Fies SIC figures, the O's. I've done the O's Shao Ta. That's the one where he had the octopus legs. And I did some of the movie, the Kamen Rider, the first movie. I had those. So I've done a couple of them. And there's not very many. It's not popular over here like it is in Indonesia, Philippines, Brazil, and Japan, So it's strange to me that when you go online to buy this stuff from anywhere, they're going for $100 plus. Even the brand new stuff. I saw the new Fies that they did, and I'm just like, how are you going to hit me like this, man? Like, $100 plus, man, for Fies, and no one over here, few people over here are really checking for this figure, And then QC issues also have turned me off to it. So I'm like, if the QC is so bad, how are you going to charge that price? So I don't know. I feel you, Zorpox. I know exactly what you're talking about. You too, Grim. I know exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, continue. We didn't mean to jack your time, sir. Zorpox, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
no, I thought you were referring to Grim for him to continue with the P Bandai stuff now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's basically it for me. Those three. Yeah. Because I don't know, probably Storm Collectibles could do some stuff too. Yeah. I mean, use better materials, but I think that's their thing, the type of materials they use.
It keeps things cheap. I mean, like, they can't...
They can't... Cheap? And it's expensive?
Yeah, I know, right? It keeps things cheap for them. You can tell because the weight of the figures don't match the size. And then, like, everything's hollow. The torso piece is hollow. The hips hollow. Or crotch piece is hollow. And then you have plastic legs and arms, like full cast plastic, arms and legs. And people are paying $80, $90 off the rip for these figures. And I'm like, this is cheap as shit. Like, I don't know. It's not going to last 10, 15 years. It's going to break down because it's like a nylon, a vinyl rubbery torso with like a plastic skeleton going through it. But, it seems to work for folks, but...
That's how I feel about, like, the Mezco Batman 1989.
Yeah, I know. I'm afraid about that. I still got to get it. I wish they would tell us when it's coming out because I've already pre-ordered that shit. But yeah, I'm afraid because they said it's seamless. So I have a feeling it's one of those rubbery, and I don't know. It's gonna go in a case in my house, so I'm gonna just leave it. I'm gonna pose him and put him in a case in my little makeshift bat cave. But yeah, I hope
then,
I hope it doesn't just
then,
crumble.
yeah. That's the next thing I'm about to say to Strident. You have to worry about how you're posing him
Yeah,
because you might be able to keep him in that pose for too long.
yeah. I hate that kind of stuff, you know. Like I have the NECA one and I love it, and it's sturdier than I was expecting because I always expect breakage with NECA products because, I mean, that's how they're built. You know, they're kind of on the cheap side, not as cheap as Storm, but they're on the cheap side. Um, and I've been lucky so far because like even from the first Ninja Turtles I got from them, like over 10 years ago when they did the comic book versions with the red bandanas,
Right.
I only ever had one of them break, and that was Mike. He fell off my shelf. It was weird because he fell on carpet, and I had like fluffy carpet back then, and
Yikes.
his hip broke, but I was able to kind of fix it, you know. But
Also, basically, like he was a grenade then.
pretty much, pretty much. And I was like, this is bull, man. But it was at a time where you know NECA didn't really have customer service like that, where you could call in and complain and they would fix it, you know, send you a new copy or whatever. So I just ate it up. I was like, whatever, you know, it happens. Shit falls off your shelf. It takes a tumble. You lose something. So, you know, I just was like, cool. But then like there was things I got later on where I was like, why did this thing break? Like I got the Sarah Connor from Terminator 2 with the cap and everything and the alternate heads and all that, the ultimate version. And
Yeah.
she has one of her legs feels like is getting ready to fall right the fuck off, and I've never done anything with it at all. All I did was pose her with the old school LJN John Connor, you know, from the '90s.
Of course.
I still have it, and I put him standing next to his mom, and I got them like looking like they're you know ready to fight off a Terminator if something pops up. And as I, you know, moved her legs shoulder width apart, I swear the one leg just it felt like it was getting ready to fall off. I called them, I hit them up on Facebook. They're like, oh, you know, give us your information, we'll send you a part. That was 3 years ago when that figure came out. I nothing. So I'm just like, I guess I'm just gonna leave her in that pose. I'm not gonna mess with her. But none of my other figures, like all my Terminators, my RoboCop figure, they all seem fine, you know. So all the alien stuff, it seems fine. So I guess they're hit or miss, you know. Is they're real hit or miss?
Yeah. Hey, question. That Cadillacs and dinosaurs figure you sent in our chat.
Yeah.
Is that yours?
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh man, I saw some away.
What's up? Yeah, man. I used to love that cartoon, man. And like I had a couple of the comics back in the day. My comic book store for some reason didn't really carry it for long, but it's one of those series I love the art, that pop art kind of feel to it, you know, the throwback 50s kind of style, but it's so detailed, and like the cartoon was like that too. It was done by a Japanese studio. I think it's the same studio that did the 90s Gotcha Man OAV or OVA. And they did the Hurricane Polymar one, and they did the what was the other one? They didn't do the remake of Tech. Oh, maybe they did. They did Techno Man, that TV show. It was Techno Man Blade. Yeah, they did that as well. So like the detail was there, the movement was there. It was dope, man. It was real dope. But yeah, those figures, I found Hannah a long time ago, and I posted that on Instagram also, and I got her for under $20, mint on card. And people were like, when I would go to toy shows, they'd be like, yeah, you can't find those for more than, you know, for less than $50 or something like that. And I'm like, that can't be true, because it wasn't that popular back in the day, because most people didn't know about it, you know. Now, and I recently found the Cadillac. It's incomplete, but it's got most of the parts, and I can fix the other parts. So I'm geeked about that. I'm waiting for it to get here from Georgia. But yeah, that's the only two I really wanted, was just Jack and Hannah and the Cadillac, because my younger son is into dinosaurs now, so we've been collecting, you know, the Jurassic Park line and stuff, and so he gets the kind of like the kiddie versions, and I'm getting the big like scale versions. I'm about to pick up that Brontosaurus they did. I think it's either a Diplodocus or a Brontosaurus. It's huge. I think it stands like, I don't know, a couple feet. The neck is huge. So I was like, yeah, I need that in my collection so that we can geek out. So yeah, man, that's something, that's a grail piece for me. I know it's cheesy because it's 5 points of articulation and whatever, but that toy will stand the test of time. It already has. I mean, I think.
Yeah, definitely, because I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, 1993.
Yeah. But did you ever see a show called Superhuman Samurai?
Oh yeah. I still got those.
Gridman.
Yeah, Gridman. Yeah, I got the Ultra Act Gridman. I had to buy him twice, but I got him for Father's Day a couple years back, and then I still have the original 10-inch servo / Gridman, and then I have Xenon and what was he called? It's like Thunder King, and then the other one, Fire King or whatever. So in America it was Drago and Xenon. One turns into a dragon, and the other one turns into a mech. You know, I have all that stuff still. I used to love those things, man. And like when you see those, and then you see the size of like the robots they're making now, and then they're charging you $50 or $100, like those legacy Power Ranger sets they were doing for a while.
Or if you want to go extreme and go to the Soul of Chokogen.
Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I have the Soul of Chokogen Great Mazinger. I got it on sale years ago, so I didn't pay an arm and a leg for it. I think I paid under $100 for it because I got lucky.
You know what? You guys need to relax. Those are collector's items. Nah. They can't afford it. Don't buy it. Nah.
No, I'm not buying it. I can't afford it. It's like the Technoman.
Yeah.
Like, those things are expensive.
Oh, yeah, man. There's a kit with him and Pegasus. I've been looking for this thing forever. I have it in my eBay cart. It was $400 about a year or two ago, and it dropped to $300. So I'm like, okay, I see it dropping. It went back up to $400 the beginning of last year. I'm like, stop this, please. There's got to be one and it's small, but it's one where you can put him inside the robot, you know?
I know exactly what you're talking about because I was actually thinking about getting that, and I saw the price, and I was like, no.
Yep, nope. I was like, nope. That's all kinds of things for both my kids and my wife. I was like, nope, no way. For the dogs, there's no way. So yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know. I geek out about the old stuff. Like, did you ever see? And I put them in one of the videos. I can't remember. Maybe it was the Magna Defender video. You remember the movie Congo from years ago? Yeah. The toys.
Amy Strident.
Yep.
I was supposed to tell you I had the Monroe.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if Grim remember. I had the Monroe figure, but I used to play hard with that thing.
Yeah, you could.
And the test of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got both of them. Well, I got all the human characters and Amy from that, and I was like, I got them in a lot. I guess the person selling it didn't know who they were, so they were selling it for like cheap. I mean, I got the whole lot for $25, maybe almost $30, and I was and they had a Swamp Thing character in there too. A black dude with a flat top. I can't remember what his name was, but yeah, I was geeking out with them because I remember playing with them with a friend of mine when we were kids, when the movie came out, that lived on our street back when I lived in New Jersey, and I didn't know who they were. We just made them adventurers. That was how we played Cadillacs and Dinosaurs because we could never find the characters from Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. And we also played did you ever play the beat 'em up from Capcom, the Cadillacs and Dinosaurs game?
Yeah.
It's dope.
I can't remember.
It's dope, man. Like, so we were geeked about that, so we would try to recreate that stuff, but since we didn't have them, we had Monroe and we had all the other people, you know, so we like, he was the Jack Tenrack, and then like, I don't know, it was dope, man. It was so dope because it was like, you know, as kids, you figure out a way to emulate the things that you want or the things that you don't have, or, you know, to make what you have better. So that is what started that whole. It's one of the things that started that whole process in my head when it comes to making up characters and you know, appreciating what I have when I play with these figures. Like even teaching my sons, you know, how to make the story make sense so that you can play through it, you know, because this is your character's life and whatnot. You gotta, you know, it's got to make some kind of sense, you know, and don't be restricted by the size of the figures, you know, because a lot of people are like, these two can't go together because they're different scales, and it's like you're playing with your toys, man. Just play with the damn toy and call it a day. It's not that serious, you know.
Like a good example, like, you know, the same thing that you're talking about is like, did you remember Action Time Now on Nickelodeon?
Yes.
Shazam,
yeah, even like Robot Chicken. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Those are like proper examples of like what you're saying.
But Grim, come on, bro. You know how it was for us around Christmas time? We had different figures, different heights, 8 inches. Somebody might have a G.I. Joe. Somebody might have a 5-inch Batman.
Like,
and they didn't care.
You're a child, if you know what I mean. Like, yo, you
no, it's not.
Scale and stuff like that.
Yep.
No,
you don't care. It doesn't matter. What matters is the character is represented. They're there.
Exactly. And you know, it's the strange thing. All of a sudden, as soon as we grow up, we get this OCD that everything have to be 6-inch or nothing.
Nah, I don't have it. Yeah. I don't have it because what I used to do is like if I had a transformer that I didn't like I got it, but it was too difficult to transform over and over, like it was a long transformation, I would just transform him into the vehicle, and then he'd be the vehicle for one of my G.I. Joes. So like if I had the one that I liked, you know, a character I liked, he'd get the sweet ride that happened to be a transformer. But, you know, it usually, because the test for me when I was a kid, and I've mentioned this before, is like me and my brother would make the sound effect, the transforming sound effect, you know, and if we couldn't transform him while we're doing the sound effect, we have to slow it down, like wop 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 wop. So you did Michael Bay before Michael Bay. Exactly. Because some of them, I mean, you know, some of those transformers, they just, and it's supposed to be aimed at kids. And back in the day, man, you'd be struggling with parts. Some things wouldn't pop out the way they were supposed to. Sometimes it'd be too complex, and you'd be, I mean, it's not too complex overall, but I mean, just to do it in a short time while you play. So, I mean, I understand why people buy two, and they have one, they stay transformed, and one that's in the, you know, vehicle mode, just to cut that out. But like back in the day, we didn't have that unless you collected, I think they were called Action Masters. So that way you just had the car, and then you had the robot, and he couldn't transform, but you had the vehicle, so you could pretend, you know. But yeah, man, I didn't care about the scale at all. I mean, like if you collected Super Sentai, you kind of had no choice, because sometimes the robots would be just a little bit bigger than the actual Rangers themselves. So it just was what it was, you know.
But let me just add this in quick. True story. I hope my aunt wouldn't listen to this podcast. But when I got that Congo action figure, I was like, what is this? Congo? I didn't even see the movie. I wanted the Fliphead Power Rangers that year. And you buy me Congo. But you know, as time go on, I grew into him, and I ended up loving our figure so much.
Yeah.
It is, hope you only listening to that.
They were so tough, man. Like looking at them now, like I could tell the set I got, you could tell whoever owned them before me, they played with them. They weren't all rusted, but they had like marks, so you could tell they were punching people and stuff like that. And I love it because you can tell like this thing's been used and it survived. And then here it is now, it's in my collection, and it's probably still going to survive because I'm not going to beat it up the way I would have when I was a little kid. There's a little bit more care. But like me and my son, my younger son, will play with them hard with these dinosaurs and all that stuff, and I don't have to worry about a piece falling off or something like that, you know? So it's strange how back in those days, you know, Kenner, LJN, and a couple of those other companies, they made really good figures, well-made figures, you know?
Yep, like the Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah. We saw those the other day. We were at, they're re-releasing those, the original ones with the silly string-looking proton shot coming out of the thing. Yeah, man, those figures, they just last. I know some of them. There was a point where like the glow in the dark figures were made out of like questionable materials. So like some of those, even though they survive, they start breaking down and giving off a stink, and you got to get rid of that. But yeah, man, the figures, they last. It's not like now where there's so many things to contend with to make sure your collection survives. I mean, like, don't put your figures in sunlight. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, if I was a kid, I mean, how would I not play with my figure in the sunlight? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's ridiculous. But I mean, that's part of the way that you preserve these figures. You know, you don't want them to break down. Yeah, man. Old figures. There's a different kind of charm. That's what, when I first heard you mention that, Zorpox, that's what made me be like, I got to talk to this dude, because clearly you played with these figures, and you know what, like a sturdy, good figure that it doesn't always even have to be on model. Because I mean, you know, Monroe doesn't look like that toy at all. Like the guy in the movie and the toys, both versions, the toy looks like Danny Glover with like big ass muscles.
Wait, Monroe wasn't Ernie Hudson?
He was Ernie Hudson, but like
right.
He had
Winston,
like
right?
Yeah, Winston. Yeah. So like he had a like a perm, real smooth, man. He looked cool as hell, like nice perm, had a little mustache, like a little Clark Gable style mustache. And he had like a full safari, like long sleeve safari outfit on. It wasn't open, it wasn't buttoned up. He didn't have all the belts and stuff. He just had a gun belt on his waist. So when I got the figure, I was like, who is this supposed to be? Like, the clothes are there, but like he's muscular, don't got a mustache, don't have the perm, nothing. I was like, what? This is what they gave us instead of... I was like, but it works, you know. He's a black dude. He looks like the hero of the story. Because, you know, back then they used to do that, where they did it with even Star Wars. Like, they would make them look buff.
Yeah. Prime suspect.
Exactly.
But like even Power Rangers did that, but the whole muscular.
Oh my god, yeah.
They were skinny as hell.
Yeah, I used to hate that, man. Even though I loved when they, you know, represented my character, the guys I liked, it was like they were never that built. I mean, even though the American actors were bigger and more muscular than the Japanese actors, they weren't that built. You know what I mean? Like I think I mentioned that in the last video too. I had Leo, the old school Leo, and then I had the new Leo. And you can clearly see the difference, you know. Bandai was like, "Hey, we're popping muscles everywhere on this guy."
Everywhere, and you even mentioned it with the Trini.
Yeah, the Legacy collection. Good God, her body was ridiculous. I was like, "What? Where did all these curves come from? They're not built like this."
Especially after they used that Japanese footage, it's like, okay,
yeah,
no way how Trini.
Yeah, nah, and in Japan, the Yellow Ranger was a dude, so it was like,
yeah, it was a dude. Yeah.
I was like, where did they get this from? I mean, she was built like stacked. I'm like, wow, no, nah, you guys, I mean, like, there's that one from Ninja Steel. There's a Brazilian chick on there that she's built like that.
Yeah.
But it before her, nah, that wasn't the case. But yeah, I think that always cracked me up with the musculature to make them look more quote unquote heroic, you know. But it worked. I mean, we dug them. But yeah, I wanted to add to the NECA thing that you mentioned, Zorpox. I didn't really get much that didn't work for me. The problem was the process of getting a lot of stuff. And it's weird because I know you guys are in Trinidad and Tobago, right?
Yeah.
So I know there's a difference with like picking up stuff out there versus us getting stuff here in the States. But like with some lines, especially NECA, it's amazing if you see it in the store. Like the other day, I want to say New Year's Eve, my son and I, my younger son and I went to Target, and he found Krang for me. I was like I didn't tell him go look for it, but we were walking past the NECA stuff and that area where the Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all that stuff are, and he's like, Dad, look, it's Krang. I couldn't even tell because the box looks like an old VHS. So I didn't really pay it much attention as I walked past, but then he picked it up and he shows it to me, and it's the only one there, and it wasn't even in the regular NECA section, and I'm like, yoink. Like, there's no question I have to pick this up because You know what I mean? Like, we never see these things. And then, like, a couple days later, I went back and they had a whole bunch of Splinter and Baxter. So I was like, okay, I guess I got to pick this one up too. So I picked it up, but I never see anything else. And while we were on our trip, me and my wife, we were in a whole nother town and we saw a whole nother set of NECA stuff. We saw the Triceratons, both packs of Triceratons. And I'm like, what is the deal with this? Like, I was never a fan of the Triceratons, so I didn't even bother with them. But the prices are the same. And it's weird that in another Target you would see these group of things, but then in this other Target you see a completely different group of things, you know? And the way that they seem to help out the scalpers, you know? Like, everybody's got their hookup. Everybody knows the times that these things are dropping. And NECA kind of plays into this with the way that they release the figures and the way that they do their reveals. And it's like, how do you never have enough that you can, in retail, you can actually meet the demand? When you know you have a popular item, like, you're doing it on purpose so that you can sell it more on the secondary. It has to be. And that's my gripe with both NECA and Hasbro. It's been my gripe with Hasbro. But with NECA, that's my gripe. Because I've been trying to get the cartoon versions of Raphael and Michelangelo since they came out. And I never saw them. I saw Krang and Shredder. I got those packs. The packs, I think it was Leo and Shredder and Krang and Donatello. I got those. I happened upon the Casey Jones and the Foot Soldier, and I also happened upon the Foot Soldier 2-pack once. I never saw it again. And it's strange to me that, like, these things just disappeared. Like, you know what I mean? I know it's scalpers. I know the popularity. The shit's online. That's where it is. But I don't understand why they can't find a way to nip this in the bud where they, you know, put a limit on what you can take. You know what I'm saying? Like, have some kind of, I mean, I guess they don't care as long as they make the money, but.
All right. Two things I just want to add. One, why are we still seeing figures like Congo still out there? Is it not because they printed enough of it or even more than they should have? So what is the issue today? Why is it so scarce? Why aren't they making? Is that the issue? They're not making enough? Because I don't get it. I mean, you're getting these franchises, Predator, TMNT, Terminator. And you literally, I'll always say that, even when I used to talk to those guys, A&D and 112, you're printing money with these things. You're printing money. So just make enough so everybody could have, you know, the scalp. And another thing I'd like to add to, I'm not knocking anybody in the US or anything, because I listen to a lot of different reviewers and a lot of collectors and the troubles you guys, and what you just said there, the troubles you guys experience in picking these figures up. Not knocking anybody, but if you guys were living in where we live in, me and Grim, I don't think a lot of them would survive. Because it's a test of patience, Strident. Sometimes we have to wait a whole month. You order something, they say on Amazon, eBay, BBTS, and sometimes it's a month.
Pre-orders make no sense.
It's before you get that figure.
And that's why, and also, we don't, like, there's this big trend about, I got it first. We could never get it first. Don't jump high, jump low. We could never get it first. I mean, so we don't even bother with, you know, competing with the whole, like, let's do a review on this fast and put it up online.
We have the patience of the Dalai Lama when it comes to figures.
You have to, and I've said it before. Patience is your best friend in a lot of cases, because if it's a popular thing, what's started to happen now, I mean, maybe it's been like this, but it's even more now, because you have what is it, BrickSeek, I think it's called, where they have the SKUs and all that stuff, so you can find, you know, the release dates and the SKUs. I don't look at that shit anymore. I used to with DCUC and stuff. There was a site I used to be on, and he used to post where things would drop because I think he worked at some retail outlet. So he knew the guy in charge. They were one of the guys on that site. He used to post that stuff, and I still couldn't find things. It'd be sold out by the time I get there, or it just never would arrive at that store. But now that we have all those things, if it's popular, it's gone because you have so many heads that are paying attention. And also now, as opposed to like 20 years ago or even 30 years ago, now it's all mainstream. So everybody is trying to get a hold of these things. And it sucks because, if this has been your happy place since forever, now you got to compete with, Joe Blow and his bots buying up all the stock that you would be trying to get one of. Like, we want one. This cat's buying 10 of them so he can scalp them. Yeah. And it's jacked up.
I remember sharing a picture to you on A&D. This person had, no lie, 12 crowns. How much? No, let me ask you something straight then. How much one crown going for?
In the store, it was $31.99.
Right, $31.99 for you. Now, this cat was selling 1 crown. Now, he has 12. He was selling 1 crown for $120 a pop.
Fuck that guy. That's not right. I mean, I understand that people will say, oh, that's capitalism. I get it. But you're really shitting on your fellow collector. Come on.
And it's the hard thing, when you actually watch the comments below the post, people were praising him.
Yeah, treat him like a hero, I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys are stupid.
I call them scalpers, plastic crap dealers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets
How
old.
bad do you want it? How bad do you want it?
Exactly. It gets old after a while, man, because I just want one. You guys want one. And these cats get all of them. Why is it that you got to eat so much that the rest of us can't eat? Like, that's jacked up. You know what I mean? That's jacked up. You fat off the hog, and my ribs are touching because you can't leave one for other people. That's jacked up.
And I mean, it's like, what's that character Chappelle used to play, the druggie? It's Tyrone.
Oh, Tyrone Biggums. Yeah, man. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. It's frustrating. I don't know. I can't get into that stuff. But I don't know. I'm hoping that something changes this because I'm seeing companies play into it, and like they're creating artificial scarcity, and then they're selling their own stuff online in addition to selling it in retail, if they even sell it in retail. And so in retail they sell it at one price, but online, because the scarcity is out there, they're selling it for 2 or 3 times the price. And it's like, this is kind of jacked up because you created this by not distributing the figure widely enough in numbers that are high enough that meet the demand, that we have no choice but to come there if you're weak like that, because in some cases, if you're patient, you can wait and you'll find it at some point. You'll come across it. But, most people, they don't want to wait. I mean, it's just the way it works. They don't want to wait. They're willing to pay whatever the price is. I mean, so much so that you hear that in the discourse. They're like, figure's worth whatever you're willing to pay. No, the fuck it's not. It's still $20. If it's a $20 figure, it's still $20 worth of materials. It still went for $20, and if I go to the store and I see it for $20, I will still buy it for $20. If you're dumb and you can't wait, I mean, I guess you will be willing to pay that amount, and for those people, that's the case.
And that's the thing. I really don't like exclusives. I don't know the logistics.
Yeah.
But they should cut that out.
Yeah.
I agree.
Here's something on a different note. So we all watch reviewers. What are some of your favorite underrated reviewers?
Like in Gundam, I would say It's a Gundam, or I guess his channel would be It's a Gunpla.
Yeah.
He's actually really, really good. I mean, to be honest with you, he's a lot better than some of the guys who've been out there for a long, long, long time.
Is this the same guy who reports on
Yeah, he does different stuff. He's very funny.
I used to watch him. I didn't know he actually made Gundams.
Yeah.
What?
He has like a couple other channels as well, but yeah, he actually paints and customizes Gunpla.
Dang, I did not know that.
He's actually really, really good. So I watch him a lot.
I'm gonna have to check him out because man, I was there was a couple weeks, not a couple weeks. Wow, for about a year or so, I was watching him like every day because he would be talking about drama on Twitch and all these different places.
Yeah, like the whole Pokemon drama.
Yeah, man, and it was like stuff I have no idea about because I don't care. But it was hilarious to hear him go on at length about all these different people and the dumb stuff they were doing. So yeah, man, I'm gonna have to check him out. What about you, Zorpox?
Oh man, this might sound cliche now, but you guys, ODC, Agent O, A&D, what I consider my clique.
Yeah.
Right? My friends. You guys are drastically underrated. And this guy, yeah, he's not underrated, but both of you should know him. You see Jobby?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Jobby is.
He's got problems.
He's actually like one of my favorite reviewers. Reviewers.
Yeah, he's funny. He's real
Strident, the nicey. Oh my god, that's a great look.
Yeah, that's some brilliant shit right there. Like he if anyone that he'll be known for that one for years. Yeah, that was a good one. I mean that had me. I mean like. You know when you can't catch your breath because the randomness is just too much and you're just laughing so hard? I mean, that was me during that whole video because he kept having those cuts to him trying so hard not to grab his junk while he's, reviewing it because he's making fun of those weeaboos that are like, my Transformer needs to have boobs. Like, you know who those guys are. He had it so perfectly, man.
Yeah, but that is it. Other than the real popular reviewers, you know them. I watch you guys until I told you already. I'd be angry when you guys do have reviews. I see as those other guys. I was like, okay, you know what? Whatever. I'll just go along for the ride. But yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I got a couple more questions for you guys. So those are your favorite underrated people. When you guys are watching reviews, right? Because I ask this question and I get so many safe answers to it from people. So, I mean, don't feel like you have to be safe. But, I mean, I guess answer how you want to. But how do you really feel about what makes a quality video or a quality review for you? Like when you for instance, I'll start with you, Grim. Like if you're looking at Gundam coverage, what is it that they have to do that you're looking for so like it speaks to you, you understand the quality of the thing being reviewed? You know what I mean? Like you can say I got what I needed to get out of this review.
Okay, I would say one of the biggest problems I have like with certain creators, right? Some of them tend not to be on topic with the product.
Yep.
Right? They're more focused on the self.
Yeah.
They'll have some kind of gimmick.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. It's all good. If it works for you, it works for you, brings in the views. But I mean, there's certain people that they don't focus on like the figure or the Gundam or those kind of things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have some sort of gimmick. Like for instance, I do have a gripe with some of the female content creators out there.
Here we go.
And
like Bella's
I'm
toy
not gonna
chest.
name any names, but
Oh man, here we go.
some people that need to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, like for instance, I literally sent Zorpox a video of a girl from Japan. She literally started video. She grabbed it.
Continue.
And like
She has some nice titties though. Oh man, in that video.
Don't get me wrong, it's like she's actually like a really, really good customizer and stuff like that. She can paint well and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, there's certain and then they wonder why they have simps or stalkers
Yeah.
and those kind of things like that. I mean, not to say thing, but that is like one of the biggest gripes. Is like that's what basically people don't come to your channel to watch people, like to watch a review or any kind of thing. They come to literally watch to see if you do some lewd act.
Yeah, exactly.
And that kind of like takes away from the hobby a little bit.
Yeah.
And auto collecting. It's like the main focus should be on the figure, basically. I mean, I don't know if they want to consider that, oh, that's boring, just to only be talking about, the figure, stuff like that. We need to add in this or that. It's like, if that's the case, then put in some different camera angles, like,
yeah.
have a B-roll. I mean,
yeah.
do something. And these are the things that kind of like, grinds my gears about, like, putting videos out there. Because then the thing is that these people get more traction than you, and then it's like a waste of time. I mean, but like I said, at the end of the day, I'm doing this for me. I mean, because I enjoy this.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's my only gripe about like other creators out there.
I always think about this question to ask other YouTubers, because I know when I just like you, I started my channel because the things I wanted to see in reviews weren't there. You had a lot of people giving their opinions, but they have no knowledge of the thing, or they have limited knowledge. Like, the review that started it for me, that just was like, okay, I got to say something, was Superman Batman Apocalypse. Someone reviewed that movie, and they dissed the whole fucking movie because the voice cast wasn't the cast that they wanted. They said Darkseid's voice was wrong. And I'm like, so because you didn't like one voice actor, the whole film sucks? I was like, do you know anything about, like, how to, like, objectively review the thing that's in front of you? Like, you watched a whole movie. Darkseid's only in, like, 30% of the film. And you just said that the whole rest of the film, 70% was garbage. 100% was garbage because 30% didn't meet your expectation. Really? Like, that doesn't make sense. That's not even a fair criticism, So I was like, I got to do this. And then I noticed it with action figure reviews. A lot of people they should do this, or it could have been better. What could have been better? How could it have been better? Like, they wouldn't give you those things. They just say, oh, it's all right. And I'm looking like, this shit's amazing. Fuck you mean it's all right. Why is it all right, Or they don't tell you what the price of the figure is. Or they don't tell you, what parts they customized versus the parts that were stock. Because a lot of Gundam videos were like that when I started. They'd show the Gundam. You'd be like, damn, this looks dope, but they painted it. That's why it looks dope. And then I'd buy the kit, and I'm like, why does this look so cheap? Like, where's all the colors and stuff, Because I didn't know. I had no idea.
But what's funny is that even on, like, in the manual, and you look at certain pictures, it's actually the painted kit.
Exactly.
It's not, so it's kind of like a little bit of a false advertisement, but I mean, it is what it is when it comes to like models, because I mean, even though they're figurines, they're models.
Exactly. Yeah. What about you, Zorpox? What makes for a great video or a review, or what makes it quality for you, man?
Get yourself out of the camera and let me.
Yep, that's the same thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
Grim, I agree with you 100%. We always talking about this, right, bro?
Yeah.
We always talk. Get yourself out of the camera. Let me see the figure properly, because I saw I was watching a review the other day, and this guy, he was in 90% of the shot.
Yeah.
Talking about this figure, and the figure was in his hand in the corner of the shot. I was like, but I want to see the figure, please.
Yeah.
And they will talk about it, and they will move it around in their hand. And sometimes the figure off camera. I was like, what are you doing? And that just get me angry.
Don't clickbait me, man. Don't clickbait me. Like,
man.
There's one dude in particular. He does a lot of unboxings of figures, and he would have like a big gigantic pile, and like, then it's like, okay, you unbox, oh, one is a DVD of a movie, then you have some nonsense of a figure, and let's say he's also his username or his YouTube name is a particular Marvel superhero.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and I mean it's kind of like ridiculous. What I mean is like because it's like just if you okay, you say you do an unboxing or you have this figure, show it, like just show it off.
Yeah.
Don't be like teasing, and then all of a sudden it's like in the next 4 or 5 videos, then you drop that video.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Gimmicks suck. It kills the whole thing. If you're all about gimmicks, you know, for me, the gimmicks get in the way of what I'm there for. What I'm there for is to see this figure. I want to see if its quality, is it worth my purchase? What can it do? What can it do that it's you know, the package says it can do? I mean, if you don't show me any of that stuff, then you failed. That's how I feel. Like I can't rely. I'm definitely not going to sub because you didn't give me anything. You literally just showed me that a thing existed, and I already knew it existed before I came to you. So,
and Strident is like a double-edged sword too, because they're not showing exactly what the figure could do, and then when you tell them the truth, they still sub.
Yeah.
When you give your honest, objective opinion, they still win sub because you know it doesn't go with what they think or what the crowd thinks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man, it's weird. It's hard. It's hard to hit the balance. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is always the balance. You know, let them know. Like another thing that I like that not enough people do is like you have those reviewers. Like I'll use Pixel Dan as an example because I'm not a fan of Pixel Dan's. I started watching him in the Pop Culture Network way back when they first started, back in the awesome days of YouTube. But then when he went out on his own and he dissed his whole team, he was like, I liked the fact that back in the day they used to all talk about what they did with the toys when they got them as kids, how it impacted them, what they, you know, how did they make up for what was lacking in certain lines. Like if you collected Ninja Turtles, they were all stuck in those He-Man poses. How did you play with them? You know what I mean? Like, so when I hear other people go into that, I get geeked because I can remember doing some of that same stuff. Like when you guys did the video about where you built that turtle van. I remember trying to build a turtle van for mine because I couldn't get the party wagon when I was a kid. So I was geeking out like, oh shit, they built like one for these new turtles. Like, damn, that's like what we were trying to do with different sized boxes. I did it like 10 different times because I didn't measure anything. So, you know, I was a kid. So I just got a box that they could fit in. And then I would start adding stuff to the box and cutting spaces out, you know? So, like, I like hearing what the journey was, what it was like when you were a kid and you first were introduced to some of this stuff that we're getting a second time around. And a lot of people don't do it. Or if they do it, they say what they've already heard other people say instead of telling us what their unique experience was. You get that a lot in the G.I. Joe community. And I know there's some of us that do some of the same stuff, but parents had different wallets. Everybody had different, you know, the parents had different jobs so they could afford different stuff. So I know you all didn't have every fucking Joe, every fucking vehicle at the day it came out and blah, blah, blah. So what'd you do in the meantime, you know? And that's not what I get. So when I get it and I hear that, I love it. I love to hear it. Like Pixel Dan will show pictures, but he doesn't really tell you that much about what he did. He just tells you he got it. I'm like, okay, so you were super fortunate. I got you. We see that. What else? You know, like we know those kids that existed. You and me, Zorpox, we talked about this last time. We all knew those kids who, for whatever the circumstance was, they always had the new shit. They always had it. Their parents, I don't know if it's guilt. I don't know if the parents were divorced and they were just trying to make sure their kid had shit. Like they had everything. Okay, so what did you do with it once you got that, you know? I used to dig that about Bobby Skullface because he used to talk about that stuff more. Now he talks more. I shouldn't even say now because it's been about a year or two since I stopped, maybe even more than that, since I stopped watching his videos because he was getting more into the elitist territory where it's like, I only buy these super expensive third-party figures. And it's like, that doesn't mean shit. Like why are you buying them? What makes them better than the others? Sometimes he would tell you, you know, like if he got real geeked, but other times it was just like it felt like a status thing, because he even had videos where him and his homeboys in that, you know, the Four Dummies podcast, they would talk about like moving up to another level of figure, as if that means something. It doesn't, you know, like
some people got that Hot Toys money, you know what I mean? So I don't.
Yeah, same here.
I would love to own some Hot Toys, but not right now, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, like, and you can't, even though they look awesome, they're not. You can't really play with them. So, you know.
That's the thing about it. I mean, and then not only that, it's like, okay, some of these guys, they would buy these things, and it's like, okay, ramen for dinner, ramen for lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, a bill is gonna be missed.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you have to kind of enjoy life a little bit.
I agree.
That's the only
thing. You know, Grim, remember, man, we talk about this all the time, Strident. I was telling Grim, I was like, yo, man, Grim does eat lobster and jumbo shrimp, and I like steak. So, you know, so it's not all about plastic.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta live, you know, like, I always make the joke. My wife will punch me in the dick while I'm sleeping if I was to spend $1,000 on a Transformer. Are you kidding me? They can't. He doesn't transform by himself. Because, like, make no mistake, when I pick up some of these figures, she'll geek out with me. Like, damn, it folds up like this, or this piece keeps on, you know, folding out so that you can rebuild it to make a different shape, you know. And sometimes we'll just be marveling at little things, like on the SIC figures, that little cavity. That it's a spring-loaded cavity behind the thigh, or I'm sorry, behind the calf, so that when you bend the knee all the way, the thigh can rest in the cavity, and like a piece of it will kind of like close in, and then when you move it, it pops right back out. And I'm like on my Mazinger, my Great Mazinger, he has it on there. My one of my Gurren Lagann figures has it too. And we'll just sit there for days like, man, it's so simple, but it's just so awesome. And you just keep looking at the detail like, damn, how'd they do this? This is so cool. She'll geek out with me. But if I was to come home and be like, babe, I bought Unicron and I spent $1,000, and she would straight up, she'd look at me, she'd walk away like nothing was wrong. And while I'm sleeping, she'd probably punch me in the dick. Like, and I deserve it. I would deserve it because, like, we got a family, we got a mortgage, we got all these other things. I'm not dropping $1,000 on a toy. Like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, and it's a toy that doesn't do much more than the other toys that don't cost $1,000. There needs to be a big justification for why you spend that much. You know what I mean? And I just
Strident, I could totally sorry, but I could totally understand what you're saying. On man, some of these collectors, they don't care, because I was telling Grim the other day, it had a guy, he bought 2 Mezco yellow flashes, right?
Oh, Lord.
Reverse flash, sorry, right? He bought, and then he bought a normal flash, and he didn't like how they look in their pajamas, quote unquote, right? So he ripped off the clothing off of the figure and just had them bare bones and pinned them over.
Oh no!
Right. So a guy in his chat said, so you're going to do that with an $80 figure? And you know what he turned around and tell him? Well, bro, I'm in a different pay bracket than you. Well, tax bracket than you. So I could do this. I was like, wow.
Wow. He's also at a different IQ if he didn't just buy the regular, like a McFarlane or something like that, because you get the same experience. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So it's like, these guys, they have money to burn. So I was like, yeah, you do you, bro.
Yeah.
You do.
The thing is, it's like, the way how we get our stuff and all too, it's like it sometimes it even costs us like sometimes even like 2 times the figure that we bought to even bring it to Trinidad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy when people really think about it. You know what I mean, like, okay, you're gonna buy 2 $80 figures, and then like for instance, if we was to do that, that means it's like, okay, we have to pay basically the weight, shipping, the tax, and on the whatever.
Yeah, freight and all that.
Yeah.
So I mean, That's crazy. And I mean, so time as we get that figure, it's like, okay, we could have literally probably buy like maybe two, three of them or whatever. And I mean,
Yeah,
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 it is the extreme sometimes.
yeah, yeah. Or like when they customize, when like what you just described, but they'll rip that character apart and then make a real cheap custom, and you're like, dude, you could have done this with a $20 Marvel Legends, you know, or a $20 McFarlane figure these days. Or you could have
Yeah.
just bought the McFarlane version of the figure. The McFarlane figures are amazing. Like for all the complaining people did before he got when they heard he got the license.
I know I did.
No, because I remembered like when he did Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, those figures were pretty posable. Like I still got the Solid Snake on my shelf right now, and Solidus, I got him on my other shelf.
Okay.
They were posable. Several of the Spawn figures were really posable, and they were fairly durable. So when they were like, yeah, they're gonna fall apart and they're not gonna have joints, I'm like, are you kidding me? It's DC. Like it's a prerequisite for them to have articulation, and
Yeah.
like they're great figures. That Joker impressed me, and then I found while I was on the trip, we found the Thomas Wayne Batman, and I was surprised to see him in the store. And then when I got him home or got him to the hotel and I opened him up, I'm like, huh, this guy can do just about all the stuff that the more expensive figures can do. I mean, he's not perfect, but he's pretty close. And it's a $20 figure, you know? And meanwhile, you're buying a Mafex that's like 90 to $100, and there's things that this guy can do that that figure can't do. And these folks, they'll justify it, you know, because you know mankind can justify just about anything. So
Yeah.
it's weird, you know, like people need to understand the difference between quality and you know not quality, and understand like sometimes you're paying for the name and you're not paying for the quality of the product, you know. And I see it a lot, but people act like it's a sin if you point that stuff out, and it needs to be
What?
pointed out if we're doing a review. Otherwise, you're doing a showcase. If you do a showcase, it should be obvious that that's what you're doing. You should be saying you do showcases, you know? You don't review the figure, you just show it off. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you do, we know what we're getting into. You know, we can't be mad at you. So, I don't know, man.
And
It's one of those things.
and as you think with McFarlane, yeah, all right. I had misgivings with him at first with the whole DC line, but
Uh-huh.
I like his sculpts, the way he sculpt stuff, and the articulation's okay, but you could give us a rest on the Batman.
I know, right? Good God. Like, even though I picked that up, that was the only Batman that I didn't have. Like, the only non, you know, Bruce Wayne Batman figure that I wanted that I didn't have. Because I have the version from Earth 2 from DC Collectibles. But I'm sick of seeing Batman. I've been saying it for months and maybe years now. I'm tired of Batman. I mean, there's that 89 Batman is going to be the last one. And then my collection for Batman is done. I got to find other characters because they don't do them. They don't do them. I'm so mad at Mezco for making Dr. Fate 90 something dollars. I'm like, really? I got to pay $100 for Dr. Fate? And most people that are going to buy the figure have no connection to this character at all. But he's got lights in his hands, bro, and lights in his head, bro. So you got to pay more money. Like, it's bogus the way that they do this stuff, you know?
that's how I feel about Cyclops.
Yeah.
That's good. Cyclops.
Yeah, like I wanted it, but I'm like, I mean, luckily for some reason, and it's probably because of the 2000s X-Men movies. Everybody hates Cyclops, so he goes for $80. I seen him he's on Amazon right now for $80 still. So you could still get him, and that's both versions: the classic with the, you know, the body condom, and then the new school one with the Jim Lee style one. They're both $80. I think the old school one goes for more, but yeah, I was surprised because I'm like, wasn't he a special, like a exclusive, or one of those versions
Yeah,
was an exclusive?
he was the PX
Yeah.
exclusive.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, why is he not super expensive? But he's not as popular as some of the other guys. So, yeah, I plan on picking him up at some point. I hate when they do the gimmick stuff. I don't need gimmicks on my figures. Give me the figure. I'll supply the action. That's why they're called action figures, you know? It's weird. But, so wrapping up though, because the wife is calling, food's ready, so I gotta wrap it up. What are some things that you guys are excited for this year, for 2021? Like releases, I don't know, movies, anime, whatever. Like, what are some things? Like,
let's see. There's the Master Grade Virtue Gundam. I'm actually can't wait till that comes out because I want to complete my Double O Gundam full set that I have from the first season.
Which Gundam?
The Gundam Virtue.
Cool. I gotta check him out. You said V2?
No, Virtue.
How you spell that?
Virtue. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha.
From the Gundam Double O series.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's like four Gundams in that particular season one of Gundam Double O. Yeah, so I have I have the three current ones right now. So I'm just waiting on that one to pop out to complete my 4.
Oh damn, yeah, with the big ass legs. That boy thick.
Yeah.
It's basically 2 Gundams. So
wow.
Because he has a Gundam on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah, so he actually looks like a hockey player.
Yeah, like a goalie. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's sick. I can't wait for that to come out.
That's dope.
And then, movie-wise, Hathaway's Flash. Can't wait till that drops because it actually has one of my favorite Gundams in it called the Z Gundam. Which is spelled IX because it's like Chinese characters.
Yeah.
It's actually a 2-pass Gundam. I mean, I hope they make it in a master grade because they are doing the high grade version to it. I might actually pick that up. So that actually might be my second high grade that I would actually buy. So
that's the one with the crazy looking. It looks like he got like a dragon's neck over his head.
Oh, that's the Penelope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does say that.
It's gonna be 2 Gundams basically in that movie. So one is the Penelope Gundam, which is gonna be the second Gundam, and the first Gundam, which is gonna be the Z Gundam.
Gotcha. I see it right now. Yeah, that looks dope.
Yeah, they actually have it in like 3rd party, but oh my god, like Mechanical. I don't know if you ever heard that brand. Mechanical. They make some 2-pass kits. But they're so expensive and they're very hard to find.
Yeah. That's one of the problems. You have to probably shop on like AliExpress or something like that to get it at a decent price. What about you? What about you, Zorpox? What are you waiting on? What are you looking forward to for this year?
Oh man, you should know that Storm Collectibles Honda. Baby.
Yeah, me too. Because he's one of those characters I've always liked, and I've been waiting for him.
Yeah. All right. So right now it's him is the main figure excited for this year. Shows you see that the MCU slate with those series, with Loki.
Yeah.
Winter. Yeah. I'm excited to see those 2, just to see what they're going to do with those characters. And movie wise, I want to see that Black Widow movie.
Yeah.
But when did we start thing?
Yeah, I think it's June of this year.
So wow.
Yeah, I think they pushed it back pretty far. So yeah, but it looks good. I know it's gonna be a lot of martial arts, so I got to see it. I mean, I'm a martial arts head. I haven't been training for about 8 years now, but my whole life up until my son was born is martial arts. So like movies and training, me and Agent O. So yeah, I'm ready to see that because she always throws down because she's so small. She has to.
Yeah.
It's part of why I love Captain America in the MCU because man, he'll be doing high risk wrestling moves, freaking judo and XMA stuff. Like they run the gamut with his choreography. It's so nice.
Yeah. I'll always say, you see that bridge fight with him and Bucky?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I just love like the intro to Winter Soldier, the way he was serving all of those enemies. It was just like, are you kidding me? Like are you kidding? They didn't stand a chance to begin with, but just the fact that he was doing all this fancy stuff, that crucifix throw that he did on the one dude where he grabbed him with his leg. He grabbed one arm with his legs and the other arm with his arms and then flipped and threw. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But Cap would be able to do this stuff. So it made sense, So yeah, I really dig that. Yeah, for
Is
me,
Batman coming out this year?
what's up?
Is Batman coming out this year?
I think so. I think the end of the year, like near Halloween or Thanksgiving,
Okay.
probably
Well,
Halloween, knowing them.
well, that
Yeah,
would be something I'm excited for.
I can't wait to actually see emo Batman for the first time.
I honestly, man, I'm at the point where I don't even care. Like, I know it sounds bad because everybody's like, new Batman, but I don't care. I mean, I want to see him beat people up. That's going to be awesome. But at this point, I don't really. How different can this be from the others? It's a younger actor than the last guy. He's wearing a more realistic suit, just like Bale did. Like, it's another British actor playing Batman. It's like they're it's the same shit. It's just a different coat of paint, and like, oh, and he's younger. I
And
don't.
and next thing I'm interested to see how they
Uh,
will do it. They say they're making him more of a detective.
yeah,
So I want to see how. What is he? More CSI stuff.
yeah. That's probably what they're gonna do. Have him
Yeah, I would just
examining
like
the
to see
crime
how they'll do
scene.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out, but like I'm to the point where like if I miss it, I'm not gonna be bothered. Back in the day, I was like, I gotta see it, I got to see it. But like whenever they do these like weird armored suits and stuff like that, I lose interest because Batman's gear is not supposed to look like gear you could buy at the store. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be able to go to the army surplus store and buy Batman's gear. His gear is supposed to look customized. That's why it looks like he's just a dude in a like tights. You know what I'm saying? Because there's armor underneath there and stuff. He built things into the suit to give you this like impression that he's superhuman. So
Yeah.
him wearing like a Kevlar chest plate, like yeah, so where the chest plate ends and where his body begins. So you could stab him beside that on the side of that, like if you were able to get past his skills, But
I think that's what Christopher's movies, they made him basically mortal.
yeah, yeah.
That's what it.
And I want to see Batman Prime. I don't want to see
Yeah,
the proto Batman. I don't want to see year 1 Batman. I don't want to see year 50 Batman. I want to see where he's like kind of twisted. I want to see Prime Batman, the one that we all have seen on cartoons for most of our life. You know what I mean? Like I want to see that version in live action operating as like a legendary type character, kind of like how Keaton was as Batman. That's why he's my favorite because they took all the realistic shit and they made him just do stuff, and you're like, how the fuck did he do that? Like,
yeah.
and that
That's the thing I didn't like about the Christopher Nolan movies. It broke down the myth, the
yeah,
lore of Batman.
and tried to make
It's
him
like
real.
to become Batman.
Yeah, but I mean, time will tell. They say that that's only one of the looks for his character over the course of the movie. So we'll see what they do. I mean, they always got some surprise for us when it comes to Batman stuff. So since he's the only character anybody seems to give a damn about, so
True.
But hey, you asking us questions, but let me ask you one.
yeah, sure,
What you excited for this year, figure wise and movie wise,
huh?
if you didn't already?
Um, movie wise, like you, I'm excited for Black Widow. Um, I'm as far as figures go, I am excited for some of the. I love the Lightning collection. So,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't just love it like all of it, but I love when they do the characters I like.
Yeah.
They hit the nail on the head. Um, so I want the rest of SPD. I'm geeked about the Power Rangers in Space packs. Well, the pack they already did and the ones that should be coming soon. Um, I'm really geeked. I would be geeked about NECA stuff if I knew I could get it, but
Yeah.
I don't always know that I'll be able to get it. I'm geeked about the Mezco Wonder Woman that's about to be released because that armor is it's dope. It's like when I saw it at the was it the Tokyo Toy Show, I think it was, and then it was also at the Toy Fair. I
Yeah.
was like, this is dope. This is dope. Batman
Sure.
89. I gotta have that Batman 89 because he's my favorite. And then I'm hoping that the FIs, the SIC FIs, the new one, I'm hoping that the price is more affordable before it gets on the secondary, because I don't think it's out yet, or maybe it just came out, but it's not out anywhere. Bluefin doesn't even have it on their site yet. So, I mean, I'm gonna be watching, because Fies is my favorite. Like, just the suit, the idea of like the cell phone being the thing that activates the gear and like in his belt and all that stuff, like, is dope. And the reimagining is just so like, they took all the tech and streamlined everything. So I'm really geeked about that one, and I might be able to pick that up. Even if it's more expensive, I might still be able to pick that one up. And that's it. You know, like the NECA stuff, I'll be excited if I see it, and then I'll probably be able to pick up some of it. But Joy Toy, that's the stuff I'm really excited about. The Joy Toy.
Oh man. Well, I know that's your thing.
That's my wheelhouse, man. Like the new what do they call the Battle for the Stars? Those packs with the different. It's like a girl and two like sentries. There's like a red and white one, and then there's a gold and like.
So, the ones you showed me with the Shadow Law symbol, that is which pack?
That's still
yellow.
Yeah, that's still Battle for the Stars.
Oh, okay.
So like they're doing. They have like their military like on Earth figures, and they're still considered part of that. They call them like War Stars, or they call them the ones that have more spacesuit looking costumes, or the Battle for the Stars stuff. But the ones they also still have like their standard military, like regular Earth armed forces type stuff, like the Navy. There's the SEALs packs. There's the Delta Force packs. There's the World War II. I think 1 and 2 packs that they did, where they did the Wehrmacht and they did the U.S. Cavalry or whatever, Army Cavalry. I'm not into those. I'm strictly into the sci-fi stuff, because we've seen all that other stuff before. You know what I mean? This stuff they're doing now with the the Battle for the Stars, like they're designing shit, you know, that doesn't exist, and I want to see that. So yeah, I'll send you some links for the newer stuff, because I don't know if you're subscribed to them on Instagram, but they've been posting the last couple weeks. They've been posting the new stuff. Actually, leading up to Christmas, they were posting new stuff. They have a new mech, a new 1/18th scale mech. It looks all right. It's weird. It's got a backpack, and that's where the pilot sits.
I think BBTS have that on pre-order right now.
Yeah.
So
some of those I'm going to be looking into, but I'll send you a link so you can see the other guys I'm talking about. I'll send them to both of you guys so you can see. But yeah, that's the stuff I'm really geeked about, man. They've been knocking it out of the park. I just hate that they're doing stuff that Hasbro would do. They're raising prices and then dropping the parts count on what you get. And then like previous releases, you would get a mech and a pilot. Now they're not selling you the pilot with the mech. They're just selling you the mech. And I'm like, are you serious? You already did this once with the 1/18th scale, because they do 1/24 scale mechs. And so the mechs are coming out at like 8 inches, 7 or 8 inches. And then the pilots are like 4 inches tall, something like that, 3 to 4 inches tall. But they're smaller than your Joes, you know, scale wise. But they fit inside. I still want them to do that with the 1/18th ones. They did that earlier this past year. They did that with the Freeman mech. I missed out on it because I didn't pre-order it. So I never got to get it. Now, when you find it online at different stores, it just goes for way too much. But yeah, I'm just going to be looking at Joy Toy. Hopefully they won't completely screw up and just, you know, raise their prices and continue to give us less. Because if they do, then, you know, I'm out. Because I'm not trying to get less for what I'm spending, you know. And right now, they're the only, next to Fortnite, the Jazzware stuff and their Halo stuff, is the only company actually giving a shit about giving you quality product for the price and not breaking the bank. So, you know.
Oh yeah, another thing I'm excited for too is NECA doing the Defenders of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. See, I'll never see them. That's why I'm not excited, because I'll never see them. Hopefully I will. I mean, I do from time to time. I see stuff, but yeah, I feel like they're never gonna pop up in my area, and then if they do, the scalpers will get to them first. But yeah, I'm excited for them. My son still watches that cartoon. We got it on DVD a couple years back. It's bad. It's a real bad show, but it's fun to watch. It's so much fun to watch.
Oh man, Ming is Ming, right?
Yeah,
The villain,
yeah,
right? I
Ming the
remember
Merciless. Yep.
the Ming the Merciless. I remember in the intro when they surrounded that guy just stand up by a wall and disappear. I was like, what?
Yeah,
Like,
he was a punk in that show, man. He was such a punk. But
of course,
it's a
he outnumbered 5-1.
but he had all these powers and stuff, and tech to help him. So it was always like, come on, he could fight them. And that seemed to be the way that the show was. It was like to keep the battle going so that they could have more episodes. He would always run away, but that's the way they always did these things.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but yeah, I'm geeked about those. I forgot all about them. They look like they'll be worth the money. I mean, they're not going to be very complicated sculpts, but I had the old ones when I was a kid. They had metal fists, and I used to love those, man.
Yeah, cool, cool. But yeah, Neko, and then I was watching Whoosh today, and it seems like Neko will be doing over the comic Ninja Turtles,
Oh wow.
and I like those, and I never got them when they were first released. So I'm
Yeah.
looking at those. Hopefully they won't break, but you
Yeah.
know who we deal.
Exactly. I mean, they're getting a little bit better. I'll say like the Splinter and Baxter, and even Krang. I was surprised when I opened him up. They have they feel sturdier. So if you do get them, it doesn't feel like they'll break down in the heat. Because like sometimes like summertime, that's a good time to see what your figures feel like. If you don't have like serious, serious like AC up wherever you have your figures at. Because I know a lot of folks. I have friends in the Philippines that always complain about hot toys break the leather will break down because of the humidity. And then I have
Yikes.
other friends talking about like when they have vinyl toys, depending on how well done the vinyl is, it'll break down in the heat. Like when the switch goes from summer to like fall and the temperature finally drops, then it gets hard and it cracks. So
Ooh,
yeah, if it's cheap, which is what I'm fearing with the Storm collectible stuff, down the road, if you have enough shifts in temperature, you're gonna end up with figures cracking. So hopefully that won't be the case. But these guys don't feel like that. They feel like the old school materials, like what Playmates in some cases used to use, and like the actual joints themselves are really thick, so it's easy to manipulate. You know what I mean? You don't have to be afraid that you're gonna break the knee joint because the peg is too skinny. It's
yeah.
everything is really thick. So I give them props for that, man. They're. It seems like they're listening to us complaining about the fragility of their figures. So let's hope that continues, because it'd be dope to have people who missed out on those turtles can get them again. One thing you should keep in mind though, and I told Bodie this too, and he picked them up and he was geeked. If you missed out on the comic book turtles the first time, get the bootlegs, because the bootlegs, even though they changed the colors of the headbands and they have like the different color headbands, and I think Leonardo also doesn't have the two. Did he have the strap? No, he doesn't have the strap. Mine doesn't have the strap either, because I got mine when they first came out. If you get the bootlegs. I bought the bootlegs for Agent O for Christmas a couple years back. I kept hearing from people that the materials they used were better than what NECA uses. So
Okay.
they use a different type of plastic on the Chinese bootlegs, and this plastic is like what Ninja Turtle figures used to be made out of. So no one's having few people, and you can look it up on like the Fwoosh, and you can look it up on just on Google in general. They're not having the breakage issues that official NECA products have, which is weird because how often do you see a bootleg like shoot past the original
Yeah.
in
You
quality?
mess up.
So yeah, and they're cheaper. I got all four of them for $50 to get in a pack together. So I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm gonna pass that up. So if you see the bootlegs, and we see them on eBay all the time, and I'm sure the shipping won't be crazy to you guys from a Chinese seller. Um, Typically, we almost all pay roughly the same for I mean, unless you're in like Croatia or freaking, you know what I mean, in Sri Lanka or something like that, then of course you're gonna be paying more. Or even Australia, I know they pay a lot more too, but it shouldn't be too bad shipping wise.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it, definitely.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's gonna wrap it up for us today. Thank you for being free to do this, man. To join and geek out with me for a little bit.
That's no problem, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys were free. I'm glad you guys were free, and we'll do this again because this is fun and there's more stuff to talk about, man. There's always more stuff to talk about.
And you know what? I would love, and you said it in the comments for our video too. We should do a Power Rangers chat.
Oh hell yes!
Yeah.
Let's
series movie, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it because I've been geeking out with my younger son because he watched Mighty Morphin and he's watched little bits of other things on YouTube, but he hasn't watched through full seasons of like any of the other series, especially after Space. So yeah, I'm doing that this year. We're going through all that stuff and I'm showing him all the shows. He's watched the Japanese versions of a lot of these shows, but not the US ones. So yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be real fun. Yeah, I want to do that. So yeah, maybe that'll be our next thing then.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for joining me, and happy New Year, man. A new year, we got new possibilities. Hopefully, things will be a lot better than last year.
Yeah, quite true. Last year was a little bit rough, but what can you do? Just got to do it.
Yeah. Hopefully, it'll be because we were fortunate, and it's something I keep trying to stress because we worked. We still were able to pick up some things, and geek out. It wasn't as harsh as it was for, some folks. So, I'm glad. I just hope it gets better for everybody else so they can join in too. And they don't have to worry about the downside. You know what I mean? Because after all, this is the happy place. So we do want to be able to geek out and enjoy without stressing, So
exactly.
So I'm hoping that things get better for all of us so that we can all geek out together and not be stressed. So, here's hoping to that, but I'm glad we made it. We all made it. Yep.
Man, thanks for having us on. I too enjoy doing this. It's been fun all the time.
Yes, sir. And with that, we are going to jump back to Columbus, Ohio and Roselle, New Jersey, and finish up our chat with Agent O and Clarion Prime. We got a lot more to talk about, of course, so you know how that goes. So here we go. So I guess continuing where we left off, we're talking a little bit about Wonder Woman 84. We're gonna be general since Prime hasn't seen it, but I mean, it's obvious because we're all 80s and 90s. Well, yeah, we're 80s kids, so like
80s baby.
So a lot of what people are complaining about, it's all stuff that's indicative of a story that took place in 1984, especially if you're trying to throw back to the period. I mean, that's what you get. Catcalling, that rapey dude he just got off work and he's drinking. He's still got his suit on and it's disheveled. And he's like, "Hey, baby, you look so great. Let me walk you home." Like, that was in every fucking 80s movie. I don't even understand. Where's the complaint with that? Remember RoboCop? There was like 5 of them. And he shot the one dude in the dick through the woman's dress. Like, that was normal. I mean, like, it's not.
Was it okay? No.
Yeah.
Was it commonplace? Yes.
Yeah, it was in The Dark Knight Returns. Remember? He was like, help. What did he say? He was like, "Hey, mommy." "Make me warm, mommy." And it was like, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about? That shit's in so much 80s, like, and even early 90s, like, media. All the scenes where, like, a rapist would try to force himself on a girl and the hero would show up and beat the shit out of the rapist. It was in Spawn comics. Batman.
It was the norm.
Yeah, it was the norm. I mean, we're not saying it's something good that should happen all the time. No, but it was a trope of, like, action films back in the day and a lot of films in general back in the day, and yet that was a complaint. The one that pissed me off the most, oh Lord, was the consent complaint, where they talk about how, so the big twist, I know you didn't see it, but the big thing is Steve Trevor comes back because inadvertently both.
What? I didn't know that.
I know he was only in the trailer, but the twist is how he comes back. So like in the story, both of them are they at one point get to hold the wish giving stone, you know, and they're both talking about what when they figure out what it is or when they have an idea of what it could be, they're both like, you know, essentially subconsciously their wish, it's always going on in the back of their mind. So when they touch the stone, the wish happens. You know what I mean? The one chick wants to be, you know, dope, and she pretty much wants to be Wonder Woman. The other Wonder Woman wants Steve back. That's it. That's her only wish, and so that's always going on. So it happens. Steve ends up coming back by having his soul in another person's body, and so, as with the usual hipster ass perspectives that we get these days, people are arguing no one asked that guy for his consent when he has sex with when Steve has
that
sex.
That guy's soul isn't there.
That's what I'm saying.
So
like
it's Steve there.
Well,
like that to me wasn't the weird thing. The weird thing is like, okay, I get it. It's like you're seeing Steve, even though it's this other dude, but you're still technically banging another dude. Like that to me was weirder than the whole consent thing.
No, but
yeah,
I mean,
the guy's not there to say yes or no. That doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
it's people reaching for trying to make a mountain out of an anthill.
Yeah.
Like I don't like I can say if I don't know if I could do it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, but that's the point.
That visually, I can't make that connection. So I don't think I could power through.
Yeah, but the point is in this story, she's been in. I mean, that was what 50. He died 40 or 50 years prior to this movie, and she's been holding that. He made that kind of impression on. I mean, and he is the first dude she met, but like he actually made a good impression on her. And it was that lasting, and the love was that much. I mean, it's obviously it's the fairy tale kind of love because you know a lot of people are like that shit can't happen. Well, guess what? She's fucking fictional, so get over yourself. But like you know, she found it, and it hit her like that. So when she heard him and she realized it's him inhabiting whatever body, it's strong enough that she's gonna be like, shit, this is enough for me because the connection wasn't just a physical connection. I get it. And you know, it is a movie written by women for women, so things like that, us guys are gonna be like, man, if the chick had like, you know, a freaking, you know, a pack of hot dogs on the back of her neck and fucking jelly rolls all over the place, we'd be like, let's hang out, but yeah, no, I'm not gonna smash. Like, I get it.
But I think it's dumb how people hung on to that, but then they watch rom-coms, and rom-coms have a specific kind of formula, right?
Ghost had this.
There's conflict. They're will they, won't they?
Yeah.
And by the end of it, it's this fairy tale. Oh, I love you. It's true love, and they get married, and it's all pretty and glamorous, and everybody's so happy. And we've seen those films so much, and they've run that gamut so much that becomes what people think their ideal vision of how their marriage, their special day should be. But
it's supposed to be like this, right?
And that's not realistic either by any means.
Yeah.
But they've been trained to think that, and then they see this and they don't people don't put the two together. They don't make that relation like that.
Yeah.
This is a suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
Then you're supposed to suspend your disbelief. I don't know, man.
And it's weird. I mean, like, people can say that the execution, which I don't agree with them. You know, it just felt like we're in the age of Zack Snyder's Justice League. So everybody's expecting all those movies now that he's back on board. All of a sudden, the tone that they all hated on a couple of years ago, now they're all like, yeah, the shit's back. So now everything has to go back dark and bleak, you know, fucking edgelord bullshit all over again. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so you until tragedy hit this man, and then you didn't like the version that you were given because it was opposite of what you expected from a DC film, which is a formula that you guys didn't like. And then so now when they backtrack and they give you the formula you initially didn't like, but now you like because of the tragedy, because it's not. This is his original idea. Now everything has to be like this, and now it's acceptable. Now you can't even fathom a story that fits the mode that you were asking for back when the grimdark was the norm. And then also it's the tone that everybody's saying they want a Henry Cavill Superman film to have. But Wonder Woman also had that tone back in the day. That Silver Age, Golden Age Wonder Woman. And now you're saying that the shit's corny and it's not fun and it's poorly done and blah 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 blah. And it wasn't. It was just faithful to the tone of the Silver and Golden Age, you know, or I should say Golden Age, because she did change drastically from, you know, Golden to Silver Age. But I don't know. I feel like it's people over exaggerating a film that wasn't meant to like change your life. It was just something to watch.
Well, like you can't have the same tone in every film. Like it's not gonna work. It's gonna get stale.
Oh, they're still
like,
gonna try.
It makes sense for the first film because it's a war movie.
Yeah,
and it's a period piece, so it has to be kind of dark because war is hell and it sucks.
Yeah.
So in the 80s was a happier time.
Yeah.
So you can't be grim dark in 1984. Like it has the colors and everything, the color palette, the visuals, it all has to match that time period.
Exactly.
And the two are gonna clash, and you're gonna end up with a worse movie than what you say you got. Like I don't. and then when you get to the current times, of course it has to be darker then, because you're dealing with an apocalyptic force that's coming to Earth and that's threatening to wipe out everyone. So that's not going to be happy and roses and everybody's dancing, singing Kumbaya either. like look at some of the Marvel movies. Like if you look at Guardians. Okay, the first two movies they had a tone, but then when you see the Guardians in Infinity War, it's a different tone. There's elements that are there that it still feels like the Guardians when they're interacting with the other characters in the movie, but you have Thanos and his people coming and they're pushing everyone's shit in. So you can't be quipping all the time. And
yeah.
It can't be a comedy hour.
Well, like
you can start off like that because you haven't fully grasp the threat, because it's like, oh well, this is happening, well looks like we got to do this again, and then as plan A fails, plan B fails, and the threat proceeds, despite your intervention, it's like, okay, now we get serious, now we got to get serious.
Exactly. Well, like the characters, tonally the characters can still be themselves, but the situation dictates a different tone.
Yeah.
So
and plus I think like 84, that movie, the way it felt like they were almost hearkening to the way comic book movies were done, like pre-Blade.
Yeah, like Richard Donner's Superman. That's literally the tone.
Like early in the movie, after the initial flashback scene, and she's running around, doing super heroic stuff. It's kind of silly, but you're there. You're kind of in it because it works with the tone. Like those criminals belonged on World's Dumbest Criminals.
Of
they
course,
were stupid as hell.
Of course,
but that was the whole point. It wasn't supposed to be. You're not supposed to. You're just supposed to enjoy it. It's not supposed to be like something that's super serious.
Yeah.
And I don't know why people failed to grasp that.
Yeah, there were people talking about what if at least one person or a bunch of people would have wished that everybody on the earth would have died. I was like, what kind of lame ass wish is that in a movie? Like, so many things happen for the sake of a movie, and because your depressed ass would wish for the death of everybody else means that a movie that others are supposed to enjoy besides your dumbass, because they didn't have your exact wish, that means the movie's a failure. Like, what?
What is your end game for that?
Yeah.
Everyone's dead. Okay, now what the fuck are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You're gonna kill yourself too because you got nobody else.
Yeah.
Humans are social creatures. That makes zero sense.
Well, plus, who knows? If you make a general wish to say I want everybody dead,
you can go too.
Including you.
Exactly.
Well, you said everybody.
I know, right?
No, I didn't mean.
I know. Dusted.
And then if you show that and you see the guy's like, oh shit, like,
Yeah.
all right. Like,
And they gave you that. They gave you the very localized version when that guy and the girl were arguing. He's like, I just wish you'd fucking drop dead right now. And then she had a heart attack like right there in front of him. So like you didn't need that. And like it's like fuck those kinds of stupid arguments where you're so hung up on your own version of something you wouldn't do. Like you didn't make the movie. You won't write a story. If you do, it's not good enough. You're not practicing enough to get it better so that you can present it to people so that they can give you this crazy ass stupid criticism that you're giving everything else. And so like because they didn't do what you did, you can't possibly hold them to that standard. All you can do is critique what was given, you know, and what was given obviously wasn't your idea. Obviously, you know, I don't know. I can't get down with that kind of criticism. That's exactly the criticism that made me start doing this shit in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I have my bag of nits to pick with this movie, but
of course.
like that, like something like that, like now you're delving into like the whole wish system in general, because everybody has different wishes. Some people are more similar than others, and those things are going to start clashing. And if you really want to dive into it, like you're going to have people's wishes that are going to contradict other people's wishes,
and they show that in the film too, because the end result, all you needed to know was if everybody gets a wish granted, it's going to be chaos for the mass. It's like each of you will have a thing you wanted, but you know the specifics of how you get it, that's not going to be worked out. You're just going to get the wish. It's like Wishmaster. Like, is that your wish? And then like everything will be fucked up.
Twisted Metal.
Yeah, exactly. Or Rumpelstiltskin. They always show this in those stories. The side effect is that you lose something, or the nature of the wish isn't specifically what you said. You weren't clear, so you just get it, and it could be your words being taken literally. It could be your words taken out of context. There's all kinds of things, and they kept it loose in this movie so that you could get different, like, you know, effects from these wishes. So, like, if you're not smart enough, you know, to watch this dumbass movie and just understand that they weren't trying to be that specific, because this is an old school, you know, just have fun with it type of movie, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's a problem with the viewer and not what you're viewing. You know, you took it a certain way, they intended it and presented it a certain way. And I'm not saying there aren't other things that kind of suck, because I'm not saying the movie's perfect, but like a lot of this movie was just fun. I don't understand why it's that hard for people to just go to the movies. And I mean, I guess I do. I always say I don't understand, but yeah, we live in that time where because you can, you will. Like, you have a place to yap your mouthpiece. I mean, I'm doing it right now. The difference is I'm using, you know, critical thinking, and I'm trying to, you know, we're using critical thinking, and we're trying to, you know, use common sense to just kind of point out where these arguments fall short. And that's a lot of time, that seems to be the problem with discourse on the internet when it comes to critique and things like that. People just talk about what they want, but they don't talk about what was given, what was presented, how did it work, you know? Did you get how it works? Does it make sense to you, you know? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's easier for a lot of those guys to, you know, make a clickbaity, you know, video instead of like actually talking, you know, a sense about what they actually watched. Or, you know, they jump on that hate bandwagon because they know, you know, or a woman hate bandwagon, I should say, because they know that's going to garner views from that lowest common denominator out there that didn't like it anyway, and are looking for anybody who's out there who's going to justify their hate for that thing.
Yeah.
You know,
it was weird.
This is social media.
Yeah.
I know I've said this before, and we've probably said it before too. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's bad. Just because you like something doesn't mean it's good.
Exactly.
It means you didn't like it or you liked it. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Your investment was rewarded, or like, sorry, it was punished. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that's it. Like you said, if there are things in it that work for you, that's great. If stuff in it didn't work for you, great. Find something else.
Exactly.
Yeah. like when we were talking earlier about the cat calling and stuff. Like I wasn't. It didn't piss me off. It just made me laugh because like every dude with no name was like.
Yeah,
like
Diana.
Zombified.
Diana. Oh my God, Diana. Let me holler at you. Let me holler at you.
I half expected the camera to just cut. There's just some dude with his Johnson just hanging out. Like Diana. Because it was that silly to me.
Yeah, but, and it was presented that way though, and that's the thing. Like, you would have to be a moron to not see the obvious corny presentation. Like, it was presented. Even the camera angles looked like shit from way back in the day. It was like some sitcom camera movements. It was like when the action scenes popped up, they used the cool camera angles. But like the day-to-day conversation and stuff, the scenes where like Kristen Wiig was like, when she was finally becoming more confident, when she's sitting on the table with her leg warmers and her legs crossed and the guys are just drooling over her, like laughing at every joke she says. It was like sitcom level shit. And people are bitching about it. I'm like, you didn't see this? And then part of me thought about it. We're in our 40s. They're in their 20s. So they don't get it.
They don't have the cultural reference. Like literally, this is foreign to them because they're comparing it to what they know and experience in life now, which is nothing like
that. Exactly. And it's weird too because, and I'm not saying that some of these reviewers, there aren't any reviewers out there that watch old films. There's some of them out there. Obviously, there's not enough of them that watch, younger reviewers that watch older media so that they can actually comment on it. Because you always hear shit like the 90s, and they shit all over the 90s, but then you love Deadpool. Or you love, X-Force. Or you love Spawn. Or you love, like, Watchmen. Or you love, like, gratuitous action comic books, but it's indie. So you say, oh, it's great because it's an indie book, but you're not paying attention to the fact that indie artist and writers' inspirations came from 90s comics. They just did a better job telling the story instead of just giving you the gruesomeness and the gratuitousness in place of a good story. You know what I mean? Because that was the problem with like early Image. It was like they wanted to put sex, violence, and everything right on display. But they didn't want to come up with enough story to get you there. They just were like, nah, front page, it's going to be Chapel stroking this chick. Boobs. Yeah, everything was extreme. Boobs all hanging out. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of corny. When you realize as you get older that that's corny when it doesn't have the proper context. It's all meaningless. You know what I mean? But for
they're more like a poster company than like a comic company.
It's almost like porn. You know what I mean? Like, fuck the story. You just want to see the titties. Like, so it was.
Or they're saying they're adult because there's TNA.
Exactly.
In the visuals.
Exactly.
So, like they did that with a bit too much with Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah.
That anthology on Netflix. Which there were some cool stories in there, but then there was like parts where it was like, I didn't need to see this guy's like junk hanging out because because he's trying to
just hanging out or
just tits, just out like CG tits because somebody gets off on that. Like there's a story needs to make sense for it, and there was times where it did, and then there was times where it just felt like they were doing it to be edgy and to
adult.
Yeah. Don't like. That's why, like, I wish they would stop using the term mature to describe this stuff. I'm like, no, because most of the people who, like you said, are really like, are most into this stuff. Like, I would not use the term mature to describe them. So it's really not. It's not adult. It's not mature. Like adult is like you said, a competent story and like a reason for all these things. Like people who are mature just want to see it because they want to see it.
Yeah.
One thing though, it's funny how people are complaining about these things with Wonder Woman, but then they're not pointing out there's little. Was Steve Trevor able to fly that jet?
Yeah. Flying.
Like, the planes he flew in World War I were like a airplane frame and like canvas over the plane, so it could fly. He gets in there, he's pressing buttons, and he figures out how to turn the jet, a fucking jet. Figures out how to turn it on. He messes with the throttle. He's able to, like, he just knows.
Yeah.
It's like
it can't even say it was the other body. He can't even say it was the body that he was inhabiting because that guy was an architect.
And they could have.
You couldn't even use that excuse.
They could have.
It's like if you like learn how to drive stick. Like, yeah, now you know how to drive automatic. Like, yeah, it gets way easier. You know, like going backwards. Like driving an automatic to learn to drive stick. Like, no, that's hard. You can drive a stick. You can drive anything.
Or like some people were complaining that they broke into that facility, that airport or whatever, too quickly. I'm like, did you guys watch the same movie I watched?
Yeah.
Because Diana clearly had a key card and swiped her way all the way to the back. And then people forget that she's super rich.
Yeah.
Because she's lived for so long. She amassed wealth.
Yeah.
So she didn't steal that plane. The plane was probably hers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, it's nitpicking it's the nitpicking show because that's all anyone does is nitpick. They can't review the shit. They got to nitpick because they don't know how to just review the content that was given to them. It's got to be all this other shit. And that was just annoying. And I'm still saying, even though I have an issue with the movie. It didn't change my life. I didn't think it was the best superhero movie ever made. But it definitely wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. Fucking Cyborg Cop or Robo Vampire exists.
Samurai
Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, Jiu-Jitsu came out last year. So, you know what I mean? Or this past year. So it's like, yeah, come on now. Like, you guys, you take this shit way too far for the sake of clicks, but then you lose sight of what you started out to do in the first fucking place. It just wasn't it wasn't as, and I'm going to say this and then I have to explain some more. It wasn't as impactful as the first movie was. But if we think back to the first movie, you remember how much shit they gave that one? It's not that great. It's mediocre. Only one moment in the whole movie. Blah, blah, blah. And then now you're saying, oh, the movie was great. The first movie was great. But the second movie's garbage. And it's like, but you hated the first one. You had so many of the same criticisms. All the men sucked, even though they didn't. There was really only one woman that stood in the middle of all these dudes. Maybe two if you want to call Dr. Poison a character, because she barely was in the movie. But like, you know what I mean? You had Diana in the middle of a team of dudes, and all the dudes were capable, and they all were fallible, which is what you guys love that shit. They're human. They gotta have flaws. These motherfuckers had flaws for sure, except for magical Native American dude, Chief. I don't know what I think he's someone bigger than what they alluded, or they're alluding to him being something bigger than, you know, I don't mean that in a parody. I don't think he's Apache Chief from fucking Super Friends.
That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, telling me he's about to say the magic words?
No. I just mean because there were things he kept talking about that make it alludes to him being a different, I don't know, one of the more like Dr. Fate type characters in the DC universe. You know what I mean? The Mystics in the DC universe.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, they did mention what's his name, Duke of Deception or whatever.
Yeah,
so
true.
They could play with that. Hopefully, if they decide to go that route. Who knows what they're gonna do?
Yeah,
but I think that's the one thing with these DC movies, you never get a feel from one movie to the next, like what the larger narrative is, since they're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. I wish they would, but at the same time, I wish they would just pick better stories to base the movies on, or pick stories to base the movie on. Like, there's so much out there. Like, honestly, if I had my way, it would be take some of the best moments, best episodes from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited and turn them into feature films, because they still haven't topped those stories. A lot of them, they haven't topped them, especially Unlimited. They still haven't topped that shit. And we can't even go into this is before we go into the fucking animated films up to Flashpoint. They still haven't topped most of that stuff with the live action movies. So I don't know, man. I feel like you got the entirely wrong team, or teams plural, working on these films. I've said it before, and that's why I don't care. Like, I told you guys a long time ago when Justice League was coming out, I was so done. I was just like, it's coming out. After I watched Justice League, I was like, I'm done with the DCEU. I don't give a fuck. It's like a train wreck. They don't know what they're doing. And and we've seen it. They start, they fail, they stop, they restart, they erase what they did before and try to, real quickly fill in what they did. It's just like, this is embarrassing. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You've got 3 Batman universes about to happen. 3.
Like, they're trying to tell us that the only thing that they can make that people seem to like is Batman. So that's why they have now they're just, I think, willing to just have multiple iterations. Now it's like that was the last bridge that they weren't going to cross. It's like, have just one version out there at a time. No, because they've tried now multiple times. Even back when there was no DCEU, they said, well, we're not really interested in making a universe. I'm like, okay.
It just doesn't make sense. They should have known going into this that they needed to build the stories on a universe. Because DC is a universe. You have all these characters. We should have seen Dr. Fate by now. We should have seen Swamp Thing by now. We should have seen the Phantom Stranger and the Spectre by now. But we've seen all these characters in animation, and we haven't seen them in live action yet. Instead, we got 3 fucking versions of Batman. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. We're about to have...
I kind of wish they had used some of the shows, like that Swamp Thing show. Eventually could have transitioned into a movie.
Oh yeah.
Be part of a universe. Leave Arrow where it is. That shit can stay over there in the corner.
All the CW stuff could be its own thing. Yeah. I
just give them credit for going and trying to bring up as much stuff as they had and for keeping it going as long. That's great. It was a great TV representation of all that. But you're right. I don't need to see all that in feature length films, plural or singular.
Yep. Yeah,
Doom Patrol could have been their answer to Guardians.
Yeah,
if they had played it right. They had, it's weird because they had all the elements there. They just didn't pull it all together.
It's like I said, it's the wrong people. You needed someone at the helm who really loves the material. Jeff Johns loves the material, but it doesn't sound like he's a decent enough human being to work with all the people necessary to make this work right. He's good
That seems to not be stopping DC from making movies either. I guess to be Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Whether you're a less than ideal human being.
Well, and when I say that, I know that Hollywood types, a lot of producers, a lot of directors do shady shit. But I mean your managerial stuff. Yeah. As a manager of people, he sucks because when you hear all the shit, did you hear all the stuff that Ray? What's his last name?
Ray Fisher.
Fisher. What he said about what was going on. Momoa said stuff. Gal Gadot. All these people came out and said that stuff wasn't really cool. Dude wasn't really good to anybody. And it's like, holy shit, these people are making you millions. You were writing fucking comics, dude, and now you're working on movies, and you can't treat them a little bit better than you did whoever was penciling the book that you wrote. Come on. And
it goes up to, and it doesn't even stop there. It went up to management, because he had said he refuses to work on any project with I forgot what the Warner Brothers exec's name was. I had just read it the other day.
Who, the head?
But
the main dude?
Yeah, I have to look it up.
Ken Sugihara?
Hold on, let me look.
That's crazy. It's just
and he had said some. And it sucks because he didn't come out fully and say. And I wish sometimes they would be more open. And I get it that it's an investigation, so you can't say everything. Walter Hamada was the guy's name. Yeah. He said he was fuck.
Just give us the
he said he's the most dangerous kind of enabler.
What?
And I'm like, well, what does that mean? I want to I was like, I need to know exactly how what you're saying. Was he egging that shit on with all the with all the conflict that was going on and on the set, or like and was he backing Joss Whedon? Like, what was going on?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just saying, like, if you're going to be working with all these people, you need to be able to get the people to work together properly, and you can't be disrespecting folks in the process. That's management 101. If you can't do that, you shouldn't have the job. And he can write, don't get me wrong, he can write, and he's written some cool shit, but if he can't handle working with these different minds, these different types of people, get the fuck out of there. Give the job to someone else.
Actually help make it better.
Exactly. Get people who want to do this shit and do it right. You know what I mean? Like, that's just plain and simple with any job. I've been in management for a decent amount of time. Other people have worked with good managers. I've worked with good management. I've worked with shit management. If you can't do the job, then you're not going to get good products. You're just not, because no one's going to be happy. The morale's going to be low. It sucks. We're already in the middle of a shit year. And then you got people who've been working on something up to this point, and immediately now they have to deal with trying to create the best product in the midst of a shit year where production has changed. Aspects of production have been kind of scaled back. So it's more work for a lot of people, the few people that are still left. And you can't even be respectful to them as they do their job and still make you some pretty halfway decent, at the very least halfway decent movies. Like, come on. Like, I don't know, that just seems like backwards, which doesn't surprise me, because it's why we end up with what we have. But they need to get their shit together. Give some of those older folks that worked on and when I say older, I mean they've been around for a longer time working with these particular characters, give them the reins. Take Sam Register off of fucking all the DC animated shit and give him some movies. Let him pick a team and just go nuts with all this stuff. I don't know. It doesn't surprise me that they're shitting the bed with all this stuff, and it's like the lack of creativity. Like, you're gonna really hedge all your bets on Batman 3 different times. You're having Batman carry a Flash movie. Then
2 of them, 2 Batman.
It's so stupid. Well, no, they're saying that Keaton is gonna, from the Flash movie, he's gonna be the Nick Fury that's gonna replace Batfleck and be the main one in all the main Batman.
I thought Batfleck was in the movie as well.
He may be. I don't know.
I had read he was gonna be in it.
He may be, but what I'm saying is they said going forward, it's gonna be Keaton.
He's gonna hang around long enough to bow out.
So they're doing Batman Beyond in the DCEU and not just
potentially
Batman Beyond.
Potentially. It just, I don't know. But
so what, is he gonna be the Batman Beyond for what's his name, the Batman? Is he gonna be the Bruce Wayne for that?
No, I don't even know if they're doing you're talking about the
Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson. No, that's a separate universe. It has nothing. That has nothing to do with any of the rest.
Until they bring it into this one.
I know, right? If they get that far,
dude, it'll be great. They'll make a Crisis movie and everybody will love it.
Yeah, I know, right? A Crisis movie with all Batman. That's it. All Batman characters. It's gonna be terrible.
Crisis on Infinite Gotham.
Yeah, it's gonna be terrible.
The Bat Metal character show up.
Oh God, please no,
dude, that's the story right there.
I just wrote it.
I know, right? So, let's see what else is going on. I don't know if you guys follow. I shouldn't even bother, but it's just funny to me. So I've been privy to YouTube drama, because I've seen some I follow Retroblasting, and I love their channel because and they echo a lot of sentiments that I have and that we've had when it comes to like collectors in general. It's become kind of like, someone said it in the comments of the last video. They said, when did toy collecting become Tiger King? And like, that's kind of what it is. It's a lot of like backstabbing and a lot of like people policing other people over shit. Like, you buy toys, bro. Like, calm down. You buy toys, and you're buying toys during a fucking pandemic. Calm the fuck down. But there's people who, collectors that are policing other collectors, stirring up drama, It's all kinds of weird stuff. Like one channel.
What kind of drama?
So one channel did this like, so Homeboy had a like a breakdown. I think right before COVID started, because stuff. Yeah, like a huge breakdown based on personal drama. It was very vague about what the drama was, but any adult could fill in the blanks because we've all like seen or heard, or maybe you've even dealt with this when you've dealt with like a breakup or something like that. Dude's attitude and his actions seemed like he was going through a breakup. And he recorded all this shit, or at least a chunk of it, and then put it up there. And then later on, I lost my job, and now I need my, you guys to back me on Patreon so that I can, continue to do what I'm doing. And then it worked, and all like enough people did that to keep him afloat. Props to you. That's good. But then later on, when he came back from it, his change in his content became very like typical YouTube. Like now it's like, send me stuff. I'm going to do giveaways, and on Patreon we're going to do blah 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 blah. And it's like the Patreon thing is working for him, so that's essentially where he's putting all his effort. Then someone posted something on Facebook, and Homeboy had a response for them, essentially saying that YouTube channels that use they weaponize negativity, or weaponize their channels using negativity as a way to grow their subs. It's just the wrong way and all this stuff. And he was pointing out,
somebody commented that.
Yeah, well, he commented that about other people, and he was like, he was trying to be slick and kind of attack retroblasting. Because what he does is he always points out, Michael French always points out when a subscriber or a friend of his not a friend, but like a fellow collector tries to, like, I don't know, comment ignorantly on something that he said in a video, because there's those people who love to do that. You said this, so that means no. What it means is that what I said. Don't add your piece to it, quote what I said, but they turn it into something else. Like he was talking about reproduction figures. So there's a group that he's cool with that makes reproductions of figures for, Star Wars figures. And there's a whole bunch of people who are against this. And apparently...
Why?
Just because, it's not official, man. It's not bullshit. It's just bullshit because, people buy
third-party Transformers.
Exactly. So then as long as people know what they're getting into, then it's fine. But
that's it.
And the person doing this makes it obvious that it's a reproduction. You know what I mean? Like he lets you know these are his molds of these characters. He's doing things that he's either doing things that haven't been offered or haven't been offered in a very long time, so that you can get it at a more reasonable price, which makes sense. If I had the ability to do it, I'd do it too. You know what I mean? Like
buy my Air Runner figure.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Like you want to do it in a way that helps people instead of, shitting on people and making things worse. You don't want to feed the scalpers, essentially. So, it was kind of frustrating that these folks don't like reproductions, so they're attacking people who are cool with reproductions. And Homeboy just pointed out all the drama. It's the video's up. He called it the Repro Police, I think he called it, on YouTube. Repro Cops, that's what he called it. Police State of Star Wars Toy Collecting. And
oh God, that isn't clickbaity. So
no, but he tells you that it is about Star Wars because the guy
it is just that definitely is going to draw you in.
Yeah, but when you see it, none of it is disingenuous. Exactly what it says is what you're getting, and it was just funny to me that that's the kind of stuff people are doing, trying to police other people, trying to give them a bad name because they're cool with something that benefits that the collector base can benefit from. You're cool with spending your money to Hasbro, being bent over 50 billion times and getting that ashy fucking elephant cock, but you're not cool with someone bridging the gap between the two and making things affordable because it's not the official thing. And it's like,
they were cool with fucking the Foosh doing their, bootleg Marvel Legends.
Well, yeah, a lot of
characters.
people were, but these folks are just Star Wars only. So
No, I know, but like, how do you like? It's like the toys were blatantly out of the like build wise, they were blatantly out of the Hasbro playbook. You know, so and people didn't get upset about that. So like, why are they getting upset about somebody doing like making third party Star Wars figures? Those were third party Marvel Legends army building character figures that they made.
Yeah, you know how it is. It's stupid, but yeah, you guys should check it out. It was just funny. And then like there's on Facebook, you'll see it in the Strident page. There was a back and forth with same person, not Michael French from Retro Blasting, but the other person with Anthony from ODCdatsme, and the two don't get along at all. So it's just funny seeing this back and forth with other people, and then also knowing that the same kind of back and forth is going on with people So I know the level of the snark, you know what I mean, or the level of the stings, because I've seen it before. It's like one is trying to sound real logical, even though the argument doesn't really need that, because they were talking about Soul Drum posted a comment about
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, about Wonder Woman, and then Homeboy jumped in essentially with something to the effect of, you don't have to, I don't think you don't have to like the thing. I'm gonna look it up so I can give you exactly.
He said you're always free to be bitter, hateful, and resentful. Not everyone will go along with you. That is not their problem.
Yep.
But it's weird because that's not what he was saying. That's not what Soul Drum was even saying at all when you read his comment. He wasn't even talking about the movie. He was talking about what other people were saying about the movie, and how those people expect everyone else to fall in with that thought process. And he was like, it's like the dude didn't read the comment, or he just didn't comprehend what he read.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's so weird. I was just like, wow, okay. But I don't know. I
was gonna reply, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pick my battles and sit this one out.
Yeah, because it's annoying, man. I just, you know me. I've had years and years and years of trying to be Papa Strident and tell people what to do, and be nice, stop fighting, stop arguing, use common sense. Let's argue about actually what happened as opposed to what you want to happen. And it's just like, no one wants to do that shit, or few people want to do that shit, and it just gets old. And with all the other shit going on over the amount of time, this is my 10th year of doing this shit. I'm about to be done because I'm like, this is getting fucking annoying. I'm so tired of like, you review a figure and then
I'm so tired.
I know, right? I'm so tired. You review a figure and then everybody talks about, if it was blue, it'd be better. If it was pink, it'd be better. It's not blue or pink. It's what was given to you. Judge that. You bought it, right? You know what I mean? You bought it. Why are we talking about if it was? The only things we should be talking about in that arena should be when it's like, some piece of it falls short. Articulation doesn't work perfectly, or, you know what I'm saying? Those kinds of things. Accessories fall short. Then you can be like, it would have been better if they did blah, 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 blah. Because now we're coming up with a solution to a problem. But if you're not, and you're just telling me what you wish or what it should have been, or you're still believing that, the pet peeve is my biggest pet peeve amongst popular YouTube reviewers, because there's a difference. They didn't have to do that, but they did. If
they probably had to do it.
They had to do it. They had to do it.
They wouldn't be true to themselves if they didn't.
Well, like,
they'd be lying to themselves and their listeners and the community if they didn't say. Come on,
like,
man.
think about it. Like, did you ever buy a car, and then you're like, oh, there's an extra, like storage like
It's a spare
area.
tire.
Yeah, they didn't have to put that there, but they did. And you're like what fucking logic is this? Like, they made a car and it has a thing that you benefit from, and you fucking paid for it because they charged you for the thing they did. Yes, they had to do it.
That's why they included it.
It's called a fucking feature. It's called a feature. When did we stop? When did Americans forget that, like, the more features, like, you pay for things, the more money you spend, usually the more features. It seems like when it comes to toys,
or why do you like paying for less?
Yeah, like, what the
thing? That was the justification for the higher price tag.
Exactly.
Like, there's more than just like, that's why there's a base model.
Exactly.
And there's like everything else above that. It's like this one.
Never. It doesn't apply to inflation. Doesn't apply to toys. Quality control doesn't apply to toys.
People trying to apply inflation to video games.
It doesn't. It just doesn't apply, and it's so frustrating. Like, the argument with, I should say, with entertainment. Remember the argument with DLC and broken games and patches and them having different versions of the game. You apply that logic to anything else, and it's like, wow, this is fucking robbery. But, because it's video games, it's cool. Let me sell you the frame of the car right now, because it's a beautiful frame. You love that, right? You love that frame, right? So the wheels, the engine, the windows, the steering wheel, everything else you got to buy separate. Are you fucking kidding me? Who would say yes to this? You know what I mean? Even the morons who'd say yes to that with figures wouldn't say yes to this if it was a car or a house. Oh, that house you like. So the frame is really good, you see, but you're going to have to pay for the roof. You're going to also have to pay for all the windows. You're going to have to pay for all the... Come on. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, it's not... But I'm tired of having that conversation and then hearing the mental gymnastics that people love to go through.
It's Olympic level.
Yeah, man. It's Space Olympic levels. It's like, come on. You're going through all this shit to tell me that Ghost Rider and his motorcycle by Mezco, that's not even on model with the Ghost Rider from the comics, is worth $200 plus? You can lick the back of my ball sack. You can straight up that, $240 because it has lights and sounds. Like, get all the way the fuck out of my face. Like, that's some bullshit. You know what I mean? Take this sweaty ball sack on your chin. Just take that shit, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Sold out, isn't it?
It probably is, because there's so many people. I saw it on Instagram when they dropped the first promos, and then they said, okay, up for pre-order. It was like, cop that. I got it. And then a few people were like, this is highway robbery. And then guess what happened in the comments? The replies underneath. Oh, yeah. Everybody attacked them. I'm like, oh my God. And the number one thing was, if you can't afford it, maybe you shouldn't be collecting. I wanted to jump in there and fucking strangle those motherfuckers. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That's the same argument. The system, the online service, the online service for the system, the online service for the game.
Yeah.
The DLC, the freaking, all these other things that maybe you shouldn't be gaming. I'm like, you freaking pompous,
it doesn't,
arrogant, freaking elitist.
and then if we all start doing that, what's going to happen to gaming?
Yeah.
They're going to jack the price up even more to keep the system going, or it's going to go, like you said, it's going to go away.
And then, I can't help but feel like how Jim Sterling does when he says, I told you almost 10 years ago. We could say, we could take some years off. At least 7 years ago, I said this during the DCUC era, that when certain figures were not being distributed in certain areas, you would see them on the secondary for a ridiculous amount of money. And then later on, you were hearing rumors that DC was gonna, not DC, Mattel was gonna raise the price, but they didn't change the tooling. They didn't add articulation, more accessories, nothing. They just raised the price. I'm like, so I'm gonna pay more to not be able to get this shit and to get the same product that I was already getting. And people were like, yeah, man, that's inflation. It's America. It's the American. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, if you're okay with this, what's to stop them from going higher? Now, you got a Ghost Rider that goes for $240. You got
inflation has to apply to more than just the one thing.
Yeah.
Like, if nobody else is raising prices
yes,
because of inflation, then why is that company raising prices? Like, it doesn't, like, that's not inflation. They're just price gouging.
They're just price gouging. Yeah. And then in the middle of a fucking pandemic, these are toys. These are non-essential items. And they're raising prices in the middle of a fucking pandemic. And people are like, yeah, bro, cop that. If you can't cop it, you need to stop collecting because, you can't afford that shit. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? No one said we couldn't afford it. We're saying we don't want to pay these prices. They don't make sense because we're not getting more. Or like,
I don't know, man. That Ghost Rider's pretty cool, though.
I knew you were gonna say some bullshit
no,
like
it
that.
Is. Like,
it's cool looking.
If Dan Ketch's bike,
yeah,
I'd be tempted to buy it, but that price tag has scared me the F away.
I was tempted. I was super tempted. Same thing with Dr. Fate, right? Dr. Fate's one of the main DCUCs that I wanted. I never saw him in the store ever at all during the whole time. I've seen him at 2 conventions for like $80, and I'm like, I am not paying $80 for a $17.99 figure. He doesn't have hardly any accessories, nothing. There's nothing about that figure that warrants that price other than that they don't make DCUC anymore. So I'm not paying that. Then they drop theirs, and I'm like, holy shit, this looks amazing. I'm waiting for that $85 price tag. He's $95. I'm like, fuck you, Mezco. Seriously, fuck you sideways. I'm done. Like, I can't keep up with this shit. Like, Mezco's had how many reveals for figures that are like 2 years out or a year out? Like, remember Bishop? They revealed Bishop.
Yeah.
Two different.
It hasn't dropped yet?
No.
Oh,
No. Bishop didn't drop yet. Fucking what was the other ones, man? There were so many reveals this year, and I was just like, you revealed so much shit that's not coming out for at least the next year or two. They haven't told us when that fucking Batman 89 is coming out that I've already paid for. You know what I mean? Like the Wonder Woman that's supposed to be due out in January. They haven't told us if it's actually coming. That's the tentative date, and that was the date ever since the pre-order. And I'm like, you can't keep doing shit like this. But then again, you can if the fan base is like, yeah, give it to me, and they always do.
To put that Wonder Woman back because I want it. I haven't paid for it. I haven't filled up the money for it yet.
Yeah, man. Like I have it. I was like, the last 2 I'm gonna get will be the Keaton Batman and the Wonder Woman. I wanted that Dr. Fate, and I'm still trying to contemplate if I should like try to, I don't know, look around and see if I can find somewhere where it's not going for that stupid price.
Do you think he's a popular enough character that you'll see it for eBay with a bid your own price?
Possibly. It's possible, because Dr. Fate's not everybody. A lot of people don't know who the fuck that guy is. You know what I mean?
That's why I asked, like, is that one of those that's going to go real fast? Plus, I don't even understand what the justification is for that price tag anyway.
He's got lights.
It's not like they haven't released.
He's got lights.
They released other. I mean, it's in the body.
Yeah.
But they released other toys that had light up features, like the Green Lantern,
like Cyclops, and Cyclops is still $80 everywhere. Like,
it doesn't Cable's eye light up?
I think his eye lights up too. It's just like lights and sounds. You could go to the dollar store and get lights and sounds, and it's still gonna be a cheapo figure. It just has lights. It's not a real feature that's worthy of the price tag. You know, the lights don't do anything special. It's not like Devastator, who has like the really cool LEDs in his eyes, and I didn't pay extra for that either. That was just like a feature that came with the figure when you bought it as a, you bought freaking what's his name, Hook? Is that Hook? I think so. I can't remember. Whichever one it is, you get that guy. His Devastator head lights up. That's just the way it is. It's a feature. You don't have to pay extra. It's included in your price. This shit
really easy to put in, to work into the figure.
Yeah,
it's like it takes rocket science, right?
And they're charging you like hundreds of dollars for it now, or $50 more, or $10, $15 more on this. It's just dumb, and no one is speaking up. Few people are speaking up to be like, you guys got to stop. And then in the middle of a pandemic too, you release a Ghost Rider, or I'm sorry, you put a Ghost Rider up for pre-order for $200 plus, but like a couple years ago you released a what's his face, Judge Dredd on a bike, and it was 140, which makes sense. That's 80 and 80. It's closer to what you should be paying than 240. You know, if you want to pretend like the bike is the equivalent of a figure, okay, 160 would be where you top off, and that's it. But I don't know. And somehow me saying that is always bad. You know, people are like, no, you shouldn't be collecting if you can't afford. It's just I am legit tired of that argument. I'm legit tired of the fact that anything goes. It's also why I've been tired of, you know, this trying to be on top of gaming like that, because it's not getting better for us, even though they keep changing the delivery system, and it should be getting better because it's less things involved. It's money's changing hands less. GameStop's on its way out. I'm pretty sure soon, because you notice they stopped selling old stuff. Now it's all toys. Yeah. It's toys and current model everything. So, like, it's only a matter of time before they're pulled right the fuck out of the equation. And then what's the excuse going to be? Now you don't even have GameStop to buy that shit from. So, like, I don't know.
It's the mom and pop stores.
I know, right? They're the reason why. That's why the prices are going up. It's mom and pop store.
Exactly.
It's dumb. It's dumb. It's like these in this sphere, you know, the collector's sphere with toys. It's like the worst consumers ever. They don't pay attention to these things. They only pay attention to the trends. And I get it. Once you get the way the machine works and you want to capitalize, it's pretty easy because the trends are real stupid and they're simple. You know, it's new, popular character, hike up the fucking price. Some idiot's going to pay it. It's just the way it is, you know what I mean? And it's been like that. That's how scalping works. But, like, you shouldn't have Hasbro being a seller on eBay taking part in some of this shit. Or, you know, you shouldn't have Hasbro fucking crowdfunding anything. They make like billions. They make what, 3 or 4 billion a year? There's no fucking reason for them to crowd
to buy Death Row Records. Think about that.
Yeah,
like,
for no reason, just because.
Yeah,
just because. Like, get the fuck out of here. And people are like,
dude,
dude,
have to expand their portfolio.
That was something to make the investors call, like, you know, that much sweeter. Like, it wasn't like, was there a plan?
No.
Most likely, no. It's like just something we could do, so we did it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how we did it.
Now we can make like Dr. Dre action figures and Snoop Dogg action figures, you know.
Or you can put.
And then you can buy they'll crowdfund the Death Row electric chairs. So you can put them on it.
And the build a figure. The build a figure will be. The build a figure will be Suge Knight. And then you can call it a day. It's just
the balcony, the whole vanilla ice over it.
I'm tired, man. Like, the shit it's just so stupid. When you listen to these, like, adults trying to rationalize what's going on. And, you know, call me a hater, call me negative, whatever. I'm a grown-ass man, and this kind of shit don't fly in the real, regular, grown-ass man world. We don't do this with other shit. And just be like, yo, it's cool. If a scalper is like, yo, I'm going to sell you these tickets for 10 times the price, I'm like, fuck you. And I go and I buy them from somewhere else. I'm an adult. That's what you do.
Important to you?
Yeah, apparently not.
Like, don't you care? Like, I mean, I know part of it is like whatever, keeping up appearances and all that stuff. But like, on some real shit, like, you know how much you got coming in every week, every month, every year.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what all this shit costs.
Yeah.
And you feel the need to like constantly keep up with everything going on for what? So you can make some videos, so you can comment on somebody's Facebook page or somebody else's video, like that's it. So you can post some pictures every so often. Like, bro, my money's worth much, much more to me than that.
Yeah, my time.
We got responsibility.
Like, my time is, yeah. And so that's literally what that tells me.
Yeah.
It's like, if you can have, you know, like, I mean, not the present company excluded, obviously, but if you can, like, you know, go in and like showcase like all the crap that you bought and flaunt like the ridiculous overprice you paid, and just like, and you think this is normal, you think this is okay, you think this is how you're supposed to engage in this hobby. That really, really makes me sad. Like, it really makes me sad because because, like I said, I will not have like my nostalgia weaponized against me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, and that's the biggest reason why like I'm not as big a bigger collector than I want to be at times.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's like even like other stuff that like I was into before. Like I'm looking like through my room because I'm just cleaning because it's the new year, and I'm like, and I got like a couple like endless waltz like models up here, and I'm like, and the 100. So like the decent sized ones, and I remember how much they were when I got how much I wore when I got them originally.
I know we were talking the other night, and you were looking at the new ones. Yeah.
And then I go looking now, and I'm like, and the price is like at least 3 times higher than like it was back then. I'm like, bro, I'm not paying 200, $300 for these. It's fucking plastic.
Yeah.
Like, no. I'm like, no.
And you
I
have
was
to
like,
put it together yourself.
Yeah.
it's like I'm not gonna put it together myself. And guess what? It ain't gonna look like it does on a box because I'm not that good at painting. So like, I mean, I used to do that too, like way back, like years and years ago. I would like, I had models because I did RPGs, so I like painted them, and I'm like, yeah, they looked all right, but that too, I realized like I'm spending a lot of money doing this.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what made me stop doing it. Like, because I wasn't playing as much as I used to. And it's a really expensive hobby, so I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I gotta just stop.
It's weird. I mean, and I'm not saying to people like if you love it, don't do it. It's do it responsibly. People snatching shit up from kids and then making posts about it like you're a hero or something. You ain't no fucking hero if you don't let kids enjoy figures that were meant for them too. Get the fuck out of here, you greedy motherfucker.
Ultimately, this stuff was meant for like it was meant for young people to build a connection to this property, to this character, to this movie, to this TV show. So like, why don't you like let a young person have that same thing that you had when you were young that is still in your heart right now, that is still such a like part of you is like the big kid you are now. Like, do not. And in fact, like you're telling me like people literally like taking like pride in that, even if it's freaking sarcasm where you're just like, I just tapped on a freaking 6-year-old shoulder and he turned over, I just took it from him. I'm like, no. What the hell's wrong with you, man? Seriously. And I say man because it's usually a dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, just
it's weird.
Like, like you can be a fan of a thing, but like no, there's a difference between like supporting a thing that you like and allowing a thing that you like to fleece you.
Yeah.
Just like people need to realize what that difference is, and like I said, support things like to a point within reason. I mean, like again, I jokingly made the comment about like the Ghost Rider figure. It does it look cool? Yeah, sure. As soon as I saw the price tag, not.
People that say you shouldn't be collecting if you can't afford it. Not all of you got it like that. So stop fronting on that front.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, but I got look. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I'm like I also noticed that like I'm looking at a really, really small portion of like your toy room, like because like the rest of it might be like like the rest of the place you live might be a little lacking. But that's fine because you've clearly made your choice as far as what you were going to dedicate like your resources to.
It's weird, man. It's weird.
Come on, man. Like of your life that could use that. So like, it's all right. You don't have to. You don't have to give up your fandom if you didn't get the newest thing.
Yeah, like, it's not the end of the world. Little kids, like, are you still really using that logic here? I mean, I get it. We're big kids, so it seems like a lot of that shit is repeating itself. But, no, we're adults. We should be doing a little bit better. We should be doing more. We should be doing things differently. We can still have fun and be responsible about stuff, And, and I know I'm going to get all kinds of shit, and it's okay. Super tired of hearing it. Super tired of dealing with it,
Because Trident, how many times have we had just conversations just like ourselves, and like I've said like God, like I would really like to get friggin' like some like the third party like Transformers, but I'm like I just can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just can't. Like, again, I know what I have coming in.
Yeah.
So if I'm making that commitment, I'm like, bro, this is too much.
And I mean, and this is not to say like you couldn't put the money together to get it.
I
You
could. It's
can.
exactly, but it's almost like, when you put all that together, it's like, and then I started thinking of everything, other things I could be doing with it too, and I'm like,
yeah.
But I mean, like, and every so often, like, I'll treat myself to something else, like, the holidays just passed, so like I took care of, like, my people, and I took care of me too.
Yeah.
So it's not like I never do, but like I just. Like, just because, like, it just dropped, like, on some random day in, like, April, like, no, I can't just get it because it's out now. Like, it's got to be, like, stuff's got to kind of fall in a particular, like, it's got to fall, like, just right for me to be like, okay, fine, I can pick this up now.
Yeah.
Or I can, like, now I can get this. But, man, like, again, and because a lot of stuff out there it's good, like, and I'm a fan, but, like, I'm not prepared to just drop that fucking cash.
That guap. Yeah, no, I
need it. I need my money.
I need more money.
I need times is hard. I need more money.
It's for my son. Go to better school.
Like these figures for my family.
It's weird, man. It's weird because I mean, I know that, like, with YouTube, it's supposed to be all lollipops and rainbows all the time. So you're never supposed to speak on your adult responsibilities. You're never supposed to speak on actual reality, or else you just get hate. Michael French can talk about that on Retro Blasting because people do that to him when he points out the real when it comes to whatever the figures are that you're collecting. And, like, retro collectors, people should listen to them because they actually are paying for the scarcity, because a lot of these figures that they collect, they're rare because they're vintage. They're actual vintage. They're not Hasbro vintage where it's got the old card back and the new figure in the blister. It's literal, like, vintage, original GI Joes and shit like that. So, like, they got to pay a pretty penny, and I get that. Some of these figures are 40 years old, 30 years old, etc. I get it. There's no reason why those prices, though, should compete with things that are new and just sold on the secondary market just because. Like, and people who don't see that, there's a problem, and you need to do your homework. You need to understand what you're getting into so that when you hear this argument, you know why the argument's being made. Everything is not worth more than $20. All these figures are not more than $20 figures, like, sometimes NECA makes figures and tries to charge more than $20, and I'm like, you damn sure shouldn't be charging more than $20 for your cheap ass lightweight plastic vinyl figures that fall apart as you try to pose them. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that's not, no, that's $20 or less. But
what's wrong with you?
I know, right? with some of these figures, you're being the price. My homeboy Zorpox says paper to plastic ratio. It needs to be on point. It's the truth. It's the truth. I mean, like, if I'm gonna pay $50 for a figure, when I open 50 or more, when I open that box, I should be like, shit, this is a lot of gear. You know what I mean? This figure, like, when I open my Sovereign Knight or my Supreme Knight figure, or even the Ascending Knight, you get a lot in that package, including shit that all Batman figures should come with. A unmasked head, a shit ton of batarangs, and a grapple gun. Those are all basics. He should at least come with those things. How many figures before Mezco, before Mafex, before Figure Arts didn't do that? You had to buy separate. But before some of those other guys, how many times did they do that? They were always like a convention exclusive. If he had an unmasked head, or, you know what I mean, like an extra head or a bunch of other weapons. How many times could he actually use all that shit? Because I remember when I got that S3 sculpt Batman, he had two fists, and there was like a little hole in his fist, this tiny little hole that if you sit the Batarang just right, it looked like he was holding a Batarang. And I'm like, this is dumb. Like, why did you sculpt this, like, in a way that it's almost like the weapons were an afterthought? Like, and it's a character who is all about gadgets. He should have holding things hands, I don't know. I just think that the logic is missed, and a lot of times they need to go back and make sure that, the the logic is there. Make sure that the paper to plastic ratio is on point, because if not, you're kind of not getting your money's worth. And I know business is like that. Toys are a cutthroat ass business, but I mean, it's still a business. You're still offering a service, and your fans and patrons deserve to get their money's worth, especially right now. Because, you know, there's people in various aspects of the toy industry that aren't working because of this fucking pandemic, you know? Like, we can't pretend like it's not here. I mean, I guess YouTube people can, but, you know, in reality, it's still here.
That approach is working for some, or at least what some people are doing. But
yeah.
For the rest of us.
Yeah, I think it's weird that there's like the disconnect that you get from people who get mad when you point out flaws in in the system, especially with like action figures. Like I wish those people did a better job explaining why they feel like things are okay, like for them. Even if it's like, oh well, you know, I have the money, I can afford it, so why not? But it's like, well, okay, then you got the money to buy the Ghost Rider figure on the bike or whatever. But like you could take that money if they sold it for a decent price, and you could have taken that money you would have saved, and you could have bought something else. You could have put it towards another thing, which would get you more. As a consumer, you're always wanting more. That's the demand. That's what the demand is. So why wouldn't you want things, I guess, more skewed in your favor so that you can get all the things?
Trying to maximize.
I agree. I mean, companies are maximizing the profits, so why don't you maximize the things that you can, the things that you can consume?
Yeah.
That's why you pay to go to the all-you-can-eat buffet, because you're paying a base price, and you get to go in there and you get to maximize your demand by eating as much as you can.
Yeah.
More than what you paid for.
Yeah.
I just don't get why that is with the collecting community.
Yeah, I think the fear of being left out trumps everything else, and that's the problem. There's so much, social media has made it worse, because every day, whatever the new shit is, it's being posted. That's why, figures don't feel like they have the shelf life that they once had, I knew this was the end game, because I mean, if I took on that license, that's why I would take on the license. You have a wealth of characters to make, and you already know it sells because the 90s happened. So they're making everything. If they can go and dig up a 30+ year old franchise and make bank off that shit to the point where they're selling their figures for double on the secondary, I mean, it kind of speaks to the shelf life of all these properties in figure form. Power Rangers, freaking Mighty Morphin is still selling on the shelves right now. That show was terrible. It's fun, but it was terrible. You know what I mean? It's terrible even by tokusatsu standards, and tokusatsu is low budget. It was still terrible, and we loved it then, and we love it now because we're seeing them more accurately represented. But the prices don't reflect the fact that these are new figures. I mean, not on the secondary, which apparently is just par for the course. But, you should be able to be aware of these things and point these things out and say how you feel about them. You can deal with the reality. No one's saying that you shouldn't, but, you should be able to point out and have an opinion on this stuff, because it sucks. It shouldn't be like that. It's still what it is. I'm still buying a $20 figure. It cost me $20. The freaking allocation of parts and materials was within the $20 range. Like, that's what we should be paying. Scalpers can try their best. We should be able to be like, screw you, scalpers, to the point where it's just not beneficial for them to try to upsell these figures at the prices that they're going for. I mean, by now it should be easy, because we've been dealing with this shit forever,
It's weird too that that they've increased, like say Hasbro's increased their prices on Marvel Legends, but their distribution's still craptacular.
Yeah.
So like, where is that money going besides up their nose?
Yep.
Because they're not putting some of that money back into making sure that the product gets spread out so that all the collectors can grab up that product.
Yep.
I mean, maybe that's part of their plan to, you know, sell on the secondary market as well, and increase their income that way, so that those people who can't, that they didn't get those figures in their area, have to eventually go up there, because it's like you start to see like NECA sells stuff on eBay for a marked up price than what they sold stuff on at retail.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that stuff's coming from you, so how is it rare? How is it how like why, like how is it that like why just fucking why? You know, like what is the justification for it? Because it's not rare, because you made the goddamn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Hasbro does the same thing. When my I told you about my Punisher, I got the Punisher on the bike, and then his hip joint broke when I tried to put him down on the bike. I just tried to position his legs, sit him down, and it like separated. I told them what happened. They put me through all this rigmarole, take pictures of the figure, show us the underside of the box, write this number down on a piece of paper.
Footage.
Yeah, I know, right? And like, I did all that shit, and I was like, okay, so are you going to replace the figure? They're like, nah, we don't have any more, but we can send you something of equal value. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You made this. It was new at the time. Like, so it just dropped. And you don't have them at all anywhere. You can't order them from a warehouse anywhere in the world.
You're not doing a second shipment if it's
exactly
sold out like that.
Exactly, and it didn't, because later on I ended up seeing it at Target. By this point, I had already fixed the figure. But the point was, my first thing, other people were like, "Yo, call Hasbro," and I'm like, "All right, I'll call them." So I call them. They gave me all kinds of bullshit, and then finally, they end up sending me Professor X. I'm like, I even asked them. I said, if it's random, what if it's something I already have? You're just telling me to scalp it or something? You tell me I gotta sell it so I can go back, I can get the thing I wanted? Like, I'm coming to the source because you're the source. How are you gonna tell me that you just don't have it? And it's just, I don't know, it's frustrating that that's the way they work. I never have luck dealing with Hasbro's customer service.
I can't believe they even said that, because I just bought it. It just showed up in the mail like this past Thursday.
Yeah.
I bought it off of HasLab.
Yeah, this was a couple, or Hasbro Pulse, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple months ago. Yeah, I or not even a couple months. It was last month. It's the middle of last month. I went through all this with them. Same thing with the Black Ranger. I got the Black Ranger, the standard one, and they send me the shipping. And on their site, once you make your purchase, it says FedEx, and this is the shipping, right? So I put the shipping in the FedEx thing, or I clicked on it or whatever, and it said package not found. I was like, huh. So I gave it a couple days, and I was like, let me try again. Package not found. So I hit up Hasbro. I'm like, yo, what's going on? This doesn't make sense. They give me a whole bunch of rigmarole, and then I get a guy on the line, and he puts the information in USPS's thing. So I paid for FedEx, and they sent it USPS.
Wow.
And then he was talking to me in this snide kind of, the first guy was talking to me in this snide kind of way. And I was like, look, he said, did you try putting it in the tracking? I was like, motherfucker, are you serious? Like, how can I tell you that my package is not found if I didn't fucking put it in the tracker? Like,
yeah.
Are you serious right now? Like, get the fuck out of my face with this bullshit. So when he sent it to me, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So on your website, it says FedEx. It will be sent by FedEx. And you guys are sending shit out USPS? And you're not giving me back some of that money because I know it was cheaper? What's going on, you know? And he didn't answer. And I was like, you know, whatever. I know where it is right now. You have yourself a Merry Christmas. And I just was like, you know, fuck it. Because this is too much bullshit for these fucking figures. I mean, I get it. These days, all this shit is hot. But it's so much just to get these fucking pieces of plastic. And it gets frustrating. Takes away from the overall fun of the hobby if you're going through all this just to get the characters you want to get, you know? That's some
false advertising for your ass right there. Like, That's some stuff you would report to like the Better Business Bureau or something.
Yeah, I should.
I think they're stealing money.
Yeah, because like you said, if shipping,
Yeah.
for like expedited shipping, it's like, no, we just sent it through the mail. What?
Yeah, that's not what I paid for. I was frustrated, man. I was like, you got to be kidding me with this shit. But this is Hasbro for you, man. And like, you know,
damn, at least you looked. I didn't even look. They probably did the same thing to me.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Jacked up.
But on a positive note, since I guess we're getting towards the end of all this stuff, any things you want to say, like final words and thoughts about 2020? Like,
man, they took too many people, man. I was surprised to hear like when MF Doom passed away. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. There's a lot.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's not even as many people. It's just it feels like it's a lot because we're keeping track more than I think we did previous years. Man, it feels like 2020 was just running through and just snatching souls, man.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I know. Like you said when we were talking about doing this whole thing, like just a huge fuck you to 2020 because man, it's been one of those years, like a record year of just shit, you know, like just fucking drizzling shit, you know, all year. It's just ugh. And we've been fortunate, you know, because we still were working, but ugh.
Yeah, and I'm sure good things happen for people in this year. Like I'm sure it wasn't all bad. I will say, like, if you literally had like, you know, a wedding like after the middle of March in this country, fuck you, you're an asshole. Like congratulations on being married, but if you had a big wedding, you're an asshole.
Yeah.
But it's my day. It's my day, Clarion.
Sure. It was your day to like watch dozens of your freaking family members get sick. Yeah. Awesome.
Good job.
But I got this really great freaking KitchenAid blender. But I'll say what I said to you before Strident the other day. Yeah. For those of you out there, maybe 2020 didn't necessarily seal it, but if I check the releases, it might have. For those of you who think that, like, you know, Arc System Works is not like the king of fighting games right now, if you don't think they snatched that crown from Capcom, you need to stop sipping the Kool-Aid.
It's true.
Because you can't be the king of fighting games if you make one fighting game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. It doesn't matter if it's like a name everybody knows. Like, yeah, people have been playing Street Fighter for like 30 years.
Yeah.
And then Capcom decided, hey, we can make a whole lot of other fighting games. And then, 5 years ago, realized, nah, we can just make Street Fighter.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in playing that new Guilty Gear because I was like, some of these characters actually look pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, Guilty Gear Strive looks amazing. Even freaking like Rambo Fantasy Versus, man. Like, it's like, and I mean, and they also, every game doesn't necessarily feel the same. Like, I'm sure there's the DNA that runs through all of them.
Yeah.
But like Arc will throw different like systems and tweaks here and there in like, you know, in the operation, like the playing of the game. So it's like they don't just literally make the same goddamn game over and over again. Like, they have a style, sure, but the stuff feels different. The freaking way that like the new Guilty Gear game looks is amazing.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Absolutely amazing. So I am like really, really like, you know, wanting to see that when that finally comes out. But yeah, for all you Capcom fans out there who like think that like, you know, like they're like the shit, you're half right. Like, you got that statement half right.
Yeah, it's true. It's kind of like it's like what we complain about with Hasbro. Hasbro has all the IPs, but they don't do anything with them. And then when they do, it's like it's almost a brilliant idea, but if they're just afraid to push things, you know what I mean? Like, they don't push things. Then you look at Capcom and it's like, why haven't you done an update to Darkstalkers? Why haven't you done a third Rival Schools? Why haven't you done an update to Star Gladiator? Why haven't you done, you know, like an actual Street Fighter, like a successor to Street Fighter, featuring like the characters further in their evolution, You know, don't listen to the fact that the fans keep saying put the same characters from the same period of time in the same scenario over and over and over when you've already done it and they can buy it. Like, you know, evolve things. They're still not evolving. Huh?
I said, make Guile bald.
Yeah, I know, right? Make Guile bald. Give him some moves, you know? Give him some
So then he can, like,
moves.
you know, go and take, like, a buffer to his head instead of, like...
Yeah, man, it's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like that, but that was it. Like they had so many, and they all felt different. Like Darkstalkers did not feel like Rival Schools, did not feel like Red Earth. Like you know, they had all of these games. Red Earth was like a friggin', it was a weird like beat 'em up like RPG sort of hybrid, but you also had like gems or other power ups. It was like there were some really cool ideas in there that they kind of explored in like other games, but not really.
Yeah.
And they just decided to just make Street Fighter at some point.
Yeah.
I think Street Fighter 3 scared the shit out of them. Like, I really do.
And that was a timing issue. That's not... It's just that the industry was changing, and you released this game that it was groundbreaking in its look for Capcom because they were doing what SNK had already been doing for years. But Capcom did it so it had that feel. And then everybody else was like, yo, polygons!
Exactly.
And nobody played it like they should have, you know? So... yeah, it's weird.
And for those of you in the fighting,
it's never had the new Street Fighter games don't have the impact that game had. Like, there's no big Evo moment that they talk about when they reference Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, but they always go back to the counter, and that was in that game.
I'm like, dude, because literally the way the system is, like they originally build forward to where like, oh, everybody can do it now.
Yeah.
And it's not, everybody can do it, then it's not special.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, you know, that dude, man, I forgot what his name is, who he basically button mapped and did the same counter on Street Fighter 4.
Yeah.
There was none of the timing, none of the skill was involved.
Yeah.
And he went on to explain like why, like, and how they went about simplifying the mechanics in the game, the engine in the game, so that anybody can just pick up and play.
Yeah.
But that's what you do with a brand new game. Like that's what, like, that's
IP,
that's
yeah. I argued with the dude one time. I was like, the reason why Street Fighter is considered number one or Street Fighter 4 is because they made it more accessible. It wasn't just for people in the FGC. And once they did, people started jumping in.
Yeah.
And then he was like, no, man, I didn't get in. And he literally tells me that he didn't get into Street Fighter until his friends got into it. And I was like, dude, you just proved my point.
Mm-hmm.
Like you jumped in because all your friends started playing. Yeah. And he was like, no, man, how you twisted, blah, blah, blah. I was like, man, whatever. Like,
yeah.
Like, this is what's wrong with the community.
Yeah.
It's like, so, but yeah, like if you think like that crown has not been snatched, you're wrong.
Yeah, it definitely has been wholesale just snatched. Fucking Dragon Ball Z fighters, are you kidding me? I don't even dig Dragon Ball like that, but every time I watch that game, I'm just like, shit. Like, I mean, it just looks so good, and the fights look good, the systems look good, the moves are accurate to the way that the characters fight in most cases. It's just they understand what you do to get the attention, you know, of the fan base. Like, if you're making something that's based on a pre-existing IP, you need to capture the feel and the look of that particular IP 100%, not just an idea of it. You need to get the whole thing, and then you got to make it fun. People don't understand fun. They play games, but they don't understand the fun part of it, you know? And shit is fun. I mean, obviously it's not going to be as fun playing with like one of those like FGC vets that they play with no imagination. They only use what works, and that's it. They don't even try to improvise. They don't try to like play, you know, learn a character outside of what the tournament, you know, usage would be. Yeah, that won't be fun, but you know, the other stuff would be. If you're playing with your friends, yeah, that game will be hella fun. So, yeah, props to them for all that. You know, it's nice to know there's something else out there besides Street Fighter to play or Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, and Mortal Kombat's fun too. Like it's like the way that they've evolved that property over the last like 2 games. Like, and plus, man, their attention to like their story.
Yeah.
And, like
Yeah.
And like the lore that they're building in that game, man. Like I said, I definitely give them all the props in the world for that.
Fucking adding Rambo into it. Like me and my wife watched all 3 Rambos last night. It's funny, that was our anniversary. We went out to eat, hung out, came home, just got on because we don't have TV like that. So we went out to this town, Granville. I always say it's like Mayberry, and I love it. And we just chilled and we watched the first 3 Rambo movies back to back to back. She had never seen them.
Get the last one.
Yeah, I know. The last one was terrible. But and she's not big on violence, so I wanted to keep it kind of, the tamer ones, because 3 is just an action movie. It still has an okay plot, but it's an action movie. They're not trying to, But yeah, that scene when he was like, mission complete, and he stabs the knife next to whatever the dude's name is that was in charge of the mission to find the POWs, and he kind of like closes his eyes and he's like, oh shit, and then he opens his eyes and kind of relaxes. Now that's one of the victories. I forgot that's literally shot for shot. That's exactly what it is in the game. So you got to give him props. It's that team that worked on Injustice is working on Mortal Kombat, and they do the damn thing, man. They know their shit. It's easily one of those 2 games are 2 of the most cinematic fighting games I've ever seen. Period. They put Tekken.
Yeah, I just enjoyed watching it just for the story. Like I didn't even play the new Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I haven't played it either. I just watch people play it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of past the Mortal Kombat state. I like Injustice, so I play the shit out of that. Injustice. Well, I like Injustice 2. The first one was meh, but the second one is my shit. Yeah, I watched.
Better.
Huh?
I was saying it was a much better game. Like they took everything that didn't work in the first and just made it better in the second.
Yep. But what else? Anything else with 2020 we want to highlight before we close up? Or anything you're looking forward to in 2021, that you want to put out there?
For it not to suck.
Yeah, I know, right?
I was like, oh man, Happy New Year. Like, everybody's hopeful that this year's going to be better than the last, but I'm like, the craziness doesn't stop just because it's a new year.
Yeah,
like,
it's true. But
it's just another day.
But we're on the positive, though. We're trying to be on the positive.
Yeah, I know. But I'm keeping myself prepared for the disappointment that could follow, because if things don't work out, like, because I'm hopeful, but at the same time, back of my head, I'm like, yeah, things could still, like, there's ways things could get worse, because it just seemed like all throughout 2020 there was just it was like one thing after another, and when you think things couldn't get any worse, they did.
Yeah, I know.
And just gotta
cascading, man.
Yeah. So you just gotta remain vigilant, remain hopeful, like, plan for ways to, like, improve your life in any way you can. Try to, like, again, try to do things that you enjoy as much as possible. I mean, whether if you're blessed to actually enjoy your work, then do that. Like, if not, then find some some small measure of peace. That's going all the way back to, like, The Last Samurai.
I know, right?
Like, just like something in your private time or in your off work time that you can, like, get into the, like, and again, even though we ragged on it, even if that's toys, if that's video games, like, so long as you're not breaking yourself financially to, like, make that happen, then enjoy the hell out of it. Because again, I'm still a gamer. I'm just trying to be smart with my money while I game.
Yeah.
So,
makes sense.
Like I said, so just do something to just try to improve yourself, have fun, and just try to be positive. That's the way to make the new year like a better year, and then just hopefully life stops getting in the way.
I know, right?
Lets it happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Find a way to get away.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, fuck you to 2020, and let's hope that 2021 is much better. I will say, on the plus side, personally, and I know for all you guys, because you guys all still had, your work. I mean, even though you're a medical professional, Agent O, you still had your work. And, you know, I mentioned this in my Christmas video, my before and after Christmas video, is that a lot of people don't have that fucking luxury. You know what I mean? So if you did, you know, you're very, very, very fucking fortunate. And then on top of it, to be able to spend the money on your, you know, collections and shit and buy figures and all that, like, you're super fortunate, and be aware of that shit, you know? So I don't know. I'm glad that was the case. I'm glad my kids were healthy enough during the all of this, and they're still healthy, you know? I'm glad my older son, he started college, and we didn't have really any issues. He got a full ride, and he hasn't jacked it up or anything. And he's enjoying it, you know, and, you know, the no complications when it comes to, like, you know, this whole COVID bullshit. The school is pretty good about, you know, its measures to deal with all that. So, you know, I'm really glad that's how things have been. And, you know, and his little brother hasn't lost his shit as much as he did initially, because initially it hit him hard to have his brother be elsewhere, like almost permanently. You know, it hit him super hard. Yeah. So, you know, when we went to visit him, I think we visited him right before the end of you know, Christmas, or before Christmas vacation started. Maybe it was right before Thanksgiving, and yeah, that helped. It helped, and we, you know, Zoom meetings and stuff. It helped. So I don't know. I'm just glad things did not get worse. They got better, even though the overarching story, we're still in the middle of some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's been pretty good. We've been fortunate, you know. And I
just wish people were just more responsible. Like, it's fine if we're going back to try and gain some level of normalcy, you know, with our day-to-day goings on, but I mean, God, just people are just so inconsiderate. And I think that's part of what adds to, like, that depressive feeling, because, you know, there's people out there that don't care, and then they're deliberately or indeliberately affecting other people, and they don't see the consequences of that. Yeah. And I think that's what sucks, because, like, the other day I was at work, and you know, somebody had passed, and the family couldn't come in to see the patient. They had to use the tablet to do a little viewing, and I mean, that's got to be terrible. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know how that person got sick, but I think more people need to see stuff like that so that they can get, like, a wake-up call, so we can finally try to get this under control. Because, I mean, I don't want to be wearing masks for the next couple of years. Nobody wants to do that, especially the people that are fighting against doing it. Yeah. So it's like, why not to actually beat this thing?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
The sooner we, again, like you said, if everybody actually engages in this, so that's how you actually fight it. And then, like you said, we will eventually move past it with the vaccine, and then in the distance and the mask. At least it shouldn't. If everybody does it, it won't go on forever. If everybody does it.
I know, right? If everybody does it. Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, this isn't any particular change. Like, I miss going out to eat, or even having the option to.
Yeah, I know,
like,
right?
You know, for all the restaurants that, like, you know, we're still open and trying to, like, their best to stay open, I give them all the credit in the world, man. But even if they are open, I can't see myself going in a bar. I can't see myself going. I just can't.
I got asked to go in the day, and I was like, I'm gonna go back to sleep, because I just didn't go out. Yeah, I don't want to go out.
Yeah, it's tough trying not to risk it. We went out briefly, and we've been fortunate, but we while we were out, we definitely saw people not wearing their masks. You know what I mean? My wife tries to remind people, and I'm like, yeah, don't even bother. It's just gonna cause fights.
You don't want to have to whip out your phone.
Yeah, I know, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't want to deal with that shit. We get enough, you know, weird looks as an interracial couple as it is, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with any other bullshit from people. So, but, you know, we shouldn't have to. You should know that the shit is serious, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Look at us being.
I went to go buy alcohol.
Uh huh.
And I went to Kroger, and I'm telling you, the line was stretched out and like around into produce. Like there was that many people waiting, and I just turned around and left because I'm like, this is a super spreader. I'm staying, and then people are wearing masks and stuff, but they're all standing so close to each other because they're in line. And then the spot, the area, the alcohol area is already small. I know they're keeping like a certain number of people in there because they had a cop outside, but I'm just like, dude, the numbers are gonna spike again after this.
Yeah, because people are getting too comfortable. So it goes back to what we were saying before. Be responsible. That's all. That's all we're saying. Be responsible. We can be big kids, dorks, geeks, and still be adults. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with adulting. You can do it, and then play in your free time. You know, you don't have to fuck someone else's day all up, their life, for you to enjoy your free time. Like, just enjoy your free time. Wear your mask when you need to, when you go out, and be considerate of others. That's it.
Yeah,
seems like
help each other.
Yeah, it seems like a tall order, but it shouldn't be.
Like, but that's what'll get us past it. Like, just friggin' like, crossing your arms and stamping your feet and acting like this isn't real, acting like you don't have to do these things. I'm like, that's what's going to lead to this being perpetuated, and it's just going to continue, and it's going to get worse, and then it's going to be that particular way that Western civilization falls. Like,
yeah, I know, right?
Viral pandemic in the bingo.
Yep.
Looking pretty good right now.
I know, right?
I know.
Jesus.
We're going to be on rafts trying to get over to other countries, and they're not going to let us in.
Yeah. It's gonna be fucked up.
Banging on Canada's border. Hey,
I don't know. Let us in.
Anything to do up here, eh?
I like maple syrup. Like, let me in. like moose, they're awesome. Let me in. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I'm hopeful that some of this shit will change, or at least start changing now. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's all I got. I had some things written down, but we've kind of, in a weird way, we've covered a lot of the things that I was gonna, talk about.
I still had things about Wonder Woman, but since Claire hasn't saw it yet, I didn't want to.
Yeah,
because you have to spoil it in order to talk, in order to point things out. But it's all good.
Like I said, I will find a way to check it out in the next couple of days, and we can do like a little addendum, like a little 15-20 minute review with them.
Yeah, no, I'm down. Like I said, we can always go run, jump back to it.
Yeah, but yeah, man, that's the thing. It's like, look, it sounds cliche and it sounds corny, but bro, man, like, hope is like literally all we got, and like, it's like you prepare yourself as much as you can to try to deal with whatever life brings you, and then everything after that is just like remaining flexible enough to freaking like deal with what
happens. Yep, it's true. It's very true.
Like, have your plan, be prepared to have them change. Like,
yeah,
that's it, and just be as safe as you can, folks. Like that's it.